Good morning and welcome to the second day of Phase 2 of the Montreal Major. You just saw everything that happened yesterday, and today we're once again operating with an A and a B stream. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today on the A stream, and just like yesterday, we have a lot of games. We get to send 2 teams to the grand finals in this weekend, and we get to send 2 teams home, unfortunately, as well. This is what we've been having so far at the Montreal Major. This is what our stages have looked like. We already finished our play-ins. We're in the middle of our playoffs. Of course, our players are looking to go to those finals next weekend with that live audience. This is what the bracket is looking like as well. And you see those red highlighted games on the 1-in-1 matches because those are the ones that we'll be starting with today. We'll start with our teams who have won 1 game, but also lost 1 of their games yesterday. And like we said, we have those elimination and qualification games. This is what it's looking like for our schedule. Let me mind you, all of our elimination games will be on the A stream. All of our qualification games towards those grand finals will be on the B stream. Unfortunately, we don't always get to talk to the B stream casters. We chat with the A stream casters all the time, but I'm glad we have to get a bit of a check-in with the B stream casters. We're joined by Intero and Jesse. Guys, good morning. How are we feeling about your matches today?
I feel great, just in general. Not even about the matches, I just feel really good. I got a good sleep last night, ate a nice breakfast. Catering has Nanaimo bars. That's really nice. Very happy today.
Yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day for some Rainbow Six Siege. We got a lot of APAC teams competing here, and we might figure out who the top APAC team is. Scars are an important 1-1 game. We got Elevate versus Chiefs coming up later on. I managed to see the Chiefs guy at breakfast this morning, so I think it's going to be a fantastic day.
All right, we have some teams, of course, on APAC, like you mentioned, but also some other teams. Who do you think has the most to prove today?
I mean, North America. 100%.
Yeah.
2 teams right now facing elimination. Either G2 or Sonics goes home, and maybe D+ or DZ. You could end up with Sonics and DZ going home right off the rip.
North America has yet to beat a single other region. The only win NA has was SSG over Sonics, which is NA versus NA. So we're hoping for some NA victories over the rest of the world today. Fingers crossed. I
can't lie, guys. I feel the pain in your voices when you're talking about your region not doing so well at this major, but hopefully there is more in stake for them today. One more question before I let you 2 go. Who do you think is going to show off the most?
I mean, Brazil as a region has been doing the best. That's an easy answer. Right?
Yeah.
There's 3 teams in Brazil that are 2-0.
I'm looking at Liquid the most. They're up against W7M, I think, today, which is going to be a really good game all about Brazil. W7M are looking very, very good. But for me, Team Liquid looked like one of the best teams in the event.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, well, we get to see what they do later today as well. For now, thank you guys for your time, and I hope you have the greatest of games today. But we go and focus back on towards the A stream. Of course, we got BDS and Black Dragons coming up first, and we'll talk about the IGL on the side of BDS and why he's called League Effect.
Why do you have the gamer tag that you have, and when did you choose it?
So this is kind of a funny story. So I chose my gamer tag when I was like in school. So I think it was at the start of Rainbow Six, like 2016 or 2017. I was in a math school and or physical, and there was a thing in French. I don't know if the same in English, but it's liquefaction. So I don't know the translate exactly, but I just think my friend who was playing Rainbow Six his name was Liquid. So I was just thinking about, oh, I want to do like kind of the same thing as him. So I just put liquefaction and at the end liquefac.
What direction would you go in, and have you ever thought about picking a new one?
No, I think this is the destiny. I picked this, and I just don't want to change it at all. I will always be called liquefac.
We start with BDS and Black Dragons. Both these teams beat D+ yesterday, but had a loss against W7M. We saw that loss from BDS. That is how they started their day yesterday. And this roster said they don't really mind losing out on that first game of the day. They get to face with their backs against the wall. They get to realize, okay, there's some things we need to improve here. And one of the players that really stood out to us yesterday is Shaiko. He is the 4th best rated player on this tournament so far. Also the highest in cost. closely followed behind by Bride in that case as well. They made some small mistakes in that first game, but we saw that they fixed these later. I mean, you also said we are supposed to be the best team in the world right now. They have to show it. About 13 hours between their game yesterday and today that they had to prepare for that match. We talk about their opponents on the side of Black Dragons. They had a little bit more time, but I think they had some things to fix as well. When we spoke to Ask, he said, well, our coach was not really happy with us. We didn't really follow the game plan, and we have a lot to fix. I mean, there are 4 rookies on this team. We can't really blame them for that, but I think one that has been showing up in particular has to be Hornet. He's the 2nd best in KD. He's got the 3rd most clutches of this tournament, and this team felt like they were really in control of their first game. We also spoke to Ask earlier. He said he lost to BDS in the Jönköping Major Grand Finals. He wants his revenge. We got to speak to both these teams and these players ahead of their game. Right, good morning, League of Hack. A short time between your game yesterday and now, about 13 hours. Did you manage to prep everything that you wanted?
Yes, we did. That was kind of hard because, like I said yesterday, we need to sleep properly and be awake this morning. So no, we did what we wanted to do, and we are ready for today.
That's great. What is the game plan coming into today as well?
Like always, we see how the enemy team play, and we mainly just focus on our play style. Because I think we are better than them, more experience, more everything. But we can't underestimate them because they did really good performance. They did a good LCQ run. So it will be a good match.
They definitely had a good LCQ run from their stage too. You both beat D+, and you both lost to W7M. Does that give you some kind of extra information?
Not really. Like I think Black Dragon is kinda playing more like us as a playstyle with a lot of demos, a lot of Doka. So yeah, it will be a good match.
Right, cool. It'll be fun to see how the playstyles clash. Thank you for your time and good luck with the game.
Thank you.
I just like whenever you go to the player. You're good? Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. To you yesterday, you said the coach wasn't really happy about you following the game plan. How are you feeling about that now?
I think we prepare too much against BDS. They are a really, really good team, and I want my revenge of Jönköping, and we're gonna beat us.
It's a big game for you. You're also the veteran on this roster with 4 rookies. How are they adjusting to international play?
I think I just pass some mentality for my players, my rookies, and I treat like my sons, and I take care of them on the game and out the game. So I think I put my experience on stuff like that.
I love that. That's really nice. How much does it mean to you to potentially take down BDS as that revenge match, like you said?
For me, it's really important. I lost my major championship, so for me it's really important. But I think for my team, it's more important to give us confidence to play all of the Montreal major, and I think that's the way we're thinking about it. Beat BDS and go to the next game.
Awesome. When we spoke to League Effect, he said that the playstyles from you and his team are quite similar. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, of course. Particularly for me, League Effect inspired me too much. I really want to trade jerseys with him, and I'm gonna ask if he's one too. But yeah, the playstyle is similar, and that's why BDS is too strong.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck with the game. I'm glad we got some of these wholesome words from both players heading into this game. What I like most is that they said that their playstyles are quite similar. It's almost like a shame that it's only going to be a best of 1 for this matchup, but we'll head into our map veto as well to see where exactly we'll be going for this matchup when these 2 teams claim to have a similar playstyle. Consulate will be our battleground, and the last time we saw this from Black Dragons, it was in the LCQ. They took a victory over Revocate Stars, a 7-5 fashion. However, on the side of BDS, they showed us this during the playoffs in Phase 2, and they played against Wolves. And any EU fan knows that BDS have almost won all their games, or have won all their games against Wolves. Consulate was the only map, the first map they ever lost to Wolves. So they have something to fix here. They get to start here on defense, which could be helping them out in this map. But of course, we have our map, we have our teams ready. We'll check in with our casters for the A stream as well. We're joined by Ace and Des. Guys, good morning. How are we feeling today?
Morning, Anne. Very good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you.
Good. How are you, Tim?
How could you not be fantastic when we've got another day to follow the great siege we had yesterday?
I love it. Well, I mean, you two heard the interviews. You said that the players were talking about having similar kind of playstyles. Do we agree with this?
I think so. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, and I know I said in the interview, I think that's right, it was Likafak who said they play a lot of Doka. They don't play tons of Doka, but they do play a lot of Deimos, and that's where I think you'll see both pairings coming together. We spoke a lot about the synergy of Deimos with either a Lion or a Doka Beast. For me, at least, one of those get banned away, that could be a really interesting game, but I think you'll see a lot of similar lineups being brought along. The slowness, though, is what we were worried about, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, both teams can be a little bit conservative sometimes when it comes to maybe not getting aggressive on their own. We know BDS like the structure, like to play kind of turtling on site. I think Black Dragons sometimes are willing to take a few more risks. You'll see them going out of a window occasionally, or, you know, making those or trying to make those big plays, but against BDS, could be punished.
Well, I can't wait to see Black Dragons take those risks as well. Our game is almost ready, so Guy, take it away.
Thank you very much, and indeed, game is almost ready, and it's our first one of the day, Tim. We've got another big day coming up, 4 best of 1s today, 4 best of 3s. We've got teams getting promoted, getting eliminated. It's a day of everything. I love it.
It's all going on. That's why I love the Swiss phase. I've said it countless times. I bounce out of bed on these days. Cannot wait to get to the game.
At 5 a.m. because of jet lag.
5 a.m.
What time did you wake up today?
Well, it's getting a little bit later. I think it was about 5:45.
I was awake at 4:30 today.
Yeah,
I had like 3.5 hours
I had a
sleep.
really weird dream.
I feel okay at the minute, but I might just find myself at some point crashing and burning. I'll be like, oh gosh, right, now things are going off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how the games go today. We've got a couple of best of 1s this morning, and then Des and I are going to do one of the last best of 3s
W7M
of the day.
Liquid, what a game to end
It's going to
on.
be a big one to finish on, but obviously it depends on everything that happens in between as to exactly what time that will be. But don't you worry, we will survive. We will bring in all the energy needed to all of those games. So let's get into this one. We're going to kick things off for the day here on the Airstream with BDS versus Black Dragons. As a reminder of where we stand in terms of the Swiss phase, these are teams that are 1-1 at the minute. Once you get into a potential third loss or a potential third win, that's when you will be playing those best of 3s. So whilst these two teams are still looking for a second of either, they continue in the best of 1s. So BDS versus Black Dragons. We've got Ying coming in as our first attacking ban.
Black Dragons did play this, let's not forget, a couple of days ago against FearX, where they lost 7-5, and I was really curious how the end of the ban phase played out, because it was Border or Consulate BDS had a choice between. Border, they've lost recently. I think we saw them lose it just yesterday, actually, against W7M, an 8-7 banger between the two teams, but maybe didn't want to go to map. There's a little bit of intel on, whereas you look back at their last game on Consulate, it was over a month ago, so not a lot of recent history to go off for Black Dragons, I think. So BDS are looking at the one and saying, right, where are they going to know the least about us, and what map are we really comfortable on? Consulate for them is their second favourite map, so it does not surprise me at all. Docker being taken away, like I said earlier, BDS play a lot of this operator. Black Dragons don't really play it, so I think that's trying to hit off the 3 players on BDS that have Docker be in their top 3. Legion being taken away mainly from Shaiko there as his primarily played defender, and Azami I think is going to surprise absolutely no one. In fact, Tim, we didn't see a whole lot of Azami bans yesterday, and I think we saw her capabilities in a very large number of rounds where she really slowed down a lot of attacks and created a lot of problem for defenders. So seeing her taken away, it should mean the game flows a little bit more freely.
Right, I love a bit of Consulate. I'm really enjoying watching Consulate lately. I said it the other day. It's just plenty of... we're sort of starting to see that variation kick in. We're starting to see attackers figure it out a little bit more, which means defenders have, of course, got to adapt and got to try new things. Usually means getting out into the map more, taking a few risks, and we'll see whether that does sort of combine well with BDS's general playstyle or not. It's not something we would usually see too much of from them. Shaiko is going to be on the Valkyrie to begin with in round 1, so defending down in basement, it makes perfect sense. You see him putting those cams in and around Piano. Exo just looking to, again, get that vertical intel. We've got a couple of Nitros on side. Him and Breede could do some real damage from below, and it's also just going to help prevent them taking confident control, Black Dragons, of that Piano area and then using that verticality on site.
It's exactly that, but of course the scrap around the main breach is one thing you're looking at here. For me, the reason why I'm saying that is because the Thatcher is on side. They want to make sure they can get through this wall, otherwise you wouldn't see the Thatcher coming along, maybe even leaning towards micro EMPs in some cases. However, I can think of back in the stage, all the way back throughout all of this year, where teams have relied on the micro EMPs and frankly have messed it up. They've got it in the wrong place, or they've not really rely on the duration being as short as it was, and therefore pay the price when all the electrics have come back online and destroyed the gadget. So Thatcher is always that safe bet if you just want to guarantee that you're at least going to find a way through a breached up wall, which I imagine is what they'll be looking for here. So keep a close eye on the main breach, but for now, there's a bit of a scattering out towards admin side as well, where the Jackal, I expect, is going to be our Roamer Hunter. That kind of is his role in the game. So Guto's going to be on Roamer Hunter duty in this first round.
We just see Hornet there taking out the first of those nitros. Shaiko just trying a cheeky throw up through the yellow skylight. Hornet was ready and shoots it out of the sky. Also using that IQ scanner from up on the roof. It's a really good idea. There's a 20-meter range on that IQ scanner, so you're picking up the gadgets across multiple floors from the complete safety of the rooftop and just pinging those out. It's giving intel to your team in terms of who they're up against, but also where those gadgets are. Talking about where they are, Shaiko, he's going to get picked up. Ask finds him, no problem. Manages to get a nice entry for Black Dragons, and that is a great start for them. The Thatcher should mean they get in through the main breach, absolutely no problem. There's no way a Cage should be being able to trick that. It should just be a simple case of 2 EMPs, get your breaching charges on, and it's job done.
It's a classic thing about the beauty of Siege, right? Where there's the 3 floors that we play across here, and as you said earlier on, Piano is going to be a big part of this. The round goes up to top floor, opens the floor to contest onto the first floor, and that's where they find Shaiko. It's like layers upon layers to even start getting any kind of pressure onto that downstairs. First means clearing out the first floor, which you can clear by going onto the second floor. Just again, a real beautiful thing that you don't really get a chance to see in many other FPS titles out there on the market. However, that is only Shaiko down and offline. It's been about 2 minutes here. It's been a slow start from Black Dragons. As we mentioned, both teams a little more conservative in their playstyle, generally pretty careful and cautious about the way they approach it. BDS with their roams, Black Dragons with their attacks here, going to meet that sort of criteria. As taken offline by a C4, but it's going to come down to a bit of a flutter feel here, Tim, with only 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, very probably, like you say, BDS have... I don't know that it's BDS that have done a great job of wasting time here, or whether it's Black Dragons have just moved a little bit too slowly, but Nux does manage to find Breedace forced into his path. This is absolutely stacked for a one-dimensional attack, and Solotov could end it all. He's going to come walking down Banana here. If they are unaware, he's going to catch them, he's going to hit them hard, and that's exactly what he does. He knows there's a second, he finds it. Solotov the saviour, it could be 10 seconds left to go. Diffuser's down, Des, they don't have it. Solotov just needs to survive. Oh! He cannot make it 4! It was so close to the perfect flank from Solotov, but Black Dragons just managed to hold on.
Hornet winning out that closing 1v1 when he knew that he had about 2 or 3 seconds on the clock. You really fancied Solotov to win that out. Not had the strongest starts to the tournament so far, Solotov. I know, of course, when we really saw BDS showing up yesterday, but not been one of the standout performers for them. And I'm glad that in that situation he's walked forward and found a 3. But if you're relying on a player to make a hero play like that, there are probably problems, and I was really concerned for Black Dragons, being honest, Tim. We had 4 of them all funneling down this single hallway where a smoke got dropped, and I was like, these guys are getting held back. They're going to run out to the clock here. And it was good intuition on their side to rotate players off towards the south side and start hitting kitchen side at the same time. As you remarked, for Solotov, that was almost the golden opportunity to close the round out.
That's it, by stacking up like that, they very nearly got what they were asking for, and that was for somebody to hit them like that and get 2 or 3 kills quickly, and all of a sudden a 4v2 becomes a 1v1. It's not a situation you want to be facing, but all that aside, Black Dragons, they get the round over the line, and that's what it's about sometimes. You know, they're not always the cleanest. It can be a little bit messy, it can be a little bit chaotic, but so long as you get that 1 up on the scoreboard, that is all that you're really looking for. So Black Dragons this time will be attacking up onto the top floor. BDS deciding not to double down in the basement, just having a look at the operators that they brought on. They've got the smoke for denial. I'm looking particularly towards the Monty and how they're going to deal with that. Florio, of course, bringing the shield along this time. We've got Solotov on the as well. Those Guzmot mines just being able to trigger that shield break at least on Monty, so if they've got them positioned in the right place, they might just be able to slow down that push from the shield. How about that? That'll slow it down.
I mean, it's the reverse of the last round, right? Whereas last time it was attacking downwards, now they're trying to strike upwards and being beat out by those above. And you tend to say that those on the above have got the advantage there. They can dance around those very, very close-range vertical bars that stacks with the floor. The player downstairs, of course, has got a bit of a wider angle that he's got to be so cautious of. So really, it's always going to favour the player on the vertical in that case. And Astless learned that very much firsthand.
Florio being very cautious with his drone there, not wanting to give it away, just wanting to really try and be as sure as he could that there was nobody in there before he actually sent the drone on in. And that's going to allow now the Monty to enter on into admin. I think BDS are going to be quite happy to sort of defend this from, I won't say deep, but certainly from the vending corridor. They're going to be looking to just keep this Monty held at bay outside of meeting. I don't know whether there's going to need to be a little shift of utility. Maybe they were expecting a little bit of yellow stairs, but it seems for the time being they've got a good awareness of where this push is going to come from. They certainly will now as Solotov gets taken down from Copy. That's going to be Hornet finding the kill. 4 versus 4.
As well as the last bullet that connected onto the head there as well. Like, oh, just siege timing moments. Everyone really groups up towards the admin side. They're really looking towards Florio here on the Monty to be the one that makes any kind of step forward. And the clock, again, is something I'm keeping an eye on. We've still got a couple of C4s to play to. We've still got smoke canisters. They've got to battle their way through. I do worry that leaving it this late brings it down to a similar end into the last round where it comes down to a critical couple of gunfights that play out, which is all well and good, but it kind of throws you back to the utility meta where it feels like rounds are so slow and it all becomes a bit of a flurry in the closing few seconds to see how it rounds out. Long Destiny now being taken over by the Monty as he's joined upon the spiral stairs, and they've got rid of Shaiko. Not had the best start to this game.
Now, Shaiko just presents himself on a plate to Nux there. He's not to know that Nux has already ADS'd and watching that angle, but it was one of the easiest skills he's going to have for the day. 4 versus 3 now. 30 seconds left to go. Time, as you said, Des, is going to be the factor, but I don't think even that is too much of a concern. The Monty is looking to push in and potentially get a plant down. Those toxic babe canisters will deal with him quickly, and Florio just wasn't quick enough to get out because of the Banshee. It held him in the smoke. It prevented him from leaving, and that is a big blow now with only 10 seconds left to go. Bride can potentially smoke this out. Is damage being done to Guto though? No, he's managed to avoid it. The plant goes down. BDS, they're going to be wondering how, Des.
Well, a misplaced smoke is Houghton, and you've got Hornet laying down, just ready and waiting, and sure enough finds his man. Now, Brida's going to try and get it all done, but knocks over towards the long haul. Already knows where he's coming from. A well-played plant coming out from Black Dragons, and for BDS, not started well.
I think Black Dragons might be enjoying this, Des.
Yeah, a little bit. This is what worries me about BDS, is like, I know coming into the competition, everyone was like, oh, it's probably a BDS tournament. Like, pretty much every coach I've spoken to is like, yeah,
feels like
it's probably a BDS tournament. But the thing is, we say it all we say this every tournament, right? And I said it at our last one, I think, actually, back obviously in Manchester, and they came very close. just a step like short last time around. My concern is with BDS is we get towards like knockout stage of the tournament, so we're not quite there yet here. But they have one-off game where, like here, they look a little bit flat to begin with. They're not quite popping the way that we used to see, and they don't look quite as I can't think of the word to say it. That's so well polished and sharp on the day itself. They just seem to kind of step things back a bit, and because they aren't this team that like to get active out around the map and really try and cause bother, getting aggressive on the roams, teams can bully them when they're not playing up to their best. And I think so far what you've seen is Black Dragons doing that incredibly well, even with the potential Solotov 4K to start things off, which fell again just 1 kill short.
A great choice of plant spot as well. Obviously, we always focus on, very often focus on the kills, focus on, where the aggression came from. But just to give a bit of focus for Guto there as well, he goes in and he picks a great plant spot. It's actually really tough to defend that corner in meeting. Thank you very much. If you look, it's actually...
We've got Nova for all of our series today. They go and find out.
It's actually really deep if you look, that corner. It's not like just a door width. It's almost 2 door widths. So what's happened there is Bride can get the smoke in, but it's not going to cover that whole area unless he swings out to the left to get the angle. But as soon as he does that, bang, he's going to get taken out from the cover. So it was a really smart place for Guto to choose deep into the corner and understanding, it's easy to just dash him through the door, try and get the diffuser down. You've still got the cover of the corner of the wall, but he hasn't done. He's gone far left, deep into the corner to keep himself off the radar and away from the utility. And it did the job, as we saw. Yes, the smoke canister was deployed. No, it didn't do any damage. It didn't do its job, and a good plant from Black Dragons.
Deimos being brought along by Nux here. He's kind of been their shield merchant too. Like, he'll play a Ying, he'll play a Monty, he'll play a Blitz. There is 3 most played operators over the last 10 weeks or so across stage 2 and here at the major. Spoke about Ask and Hornet being Deimos mains as well. Well, there's now a 3rd player on the side that can play it as well. So really sharing the burden here amongst the team. I'm sure taking it in turns to have a lot of fun. Leak, in fact, just doming Guto there as he steps forward on the Finker. No more of those nano injections on side for the rest of the team here, which means no more extra HP for the rest of the round.
I feel like BDS at this point just need a round where somebody like Leakafat goes, you know, a little bit crazy, just gets 3 kills on top floor and gives them an easy win to get them into the second quarter of things here with a round on the board. They're holding on to top floor well at the minute. The Finker's offline, which of course removes some of that health boost as well, those extra HP that Black Dragons could have benefited from. So it's a really good first kill, to be fair. Solotov is going to be suffering the fate of the Deimos track at the minute. I don't think there's anybody in position just to challenge it at the moment, but with only 41 HP, I tell you what, it's not going to be difficult to take him out. However, I said somebody needed to step up for BDS. Leakafat finds himself a second.
Great start to the round for him, yeah, picking off 2 of these players and really taking the sting out of the tail of Black Dragons. Claws, the fiery breath, whatever you want to call it. I'm sure there's a dragon-related joke in there somewhere. For me, the big thing is what I said earlier on, is we haven't really seen BDS getting out of the map and looking to be aggressive against Black Dragons, and I think part of that is because Black Dragons have approached these rounds quite slowly and very, very methodically. They've not really given room to Shaiko to just breeze through 2 or 3 players, for example, and sure, they've been caught out by the odd C4, but not too much to worry about, and at this point, they're just bringing traps left, right, and centre. Uses good for a second, almost a third, but does get brought down by Hornet, who's up for 4-0 himself so far in the game, but I think better, and admittedly it has been commandeered by 2 individual players here on BDS, where their individual brilliance is what's got them to this point in the round where it looks like they'll walk away the winner.
Yeah, and they needed it. Definitely needed it. They're going to know that there's somebody inside a closet now as they hear that air jab detonate just after Hornet deployed it, but at the minute he's just dumping a little bit of utility. Thinks there might be somebody hiding in CEO, but he knows that the race is run and that it is over. BDS are going to get that round. As I said, perfect time for them, really. They didn't want to be going with a 3-0 start. They've got themselves a successful defense. It was built by Leakafat and users. Both really nice passages of play from them, and I think the best thing about it in BDS terms, if you're a BDS fan, is looking at that and how that round for me felt a little bit casual for BDS. It wasn't, you know, those 2 kills to users. It was that floor that we talk about where he just kind of, yeah, I've hit one through the wall there, right, I've dipped through the corner and I've got one in CEO, and it was just like, it looked easy for them. So Black Dragons, they've had a great start, but they need to make sure now that they keep the pressure on and they don't allow BDS to come back at them. For me, if I'm Black Dragons here, I want to identify anybody from BDS who is out in the map. We know that's not always too common for BDS, but if Leakafat wants to get out in the map, if Users maybe wants to get on a roam, if Shaiko continues to do so, Black Dragons should find them, isolate them and take them out quickly. Keep that pressure on.
Speaking of that pressure, looking already towards the Monty being brought along once more. Swapped out here at the last second, and now it's Guto who gets a turn on the Deimos. So 4 different players have now played it. Never mind, I'll wait until the hovers are done. It's always the way you start talking about something and then choose that's a good time to change way and pick something else instead. So cast the rule, don't talk about it till it's locked in. As it is now, it'll be the Blitz on side instead, but now Deimos does return here for Guto, who, as we saw, got involved in that entry scrap in the last round. Maybe more looking here to give him the tools to support on the way through. The one thing I've really enjoyed seeing is players like Maya over on Team Liquid actually keeping the Deimos alive later into the round when there's only 2 or 3 players left, because your impact then is so much more significant when there are less players around to assist the hunted, to cover for them, to kind of bait the Deimos in, essentially. It makes him really, really potent. So whether or not Guto now steps back a little bit and plays a bit more conservatively remains to be seen, but I'd love to see that.
Already, Shaiko's going to be dashing back down yellow stairs, looking to reposition down towards the bottom. As I said, this is what I want to see from Black Dragons. Plenty of droning, recognise where those players are, isolate them and get the kills if you can. If you force them back, not the end of the world, so long as you don't let them take one out on the way. Need to keep that man count up. The blitz of Florio is potentially going to be perfect for this job. Looks like it's going to be, I was going to say dedicated to chasing Shaiko down yellow, but instead, I think they've identified that there was somebody up on that top floor, so instead, going to be heading across. Very concerned about the potential of Capcan traps, though, and it's going to be Leakafat, who could find himself in a real sticky spot here if he lets this blitz close him down. He's, I think, having a little think about the window there, but he's not going to get any joy.
I mean, there's a second player waiting down the bottom, ready to dance, and no way. Florio lost out here. They at least secured the trade, but they've lost the blitz in that situation to get a Capcan. Doesn't really feel like a worthwhile trade. It's like trading a shiny Charizard for a basic Pikachu in Pokemon.
Not that we'd know anything about that, but
everyone's obsessed. It's dangerous.
a lot of Capcom traps spotted there. I think 4 of them have just been seen. So that's at least something for Black Dragons. We wouldn't expect them to be wandering into any of those now. It should be picking up at least the majority of them and clearing them out, if not all of them. But as you said, quite rightly, Des, that loss of the blitz, if I'm looking at the utility that they've got left here, they've got Buck to do a little bit of vertical, but there's only 55 seconds left to go, so there's not all the time in the world for him to do that, not even got downstairs yet. So Buck's going to do a little bit of vertical. What else have they got? They can open hatches with Hibana. They've got the tracks of the Deimos, but if BDS are going to hold themselves up inside, the tracks of the Deimos might not actually be that valuable unless Black Dragons can find a couple of kills and isolate BDS, which at the minute is not looking too likely.
Like I say, you get down to 3 players there. You're taking out a third of the team that remains with just one of those tracks, and you know where he is. You've got the direct call on him. You basically guarantee yourself a kill in that situation, as Maya proved against G2 yesterday. So again, I'd really like to see that being held onto a bit longer here. We've still got 2 tracks left in back pocket to make use of. Aski's starting his march on 4, but being here inside of the Frost, they at least know exactly where he is. And Shaiko's found 1, Guto into another. But look at that, suddenly out of nowhere, it's 4 kills to BDS in the space of about 3 seconds, and they get the round over the line.
Black Dragons needed the blitz. They'd lost him. Florio, you know, was taken out. Leakerfact got the only kill that he needed to up on the top floor, realistically. By dropping that shield, like I said, there was no focus for the attack. There was nobody to push in behind. There was nobody to create any space. When you're going down into basement with 30 seconds left to go, up against 4 players from BDS, it's going to be a huge struggle because they're just going to sit there holding their angles and you know they're going to hit the shots. And that's exactly what they did. So really well played from BDS. I think they've recognised that. As soon as they've got that kill on the blitz, as soon as that call has come through from Leakerfact saying that he's dealt with him, that's it for BDS. Decision made. Leakerfact can play his life. If he gets any more, it doesn't. If he doesn't, it doesn't matter. But we're going to stay down in sight now, and we're just going to let them try and push us. We saw, I think, bottom yellow was barricaded. You know, they know they're not going to be coming from the breach that late in the round. So at this point, you know that they're coming from either kitchen door or from security. That's their only choices, and BDS were well ready for it.
Quick tech pause, you can see, I think Solotov's got an issue with his keyboard or something by the looks of it. Self-diagnosing and self-resolving by the looks of it as well. Him and Leakerfact working together on that one. Job's been done. And the game can resume. So no big lengthy rehost to go through by the looks of it, which is what we love to see, Tim.
I often have a problem with my mouse, Des.
Oh.
Usually the left button, it doesn't seem to work very well.
I think it seems to like always miscalibrate. And, you know, when you try and swing right, it goes
just
way
doesn't
off.
seem to work.
Your bullets never land. I've seen it so many times.
It's a constant problem that I have with
Have you tried replacing it a few times?
I have, yeah. It's a really weird thing. I've tried changing the sense, I've tried replacing the mouse, and I just seem to continue with this. I mean, it obviously can't be me. You know, it must be the equipment, but...
Maybe it's your monitor, mate.
Could be.
Could be.
Could try replacing the monitor or my chair.
At 240 hertz ain't enough, mate.
Yeah, it could be.
Get up to whatever it is. What's all the kids running these days? Is it 340, 360 they're running?
No idea, Des. I'm running on a CRT.
Everyone hearing that is like, what's a CRT?
That's the best bit! That's the best bit!
Cathode ray tube. Yeah, the old school massive fat monitors. Oh, God. Memories of school have just come rushing back.
I bet.
The size of some of those monitors were ridiculous.
Des, I remember school before computers, my friend.
Don't show your age too much, Tim. Come on.
I genuinely, we'll get back to the round, don't worry. I genuinely remember us getting the first computer in our school. I genuinely remember that. Anyway.
What's this thing? Why are we having to use that? Ugh.
Anyway, move on.
Now here we are.
I'm old.
Watching video
How'd you do, fellow kids?
Yes, we'll get you a cap, Tim, and a red jacket and a skateboard later.
Oh, dearie me. Right, let's get into it. It's round 5. BDS, a bit of a comeback trail. Lost the first 2 rounds, but then have looked, to be honest, super solid in the last 2. So you're going to see the Selmas deployed on the floor to the sides of the hatches. They are, however, going to be shot away.
I think that got impacted off there from the side.
No,
yeah, there was Solotov that's dancing above.
He was inside of Visa, and he's actually shot it off from the side, I believe. There.
No, but he used his impact to bombs down here.
Get the other one
Solotov above, yeah.
There was a few shots, a few impacts, but they've dealt with it. So long as you don't get the yellow portion of the Selma touching the electricity, it will be fine, you see. So you can extend it onto the hatch, and you can get it cleared out, despite the Cade electrical being on there. But BDS, they were ready for that, and they had a secondary plan. Love to see it.
Yeah, I like that. I'll tell you what, that's a bit of a trade coming through for freebie, and surely enough, Shaiko should get recovered from there. But the big thing for me is, like, we've seen a number of teams yesterday when they played on concert doing just that. opening up the hatch by making use of the Selmas in that exact way. So BDS have then stacked 3 players nearby to make sure it actually stays denied away, which is really, really smart. Now the ace is offline. You've only got the Thermite on side. He's now going to fall down as well. Another C4 gets tossed skyward here as well. Surely a 1v1 gets one out here at some point. Leak it back, hitting the deck. And finished off here by Florio. Not too bad at all for the boys. In orange, almost they come into a 4 versus 2 with the plant going down, and BDS are nowhere to be seen.
The Not Solotov does manage to find Hornet, but the diffuser is down and things are going to get real difficult now. Shaco's going down, looking, cut down at the bottom of stairs. Guto finds Solotov, and that was a really nice attack from Black Dragons. So the initial push didn't really work for them. They wanted to open the hatch just inside of Visa door, but they didn't get it done. However, it sort of came to their advantage at the end there, because that meant they could leave Solotov out in the cold. Once they've got Monte into that server corridor, you saw him walk right underneath the hatch they were trying to open originally. With it closed, they don't need to worry about the flank. They don't need to worry about the hatch being dropped behind them. They just wandered on in and started taking fights inside the site. It worked out really well for Black Dragons, so good adaptation gets them a 3rd attack.
What you'd normally see there is try and get full control of like Telus Archives area and then push down the stairs in towards server, but they left that to BDS and said, if you guys want to use that, we're just going to hold a crossfire on. So you want to come walking down, then by all means go ahead, my friends. Really didn't need any control outside of Visa itself, and once that was in their hands, well, you saw the outcome. Really good decisive round, and this is where I think this game will be decided, is in the ability for the teams to move from slow to fast incredibly quickly. And that's exactly what Black Dragons did. I think BDS weren't expecting to move so quickly. It was panic stations from that point onwards of, oh my God, we've got to get back downstairs, we've got to fight over this, we've got to do that, got to do this. And although it started well for BDS, really caught asleep at the wheel there about halfway through the round. Now we get to see how Black Dragons round out the half. A 4-2 attacking half will feel pretty good if they manage to get to that point, but can BDS bounce back? Find out now.
In my head there, I'm just kind of, you know, paused for thought and thinking, if BDS get a 3-3 here, you know, is it as simple as them then coming and getting 4 attacks? But the honest truth is, I don't think it necessarily is. The problem that you've got is that you're going to have Shaco on Deimos, and we know how deadly he is. We know how deadly that operator can be. Maya gave us a great example yesterday. You know, absolutely phenomenal on the Deimos, and really did shape the game against G2 with it. So yes, that is going to be a big difficulty for Black Dragons to deal with. You know, when they do get onto the defense next round, I'd expect to see, you know, maybe some Vigil, maybe some Mute, anything they can do to try and prevent those scans being effective, because they know that that's what Shaiko's going to do. But for the time being, they're going to be looking to try and secure themselves a 4th attack, and it's going to be onto top floor. Already getting themselves up yellow here. This is quite good progress from Black Dragons.
It feels crazy to be saying that when Consulate is our most defender-sided map so far at the Major, 65% defensive win rate. Like, it is flying. The next map is at 58%. That is just how big the gap currently stands. So at least that's how things sit. I'm a little bit like, this is looking really good for Black Dragons. If they get this over the line, they're in a very, very good position going on towards their own defensive side. Of course, BDS could be a very different team on the attack, 2 halves to a game of Siege, all that good stuff. Wait and see how it shapes up when we get there. Really, though, another player... Everyone wants to have a go on Deimos. I think Paul Florio feels left out here. He's the only player that hasn't played the Deimos so far.
He's not going to get a go either.
No.
Unless it goes to overtime, maybe they'll let him have a turn then.
Maybe if it's really that dominant, but I'm not convinced we'll find ourselves getting to that point.
No, I don't
See how it swings back as we go through that second half, of course. But now, though, all this work below, as you come to expect, trying to create room and massage the defenders upstairs off of site itself. They're looking to contest it. Look at this, 2 players jumping around the same hole as well. They want to fight it, and they've got the down as well. Tim, love that. The confidence to step back, and remember what I said earlier about the verticals really being in your favor. Let's step back across there, control that angle, and got the kill they need. And Leaky Fat's got away for free, and it's a friendly kill with a nade. That is not ideal.
Yeah, the wheels have...
Has that rolled downstairs and killed him? Is that what's happened?
I think it's a Deimos, yeah, it does. So they were trying to deal with the player in behind the desk. They knew that the Valk was there and playing. This is beautiful from BDS.
Another team kill? Well, this is not how it's meant to go. Clown music plays very loudly.
At the minute, the BD in BDS seems to stand for Black Dragons. Black Dragons certainly doing the job for them at the minute. Yeah, it's been a tough round for them. Like I said, they sent the nade in to try and deal with the Valkyrie in behind the desk because they weren't getting it done from underneath. And I've got to ask questions of Ask really there. I don't think he's opened enough of that floor behind the desk really with the book before he lost his life. You can see the final kills come in from BDS, but all credit to BDS. They've had a good understanding of exactly how to deal with an attempted window plant. They know that the pressure's going to come from underneath. When Ask didn't open up enough of the back desk area, you saw the Valkyrie just playing on the cusp of it. He was just sort of stood to the side of the verticals, but not really showing himself to the angle from the window. So it was just really great positioning and great understanding from BDS. If Ask opens up another step to the side, it's probably a bit of a different story, and maybe your window player gets your first kill onto the Valkyrie and Black Dragons can get a bit of momentum in the round. But BDS, they were just playing with every single millimetre that they were given.
They played really well because he went aggressive onto that Buck when he was down below, so he couldn't keep opening the floor up. But for me, the comedy of errors was the nade that Nux threw in from the execute window, bounced through the hole of the floor and killed the Deimos, who was down inside of Art. And I was just like, that could not be any more unfortunate, because obviously your Deimos there is your backup Buck in a way to give a little bit of vertical trip, but they've lost both of them, which then means realistically, BDS are free to play inside of sight, free to contest you, and you saw exactly how the round played out. And this is why sometimes those early kills in a round, the first or second, can actually be round deciding kills.
Well, they've effectively lost 2 players just trying to deal with the desk player, which can be done from the closet window, from Art window. You don't even really need to go in there. If you've got a Buck, you can open up enough of the floor from below and hold an angle that they can't play in behind there realistically. So I think maybe Black Dragons have just fumbled it. I think they've maybe overcomplicated clearing that position, and you know, there's no way that BDS should have been able to keep sort of commandeering and having the control over that corner of the room. They shouldn't have really needed nades going in. They should, you know,
I do want to say, I do think Black Dragons played that half quite well in terms of how slow and composed they were. They didn't really give BDS many opportunities to hit them out on their own, for example, and in fact often punish them out on their own. So although it was slower, as we would come to expect, I do think it was quite well put together, and they've got those 3 attacking rounds. You're not going to complain again on a map like Consulate when it's successful for defense, as it normally proves to be. Now they get to show their chops on the defensive side, though, and it's BDS have got to show us what they can do on the attack. And Tim, to no one's surprise, guess what Shaiko's starting on? It's going to be the Deimos, but it's Leakyback who strikes first here with the Habana, getting rid of Florio.
Yep, they don't need a scan to know where Florio was standing. I think a little bit of drone intel there just gives Leakyback everything he needs, takes a spray through the barricade and gets the job done. We can see the boogie drone going on in and doing its work, taking out not only the barricade, but a ton of the floor. Hornet, however, manages to strafe around the corner, find his man. He's left on 8 HP, but some of that damage is done because that's all your boogie drone's gone.
You know what? I admire the balls. To then go pushing in towards a boogie drone where you know there's going to be a round, where you don't really have full knowledge and awareness of exactly where they are, back outside the window or not, to still go in and take that challenge is brilliant. Solotov taking off on the round means that they've only got 1 really down that opens up that vertical flooring for them. Looking on the rest of the team, what can you really use here to get things opened up? Are you going to start chucking the Selmas on the ground or making use of the Habana S Kairos or the Deimos here? Like, Deimos can really get the job done for you, but you give him away in that spot. Really want Shaiko in these more lethal positions. So I think it's just really good to get rid of a really crucial operator in this lineup that BDS needed to get control of the downstairs.
Yeah, dealing with this mirror window is going to be particularly important, and they've managed to do that by targeting the Tubarão, which just moved him away for the time being. Of course, the soft floor will allow them, you know, to spray through and hit that canister as well, make sure that the glass has been dropped. There might be an opportunity here. If BDS have got pipes cleared out, which I think they have, sort of yellow pillar area. No, they don't. I was going to say, if this area is clear, they can potentially get in and plant on the bomb chassis, even if somebody's playing the mirror window. It doesn't matter too much. But while somebody's on that yellow pillar, it won't happen. They need to go in there and get that.
And there's 3 C4s still content with those, so it's not as simple as walking in and just plan, because they'll find themselves getting blown sky high, as they almost found out there. Mirror taken down, still 2 C4s to play behind here as well, so keep an eye on when those get whipped out. But more now it's about the pressure that Leakyback can start exerting. Can they push in towards security? And that's exactly what he's doing. Finds a second, plants going down, but like this, they've lost a couple of players themselves. As left standing here, C4, no real capacity to get it out. I say that now, it comes out, but it's the invitation for the swing to come on through. And yes, BDS take the first round, as you can tell by Leakyback's very jubilant reaction.
Really good from BDS. You know, recognise that Nux was the linchpin of the defence there, really. As soon as they get him cleared out, everybody is kitchen or deeper. Like you say, they've got nitros in hand, but BDS had smokes and other utility that they can put in there. It becomes a, you know, sort of a weighted gamble at that point. You're thinking we can at least get into a spot where they're probably not going to throw the nitro. As long as we don't know, you know, exactly where we're planting, it should be okay. It should work out. If they do hit us with a nitro, we can send somebody else in. We've got weight of numbers now. You know, they can grab it and go for a plant as well. So just a really good recognition from BDS. They get the round sorted, 4-3. It was unfortunate for Black Dragons, to be honest, because they had a decent start to the round. You know, yeah, they lost the opening kill, but then Hornet just, you know, getting brave, getting in there, taking the ram out with the shotgun on the close angle, did a real job for them. Really reduced that vertical pressure that they were going to face, but it just wasn't enough in the end. And that's always going to be the problem with playing BDS. There's those moments where you just know things might not go perfectly for them, but they'll find a way.
This probably won't surprise you too much, as Black Dragons are actually the team that have played the most maps so far at this major. This is their 11th map that they're playing. Ask is one of our only players that's over 100 kills in total, but on this map, he's been really quiet down at 3 and 7. And the blessing is, of course, you've got Hornet, who's been having a fab tournament as well, but he's not really the main entry for this team. That sits with Ask. Both are very, very close in terms of entry count, but Ask is the one that you tend to see getting into those more aggressive positions and looking for the early fights. And so far, he's been chewed up and spat out nearly every single round. They're holding in there even without him performing at that level, but he really has got to find a way into this game, I feel. Otherwise, they're going to struggle throughout the remainder of this half.
Straight up to the rooftop, BDS go then. I'm going to be attacking onto the top floor to begin with. Try and get those players cleared out of the admin side, I think.
What I do actually love about this, because we spoke about the ban earlier on the the Dokkaebi being banned away. BDS are massive Dokkaebi merchants. Almost like, I've gone out a limb here and saying away, like, they rely on Dokkaebi to get a lot of their attacking work done. It helps them take control of ground very quickly. It helps them push through and get really aggressive onto 1 or 2 players that dare to roam against them. Without that on side, I think they're a little bit more limited. Things like the Deimos definitely help, and having the Monty on side here is going to help, and the Grim for the execute. That's all well and good, but I am curious to see throughout this half how they adapt to not having that Dokkaebi available to them.
A little bit of a risk from, I think it was the smoke of Nux there. Just
he's got to stop, man. He's 16 HP.
That's it. He really does need to start. 3 Toxic Babes in pocket as well. If he goes, they go with him. And it's going to be a huge loss of utility, especially when you can see in the distance Brede dropping yellow with the shield. Going to try and make life as difficult and uncomfortable as possible with the Monty. Knows that there's a shotgun hard left. Not too much of a problem, so long as he's got his shield extended. Does have some support with him, but certainly not scared here. Black Dragons Ask manages to take down Shaiko. They've doubled up on Brede, dealt with the shield, and that is a brilliant passage of play from Black Dragons to clear out top yellow.
How is the bot yellow not locked down for them? They've let a player on the side of Black Dragons just sweep his way up, and they pay the price. Black Dragons now in a great position in a 4 versus 2 to get things closed out, but BDS there, I think, a little bit asleep at the wheel, and they pay the price. Just 2v1, and the separate player that was buying yellow by himself, and Brady could do nothing but watch on there as he got bullied off and shut down. Maybe a bit of an overkill there, I'm afraid, Leakyfat, but I don't think he gets much more out of this round now unless he pulls off a wondrous shot on towards Hornet, who's dancing around these yellow stairs, waiting for him to get too close. And there's a shotgun shell with Leakyfat's name on it.
Yeah, 35 seconds left to go. It's only likely to be exit frags if Leakyfat is able to pick up any more. Not to say that it's not possible, but it's unlikely. 1v3 becomes a 1v2, however, Florio is there waiting to take his shots over the balcony. They had themselves positioned perfectly on either side. Nice crossfire. Nothing that Leakyfat could do about it. And BDS, like you say, a couple of mistakes there. There's the big one being allowing that player onto bottom yellow to walk up on Shaiko, and that leaves Brede all alone, and that's it.
Again, I'll give it to Black Dragons, so it was a really smart play because he had Hornet also rounding the corner at top yellow, knowing that realistically Brede wasn't going to drop his shield at that time to take a challenge, so they can force this 2 versus 1, but the timing is beautiful. Like, Shaiko had no idea what was coming at him. Even with the calls of the shotgun player swinging, he's swinging, he's swinging. Oh, there's someone below as well. We didn't know about that. And this is where something like a Nomad would really help there. And normally BDS are big Nomad players. They love running that operator, but as you saw just there, nothing really more to be said about it. Didn't come to help them in this case. And again, a wonderful play around top yellow from Black Dragons. Kings of top yellow in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody or anything on the flank would have done, but BDS, unfortunately for them, didn't have it. 4-4, and this one continues to be a close affair. We saw a lot of overtimes yesterday, Deju and I, which is nothing new for us, it's fair to say, but it looks like we could well end up screaming towards another one in the first game of the day here, because there is very little to separate these two teams. Like you said, you know, coming in here, a lot of the coaches, a lot of the fans, I'm sure a lot of the players thought that this may be a tournament that was BDS's to lose, you know, given recent performances, finalists at Manchester Major, but they just haven't been able to show us that cutting edge that they normally have. I feel like, I'm not singling anybody out, but sort of Solotov feels
so
like...
you are singling someone out then, Tim?
Solotov feels like he's been a little bit quiet, kind of Shaiko feels like he's been a little bit quiet, and that kind of backline that mops everything up for BDS, you know, Leakyfat goes out and gets a couple of kills, and then you've got these players inside that just kind of lock everything down. It just doesn't really feel to be happening that way this tournament.
No, that's a concern, like I mentioned earlier, for BDS, is like at times it just feels like they lack that edge at times, and we know that they're super competent players. It was the EU super team when it got pulled together. Solotov and Users moving over from old M&M, having 3 really great players that were on this roster for a long time for BDS coming together. The switch to the English language as well, like lots of things happened and they looked almost unstoppable. Of course, as we saw back in Manchester, they are plenty stoppable, as Beast Coast proved, but the problem for me is it's never consistent, and that is what always worries me about BDS, is do they lose form at the wrong time?
The problem with the mute jammer being taken out there, it was grabbed by the Brava drone and then it had to be destroyed. The problem with that is it was placed to allow people to avoid Deimos tracks. Of course, looking towards Shaco playing that operator, so that's just going to make things a little bit less safe inside of sight, particularly if BDS can take control of this top floor, maybe get a little bit of verticality onto Piano. It makes Hornet's position even more important here. Let's try and hold on for as long as possible. Doing a good job so far. 1:20 left on the clock, so more than half of the round wasted by these roamers on the top floor. And BDS not really in a confident position yet to start pushing side. They might find themselves with a bit of space in there. They've missed the vault cam just above them there, I think. No, they haven't. I'm seeing blue lights off to the side. But if they can get a little bit of space, the problem they're going to have is that verticality coming down on top of them.
Is looking for a plant. They need to get rid of this vertical player, and sure, if they know where he is, and yet the Grim Bees coming in there, really well used up on the top floor to stop that vertical being played, but it's not stopping the gunfight being forced. He's very happy to walk through the red pings at this point and to say, you know what, I'll happily take the battle back, giving nothing over towards the other side for free. Smoke coming on through, and that could be their agency here. An attempted flank down spiral also shut down. BDS with the numbers advantage, but can they still get this flank down? I'm not too sure.
Well, that's the big question. Black Dragons have still got top floor. Can they use it? Can they deny this plan? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Users is able to stick it. So whilst BDS haven't played into that top floor, they've given it over to Black Dragons. They've had confidence that maybe Black Dragons just wouldn't be able to do enough with it. And BDS were right. The gamble's paid off, Des. They've left them up there out in the cold, and they've managed to just cut down Black Dragons' numbers enough that they couldn't cover the entire site. They've found the space. They've got the plant down. BDS showing that sometimes a direct route to site can do the job.
I love how in this game, actually, we've seen both teams adapting to what have become very common defenses for, two different sites. And we had the downstairs site, for example, that electrified hatch inside of Visa, normally opened up by an ace with two of the Selmas on the soft flooring. You contest that by having someone above, or you have players inside of Visa itself willing to contest and shoot those Selmas off. In that round there, it is so common that you see players trying to plant in that corner of like Trophy Expo, whatever you want to call it. In that little spot, you're always exposed to top floor, and the way they countered it was with the Grim Bees and with smokes. So the adaptation here to what is becoming the norm on this map, I'm really enjoying seeing from both teams, to be fair. At this point for BDS, though, they're the ones in the lead, and that's why attack timeout's coming for Black Dragons. They've got to figure this one out. They feel themselves that this one is starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, definitely that. They know that now BDS are... They're one of those teams, they smell a bit of blood in the water and they're going to come after you. They know that they are close and they do know how to close games out. They're going to need 2 more rounds, and I said it yesterday, I feel like BDS are one of those teams that have always got that little, they kind of keep 10% in reserve sometimes, and when they really need to call on it, you'll just see them take it up a notch, and I'm wondering whether we're going to see that here in round 10 or not. Is it going to be that they just start stretching their legs now? That last one was a really nice round for them. Black Dragons never really got close. BDS were on top in terms of numbers, kills, everything. They just walked in and started killing people inside of sight. If the confidence is up, if they're feeling like now's the time to get the job done, they've also, of course, by virtue of Black Dragons calling attack time out, they have the same opportunity themselves, BDS, to have that discussion, and just watch for them upping the pace a little bit on attack here and upping the pressure on Black Dragons.
If nothing else, I'm really happy to see Leakifak having a good game, because I know it was only 2 games that we saw played yesterday, but he was the lowest rated player on BDS, and it's not like him. It's, again, I forget who it was, called him a playmaker. He's the best playmaker in the world right now. You really want to keep a close eye on him. Didn't have the best day yesterday, but sometimes players, they don't always have the best start to tournaments or the best start to get games themselves overall. So I think actually having yesterday is a bit of a, I want to say a warm-up. It feels bad to say your official games are a warm-up. Warm-up wasn't really great for them, but clearly starting to warm into the game more and more as time goes by. Nox taken down by Shaco early on, with the shield now following him behind 2. I tell you what, that should have been a freebie, but a freebie it was not guaranteed to be. Tim, they've just walked in and started planting here. There's nothing more to be said.
This is what
Where
I
are
said.
they?
This is what I said BDS might do, and that is get aggressive and just put the pressure on Black Dragons. That's exactly what BDS have done. We're just going to walk into sight, we'll kill anybody that's immediately in our way, and we'll put the diffuser down. You're not going to stop us, and it's BDS, as I said, just taking it up a gear, just finding that extra 10%, and right now it's going to put them onto match point, almost certainly. Guto is going to be down on the cap can. They know that the last is above. They're watching that hatch for the drop potentially, and with a Monty on side, there's absolutely no chance for Hornet here realistically. He's going to come face to face with the shield. Chase down, Brede gets his second, and that is going to be BDS in rapid time closing out that round.
Such an intelligent round. We were talking about that hatch inside of Visa earlier. Solotov's on the Hibana out there trying to get it opened up, and naturally, BDS, sorry, just having the BD at the start of the names is really confusing. Black Dragon seeing BDS contesting so aggressively onto it earlier thought, oh, we'll do the same. They had 2 or 3 players hanging out towards the far east side of the map trying to contest that hatch, but BDS knew this, they expected it, and that is why 30 seconds into a round, Monty is in sight and planting down with no one anywhere nearby to contest it. So it was a really good bait and switch being shown by BDS there. Big brain play, gets them up to 6 and 4 and at match point.
Great decoy, as you say, just to draw that attention. We head then into round 11. BDS are going to get 2 opportunities to close this one out. I think, you know, a lot of people will have woken up this morning expecting BDS to come away with a win here. It looks like that could be the case, but Black Dragons have certainly shown us plenty throughout Consulate to show that there is rounds that they can definitely take. It's going to be up to the top floor that Black Dragons go. Not an easy site always to hold on to. I don't think BDS will make it as easy as something like trying to go in through the window. They won't give Black Dragons the comfort of just being able to hold on to one position. They've got the Monty of Breed A, so we're likely to see either an admin push where he tries to move across into meeting, as we saw Black Dragons try to do on their attack of this site, or alternatively, Breed A will try to work in from top yellow. Personally, I think it'll be top yellow. They've spawned over that side. They got hit last time on the flank, but they're not going to make that mistake again. You know that they're going to have cams down there. You know it's going to be watched. You know they're going to be cautious for anybody moving around underneath. So they'll make sure that Shaco can properly support Breed A up at top yellow with that Monty, and this try and bully on into sight and create a little bit of pressure.
I mean, yeah, they found the answer last time, right? I'm just thinking, what do BDS change up here? I mean, immediately there's 3 on these windows, ready and waiting. Recently buffed Zero with 6 SAM cams down back pocket. That's a lot of information that you can fire over in towards site or in towards different parts of the map, of course. In this case, being used in places like a Twitch drone to try and get rid of these Goyo canisters. It's the main use case you're looking for, but to keep on losing these cameras will be the concern that they have here. They've got to find a way to get rid of the players that are actually sat inside the site itself. That's where the Grim comes online, for example, or a Buck comes in below. Leakerfax underneath now, and as soon as they get any kind of sniff as to where a player is, guess what's coming skyward? There'll be some skeleton key shells looking for those unfortunate souls to still be inside of sight.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as they can get that player moved out of the middle of CEO, they can then look at deploying that SAM cam that they particularly want. So I think they're conscious, you know, of any potential further Goyo canisters to make sure they've got them cleared out. Have BDS learnt their lesson, Des?
I think they know.
Question. They got hit on the flank last time. Ask is moving around underneath. Leakerfax is there. Been spotted on a drone. There is now absolutely no excuses for BDS to get hurt by Ass.
I just thought Shaiko on drone duty at this point for his team. It shows a lot of team play when you've got your main fragger being the one who's set back and sat on drones here to enable the rest of the team to get their way forwards and start marching on in. Pressure kind of being built around the site a little bit here, but top yellow is now in their control. Leakerfax underneath, who are on the window. They're starting to build up what they need, Tim, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen as we saw last time round over here, where that Monty just gets pushed super aggressively on yellow.
Yeah, they've got the intel that they need. They're likely to go in through the window when Breed A starts pushing forward here just to create that little bit of space. I think there's 2 stacked up on the rappel, which
this is cheeky.
One probably goes in, but Shaiko just gets away with it there. Nux just... little bit, fraction of a second too late on popping up, but like you said, that's the big problem, is BDS are unaware of his position. 30 seconds left to go. It's going to have to be go time for BDS soon.
They've bailed, they've changed their mind, so now we've had the Monty leave top yellow and it's moved away entirely, but Leakerfax found his one. It's Breed A this on the window with them here, I believe, on the Monty. In fact, they're going up towards the roof as well, so he'll go back towards yellow again here. That kill has unlocked the round for them. They feel getting rid of the Goyo, taking away the Knight. In fact, no, the impacts on the back pocket that have been removed here. Knocks in finds Shaiko as well, but look at this, they're losing players everywhere, Tim. Decimated. It thought for a second it looked like they might be able to get something off this, but it's simply not to be. Solotov's in and trying to take a fight towards Guto, but he'll get away with absolutely nothing. Leakerfax finds himself a 3K, but there's no time left in the round.
That was a really good defense from Black Dragons there.
Very patient.
BDS have kind of thrown everything at them. They've had pressure top yellow, they've had players on windows, they've had Grims going in, they've used the SAM cams to clear out the utility. BDS have kind of done everything that they should have done, everything that they needed to do to try and clear out that plant spot inside of the window, but ultimately Black Dragons have just been so resilient to it. They've constantly been able to keep having an impact on that space. We saw even at the end the Toxic Babe canisters still going into that position. They were able to fend off the Monty to prevent Shaiko pushing round on the Deimos. Nux just holding it down on top yellow. Really, really solid stuff from Black Dragons.
Great C4 sailing over the top. Crazy thing is, it's a 1v1 here at the end, by the way, it's worth stating. It's more down to the clock than anything else, because BDS, I think, got a little bit held up. But when you're against a Tubarão, when you're against a Smoke, when you're against a Goyo, wasting time is what they're going to do. And it comes back again to what I spoke about earlier in the Dokkaebi ban. That is what BDS use so often, to overwhelm and push in and get aggressive and use that noise of the phone calls to make plays happen. Without that onside, I'm not saying they're flailing, absolutely not. They're still at match point, they've done great. But you can see how Black Dragons are trying to play into that weakness a little bit here of a slower BDS slider, and they're already not particularly like the quickest team in the world, but because of that little bit slower, really trying to abuse that more by playing these stall operators is a really good way of approaching it. BDS with one final chance here to avoid going to overtime again. They had it against W7M yesterday. They lost 8-7 in the end on Border. Did go on to win their second game. I mean, fun fact about both of these teams, Tim, is they both played the same opponents. They both played against D+ and both played against W7M, of course, at different times and in different orders, but both have ended up being one-on-one, which is how we find ourselves here. And if you aren't sure what it means, that the whole one-on-one thing, if you win from this, you go up to 2-1. You're then into a best-of-3 promotion game, in which case you make it to main stage. If you lose, you go to being 1-2 in your score, which then means you're in elimination games. You have to then win 2 best-of-3s if you still want to make it to the main stage. And those best-of-3s kick off in about 2 matches' time. So when we get there, things really start to get spicy.
Yep, 3 is certainly the magic number, Des. 3 wins and you're through, 3 losses and you're out. Simple as that. Can't make it any easier for you. Now then, last time around, when they were defending this site, Black Dragons were pretty much allowed by BDS to hold on to the top floor. BDS went direct in towards site, just got enough kills that there was too much ground for Black Dragons to cover from the verticals, so BDS were able to get a plant down. Black Dragons, again, and I think quite rightly, have gone for that top floor hold. They've got the verticals open, and that is what they are relying on to prevent a plant inside a site. It doesn't look this time like BDS think they're going to get away with that Route 1 into site. They know they're going to have to do something about the top floor this time. I like that from Solitop. Sends in the nade, uses the noise to disguise his jumping through the window.
Oh, no!
What a reaction! Nux misses his shots, and Solitov, with a fraction of health left, gets the job done. 5 versus 3, and BDS might just be on their way, Des.
It's unfortunate as well, Bride's gone down. He'd won that 1 versus 1 at the top of yellow and got down, I want to say, from below, maybe through the hatch here from Guto on the Vigil. But he'll be recovered. They can still go on and press this. They've got all 5 players up, even if 2 are on a bullet from death. That's still enough. They've got all the tools to work with. They've still got 2 Deimos tracks to play behind as well. If BDS lose this one, it's going to feel like an absolute disaster.
Asker's just going to be circling around at long desk here, looking to see if he finds somebody, and he does! He knew that they were on Spiral, picked up Leak of Fact, and then just slips away back in towards meeting. But this is what BDS can do now. If 5 versus 3 becomes 4 versus 2, as they can just play the trade game. Solitov finds Ask, Shaiko with the last, and BDS it will be, heading on to 2 wins, 1 loss. They will go to the promotion match, to the match that might take them to the main stage, whereas Black Dragons, they're going to be fighting for their lives.
Don't believe they'll play until tomorrow, BDS, so for them that's the day done nice and early, whereas for Black Dragons, same sort of story, but it's going to be a pretty tentative affair. There are no more second chances now, and I think we can't really ignore, actually, for Black Dragons, they came out of the league with just a single point and still managed to make it to the major. The fact they're here will be a surprise to many. They've had a couple of good performances so far, but BDS, unfortunately for them, just a better team on the day.
Yeah, I think, like I said, BDS, it might not have been an all-time performance from them, but when you're talking about winning tournaments, it is just about getting the job done. I guarantee if BDS go on and raise that trophy, nobody is going to say, oh, but do you remember the Swiss phase? A couple of the games were a bit close. Nobody cares. It's about getting the result, and that's what BDS has done. They found that 10% that I was talking about. They always seem to have it in reserve. We saw those couple of rounds where they just came in and, yeah, we've walked in and we've got a plant with the Monty in basement. You know, yeah, we've just gone directly into site, got a plant in piano. We've left them in the cold upstairs. They just always had that extra little bit in the last 2 or 3 rounds. And Black Dragons, despite their best attempts, just couldn't quite keep up at the end there.
One thing I'll always stress is, you know, Beast Coast, who of course went on to win the whole thing. They were, I think, 1 and 2 it was in the Swiss space, and they managed to bounce their way back and of course go on to win the whole thing. So I'm very much with you in that Swiss stage performance doesn't tell you everything. Really where a team's going to start being defined is in those best of threes, and like I said, that's where Black Dragons now have to go to. The BDS in the best of one, they'll feel, you know what, it's a best of one. We scrapped our way through there on a map that we enjoy. They're one they quite like as well, but we've managed to walk away here with the dub, which is the most important part. As I said, I've really enjoyed both teams, I think, and more BDS, to be fair, that were coming up with these different ideas to approach common problems on this map, like the lobby hatch being opened up, looking in towards earlier on, the vertical play that was being used with the smokes going down and the Grim Bees being fired upwards to deny the verticals being held. Just really good small changes in the gameplay that do start to open things up for you a little bit. Black Dragons come close, just not quite close enough.
I think ultimately one thing as well that I really enjoyed there from both teams was they had really good defenses of the top floor, particularly that window plant. We saw some really solid attempts, really solid ideas of how to prevent that from happening. Definitely worth a look back at. But
it's crazy they were so close when every single player is negative on the side of Black Dragons is worth stressing. Whereas on the other side, every single player bar uses is positive coming out of that game. That kind of tells you, like, that's how close it was. When BDS win rounds, they're really dominant. When Black Dragons won, it was more of a scrap over the finish line was the way to look at that and how you can interpret those numbers. For me, though, again, I said it during the game, Leakafak, he was bottom rated after yesterday, didn't have a good day. To come out here, 6 entries, be 14 and 8, that is the kind of performance you want to see from your captain in IGL.
On the way into this, of course, we heard from Ask from the side of Black Dragons, and he was very keen for a little bit of revenge after when he was on Team Liquid. They lost in Jönköping to BDS, and unfortunately, he's going to have to wait a little while longer for the opportunity for revenge, Des.
Not going to get it anytime soon, that is for sure. And I think just looking up and down it really, entries being the real dominant thing, I'd say, looking at that for BDS. Hopefully that continues into their future games as well, but Solotov is standing by with Anne for an interview. Let's go over there now.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. I have Solotov here to ask him a few questions about the game. First off, congratulations on the victory. You played Consulate, had a bit of a slow start on defense. Was that what you expected?
Thank you, firstly. To be honest, it's a bit classic, like from our side. The first few rounds were a bit sleepy, as always. So after the first 2 rounds, we said like they're not doing anything, so we can just slow the pace down. They don't have to play over aggro, do hero plays. So we just did that and started winning defense rounds. It was, like you said, it was a bit slow start still, but it's just a classic of our, to be honest. Then the attack was completely fine.
To be fair, it's an early game as well, right? So it's okay that it's a bit sleepy start here. When we spoke in EUL, you guys talked about how you don't like playing against shields. We often see shield bans from you as well, but no shield bans against Black Dragons at all. Was that a specific reason?
Not really. Some teams are really good with shield, and some teams like don't abuse that much. Also, we can play shields as well. So when we did our game plan, we just looked like, what do we want to play? What do we not want to play against? That's it. Like not really a special preparation or anything like this.
Awesome. What do you think was the main key to win so many rounds on the attack afterwards as well?
I think there was so many like really good, I would say, broken operators on attack. It was open, so as soon as like we did 3-3, we just said, okay, guys, Demo's open firstly. Kind of disrespect to Shaiko, so we said, okay, there's Grim open, Demo's open, so we can just play these operators, abuse them, and manage to win the attacks.
Awesome. Well, we definitely saw that. You now move up to the 2 wins, 1 loss bracket. Is there any team you really want to play to qualify to the finals?
Not really, because obviously you won the last event, so we're confident, and I think we are the team to play, so.
That's what we're hearing from everyone as well. They want to play you. Thank you once again so much for your time. Best of luck with the preparation for the next game. That was our first game on the A stream. We have a game coming up. SSG versus Virtus Pro, and our players have already come in.
Available now.
Welcome back to the A stream of the Montreal Major. Yes, the A stream, but we have a bit of a check-in with the B stream because we just saw Secret play against Scars, an 8-7 victory for June. We get to speak to him after his game as well. You've had an overtime win against Elevate, a loss against Falcons, and now you beat Scars in overtime. How do you feel about how things are going so far?
Obviously wins again, but still it was very tough games that we expected to win more easily, and obviously not expecting to lose to Falcons, but they played well, they played better than us, and now we just got to focus on ourselves.
Awesome. Well, a good game from you as well on this last one here. And about these 3 games in general, what are you most happy with coming from the team?
That we don't give up. Doesn't matter if we lose or if it gets tough, we always play to win. Doesn't matter if we are behind or ahead.
Awesome. Well, what's the main thing you think you need to work on as well if you say it's not really going as we wanted to have?
I think like individuals, like confidence, just bring them back. Like the next coming games, just everyone play themselves and more confident.
About those next coming games, you don't know who you're playing yet.
Not yet, but I hope it's going to be a good game.
Awesome. I hope so for you too. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and best of luck with the preparation.
Thank you.
Awesome. We got a second game coming up on the A stream as well. We have SSG and Virtus Pro. And one big problem that we know about Virtus Pro is their map pool. So we had a check-in with them to talk about how they feel about this problem.
Have you worked on expanding your map pool, or are you satisfied with what your map pool is right now?
Actually, our map pool, in my opinion, is good, but we just like Trying to practice it a lot, and I think we are. We have good map pool, but we just sometimes struggle in our pick maps. Like for example, if we pick club, sometimes we can just lose it and win opponent's map pick. So we have like some inconsistency in our picks.
We tried to expand it, but have you seen these new maps like Lair, Night Heaven Labs? Like, come on. I don't know what to say. We're still trying because our team is, I think, the oldest one. Like, and that's what behind our map pool, I guess. Because people played so many maps before that are already deleted from the game, and they have to study a new one. So that's why I think we got this problem, because so many old players in our team, and everyone have to learn it, but it's really hard when you playing for so long.
A lot of the talent, the analysts on the EUL has been talking about that it seems to be a lot of the new maps that you don't like to play. Is that true? And if it's true, then why?
Because like sometimes it's so hard to prepare like 9 maps because there's 9 map pool right now. So you need to choose one map that you don't want to play, and then you need to play like 8 maps that you are playing like 50-50 or more. So for us, we are focusing on our older maps to be more consistent on these maps than like play a new map and playing it like on 30% of our strength.
Does it make it harder for you when you go into map bans? Like, is it more stressful for you because you know that teams will try to pick against your map pool?
Yeah, we always on the ban phase, we always know that there is 100% chance that we are going to play not our map, because people always know what we are playing, and that's it. We're always ready to play the not our map.
Well, the good thing for Virtus.pro is that this is a best of 1 against SSG, and we're seeing the players coming in now. A bit of friendly banter before they make it to the player area. And what we saw from SSG was a loss against FaZe, a win against Sonics. Similar track record as what we've seen from Virtus.pro. SSG played our very last game yesterday. We saw a really close game with 17 kills from Ashen, but the one player that really stood out over the course of yesterday has to be J9O. A major 4K against FaZe, a very impressive performance from him. And we could definitely see that this team was able to deal with the pressure. They were able to force a comeback against Sonics, and they have been doing that before. We talked about it after this game as well. Something that you do know and love to see from the side of SSG, as well as how vocal they are. And I wonder what that is going to do against a team like Virtus.pro. We're seeing them coming in very chill, cool, calm, and collected. And we haven't actually seen this team yet on the A string. A balanced performance from this team against FaZe, but unfortunately they suffered a loss on Cafe. It was a close game, and we saw Shepard then really step up against Sonics in that match. He must be the highlight player on this roster coming into this matchup. And even though we talked about, of course, their maps being a bit of a pain point, I think the entries haven't been going great for them either. They seem to suffer on that entry game early part of the round. Maybe this comes down to them being a bit slow sometimes as well. We've seen that in EU. We've seen it happen before. That's something that, of course, we want to see improve in this game. It's a best of 1. That obviously benefits Virtus.pro in this. They said, well, we know we're going into a map veto. We will probably not play our map. We'll see where we'll be heading to, as it seems like we'll be going to Cafe for this map. That is a map that we have seen from Virtus.pro yesterday. They lost it against FaZe. Of course, there is something to improve for them. We talked to these players as well, specifically about that game that they played against FaZe. So let's check in and hear what they had to say. We got Dan here from Virtus.pro. Dan, you won a game against Sonics yesterday and you lost against FaZe. Is this where you expected to be?
No, of course not. I think the game against FaZe were pretty close. It was a hard game for us and for them, I think. We lost a couple of our rounds, and that costed us the game, and a little adaptation from us in defense cost us rounds as well. And I think that's the main reason why we lost to FaZe. We were expecting to be at 2-0, but right now we're at 1-1. against a hard opponent, Space Station.
And of course, it's no shame to lose against FaZe. They're a very strong opponent. You brought it very close. What is your main takeaway from yesterday's games?
The main take, I think, that we need to adapt more and to do it faster, because, like for example, against Sonics and FaZe, we adapted only after losing like a couple of rounds, and that basically cost us the game and cost us overtime against Sonics. So that's why we need to adapt quicker.
Awesome. Well, you got another NA team today. What's the game plan to make sure you take down another NA team?
Space Station are hard because they are an unpredictable team. So I think the game plan is just to be ready for everything and to adapt as quick as we can, because they're unpredictable. They can do what they do. They can pick Caveira, hide anywhere. They can push every round. They can do slow attacks. So they're just unpredictable.
And the team is also very vocal. Do you feel like that might play a part in your mental as well?
No, I don't think so. I don't like people who are vocal, but I mean, we don't hear anything. If like Ashen will be screaming, we won't hear him anyway, so he can scream as loud as he can.
Awesome. Well, he'll definitely do that. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
We have Jano from SSG with us. You played the last game yesterday and the second game now. Do you feel like you've had enough time to prepare everything that you wanted?
I mean, it's definitely difficult having the last game into like one of the first ones, but yeah, I think we have more than enough time to prepare and sleep.
Also very important, yes. What do you think is the main game plan for today?
I think we're just gonna do our thing, not gonna give away too much, but yeah, we're gonna win.
I see it was a very vocal game yesterday as well against the Sonics. Do you feel like we're expecting the same kind of vibe today against Virtus Pro?
I think so. I think the Sonics are more of like a grudge match a little bit, but yeah, I think we'll still be vocal as per usual.
Awesome. And you had a really good moment yesterday against FaZe, that 4K. Tell us, please, what's going on in your mind and the comms afterwards?
I mean, the comms afterwards were definitely like livid, but yeah, I mean, I was just doing my thing bathroom side and happened to get 4 of them. So yeah, it was pretty cool. It was hype.
That's awesome. Hope you get more of that today. Thank you for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you very much.
Kind of sounded like both these teams are just going to do their own thing, not give away too much, and certainly don't get bothered by the trash talking from the enemy team. As we're looking at this pictureception here on the pictures on the monitors here for the SSG players. We're expecting quite some vocalists from them again, but we heard from VP, they don't care, they don't mind, they can stream as much as they want to do. We will not get bothered by it. We'll see how that turns out. Of course, our players are getting ready. We'll go to a quick break, and then we're back with the game.
choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'aiguisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
You were in a boot camp. Can you tell me about what was the focus in that boot camp? How was it?
Yeah, space station boot camping, you know, it's always a fun time. You know, 6 a.m. jumping in the lake, straight to the gym. You know, you're freezing cold, but you know, you're getting it done. It's hard, you're getting it done. You're eating your 2 pounds of beef a day. That's all you're eating, just ground beef and rice. Then you scrim, and then, you know, you do some hard stuff during the day, and, you know, it really gets your mind straight. So, you know, makes it a lot easier while you're here to stay focused and just really dial in and just get what you need to do and do what you need to do.
Okay, so it also sounds like, at least in your boot camp, that you're doing stuff that is not just scrimming and mechanical stuff. How important is, you know, team building, mental tools and stuff like that for your team?
Yeah, here at Space Station, obviously, you know, we really focus on our culture and, you know, just really, you know, bonding it together and being really close with each other and, you know, doing the hard stuff like, you know, jump in a freezing cold lake at 6 a.m., you know, going to the gym right after, just waking up early, you know, I think it binds and it makes it like a brotherhood because, you know, you're all doing it together and, you know, there's just not one person that's just skipping out or, you know, just missing it. So, you know, it really just binds you together and we always have each other's backs, pretty much. It's stronger than any team. I don't care what any other team says, it's stronger.
And I was talking to our analysts about your team. I was talking with them about all the teams. But when they were describing your team, they said different stuff about your play style. But one thing that they all said is that you might be the most vocal team at this major. Do you agree? And why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think, you know, we like to get in people's heads. We like to make it known that we're here. And, you know, even if it's out of game, you know, we see people at dinner, we're just making noises, you know, just let them know we're here. So, you know, and then obviously in the server, you know, I love yelling, Forrest loves yelling, we all love yelling. So, you know, we just like to get in people's heads and, you know, people think it doesn't affect them, but you're just stupid if you think it doesn't. You know, yeah, think about it, so.
We've heard from previous events how much SSG cares about the mental and every other aspect around the game as well. And they just finished that hurdle that you see on this screen. And I can't lie, it sounded a bit louder than it was yesterday. They have an important game ahead of themselves. It is Cafe. Our players are ready, our game is ready, so let's send it to Ace and Des.
A little bop here. Feels like proper like NBA showdown style music is what it probably feels like as well for SSG.
Yeah, I'm really built for the NBA, Des. I've got the height for it.
We're both screwed. We're never playing basketball anytime soon, that's sure. But no, for SSG, we cast them twice yesterday. VP, we didn't get the chance to cast. Shepard surprised me. He's had a wonderful tournament so far, ranked 7th overall, doing really well. SSG have looked good at points. There's definitely pieces to work on, and I just worry that, as always with Virtus Pro, if they come out here and they flip the coin, it's landed on heads, and they're playing at their best form like they often can do, they're going to be really hard to stop coming into this map. And this is a map that they have not banned at all in the last 10 weeks. VP are ecstatic that they get to play Cafe.
I said before we came into Swiss, when I said it, we did a little content piece actually talking about the draw, Jesse and I, and we picked out Sonics and VP, and I said at the time, VP might surprise you here. You know, I know that Sonics came in as one of the favourite NA teams, and there was a lot of people will have looked at that and thought, oh, great pick for Sonics, get Virtus Pro, you know, middle of the pack EU team, no problem. But the problem that you have when you're facing Virtus Pro is Virtus Pro have a real habit of playing and performing to what's in front of them. And when you put them, especially on LAN, against great teams, they have shown historically, year after year after year, that they can deliver great performances.
Don't forget, they finished third at SI this year.
Exactly, this is what I mean.
Incredible semi-final for them.
Incredible semi-final against W7M. And this is what I mean. It's Virtus Pro have a habit of performing to what's in front of them, and they did that against the Sonics yesterday. You know, they find themselves here against SSG now. It's not going to be a smooth, plain, you know, simple road for anybody into a final here in Montreal. That much is for sure. It's going to be littered with games like this where you look at it and it honestly is the toss of the coin which way this one goes. We saw great play out of SSG yesterday. You know, there was mistakes along the way against Sonics, but they showed great resilience to come back to get that win in overtime. It was an unbelievably entertaining game that we had to close the day out yesterday, and I'm just hoping for more of it against Virtus Pro now.
I think more bans towards their own comfort side here, to be honest, because both Monty and the Zami aren't massive operators that SSG tend to have in their wheelhouse, whereas on the other side of things, well, Joystick's been very much target banned by that Nomad ban coming out, and the Warden also a target ban in towards him. I'm sure someone somewhere is asking the question, respect or fear, and I imagine for Joystick it's probably more of a case of fear, although over the last 10 weeks, again, across the stage and throughout this major, it hasn't really been his day. Lowest rated on his team overall so far, so you might say, okay, target bans in towards Joystick. That's more about being fearful of the potential of Joystick and what he can do when he's on the right day. I remember like a few years ago, we were in SI and it was a group stage, and it was back-to-back-to-back action for 5 days straight. And I think the average kills that Joystick had every single game was 14 kills, if you remember. When he starts hitting, he is nigh on unstoppable. It's that consistency. It's the same question with BDS, really. It's about consistency with Virtus Pro. One day they can win everything. The next day, they look like a really rigid team that really struggle to adapt to very flexible defenses or attacks coming out of the other side. And I just worry how well they'll deal with the somewhat erratic nature of SSG's gameplay. It's hard to predict and read into sometimes.
Let's get into it then, 30 seconds into the action phase. SSG are going to be defending the top floor to kick things off. Not my favourite site on the map. We will see how they go with it. Usually very 50-50 in terms of who is going to come away with this. No real advantage for the defenders to be found up on the top floor. Interesting use of the observation blocker there just to prevent them seeing exactly what the setup is inside of Cigar. I think sometimes maybe slightly underrated. Piece of utility. Look at this action. He just can't see enough of the man. He knows that they are there, but he's going to have to dip himself away. That was agonisingly close for him.
This is so unrelated to the professional stage we're watching, but tell me Mozzi's video animation isn't the best one in the world, by the way.
Oh, it's
I love it.
If you get like a really nice like clutch or 2K with Mozzie, make sure you hit that reload because it just makes your clip look amazing.
The swing comes in and faults is gone. Joystick spoke about him a second ago. Well, he's on the Ash, Tim. What else is he going to be on when the Nomad's banned away? We've seen him tear teams apart on this Ash many times over. Wasn't quite respectful of J9O, though, down on Pixel. Ashing into a second. SSG so far holding on well, despite that initial entry coming in from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they've stood up well to the pressure there, and they're keeping hold of some key areas. That's what's important. Ashen still underneath, making life difficult on the Mozzie. Nitro in hand, he's down there to try and deny access into Piano, so should they move J9O out of here? Look at that from J9O. Doesn't even flinch at the nade coming over his head. Just goes straight up to the window, takes down always 4 versus 2. SSG looking super comfortable up on this top floor.
And even without the Nomad on side, they've just changed over and started bringing the gridlock instead, right? So it's not like it's a massive impact on the Virtus Pro setup. If nothing else, you've unleashed Joystick to be a little bit more aggressive. So maybe that ban may come back to bite them. Time will tell on that front. But J9O so far has done so much work around this Piano side. Just about gets away with his life here as well. A headshot would have been enough to see him finished off, but 63 HP is what he'll walk away with.
Dan's just having a look, see if he can get anything going from Cigar here, but with 25 seconds left to go, they know that there's going to come a point where they just need to push in. Shepard's still on the rappel.
I know.
There's just no real, I don't think there's any real sort of urgency or attempt to get this one done realistically. They know that the time is numbered. They know that SSG are likely going to lock it down. Shepard does eventually join Dan inside of the map, but Dan is already dead. Shepard looking for the one inside a washroom, takes him down, but it was beautifully set up by SSG for Ashen to step out and find the kill.
He's gassing up the team.
Sounds like his voice is going there.
Oh, thank God. Because in case you guys don't know as well, we have 4 booths. They're all facing into each other, like 2 side by side. You have 2 of the teams that are playing sat on one side, 2 on the other. So they don't face each other directly. The teams playing each other, they'll be in booths next to each other. But it does mean you can see the other teams that are playing the other game. And as we saw yesterday, they had the whole like wave motion, the wave that was building up. We started doing it as well. Everyone was getting involved. It was a good time. Everyone smiled and laughed. Maybe except for not Virtus Pro in this first round though. For SSG, it was a really good start. And as I said, J9O was the real X factor for them. Unchecked on Pixel to begin with, and then really just took control of the ground that opened up. And from there, there's nothing that Virtus Pro could really do to fight their way back in. So a bit of a slow, lethargic start for them. And SSG, as you can tell, very happy with how things have played out. Now we go down to the basement, or kitchen in this case, and look at what they're bringing out as a comp team. You've got the Mute Mozzie coming along here for full information denial. You've got the Goyo and the Smoke. You've got the Yokais. That's a lot of information. It's a lot of denial of information, and it's a lot of denial of operators too. Like what I'm seeing from SSG.
My concern for Virtus Pro, if I'm looking at this and thinking where are they going to find rounds, my concern for Virtus Pro would be that they do, we know, we've said it a million times, play super structured, don't really change things up too much. They play their game and that's what they're going to do, and they plan to just do it better than you can stop them. The problem is, against a team like SSG, that might not actually work very well, because we saw it from SSG against Sonics yesterday. Ashen's so willing to jump over the side of Banana and get 3 kills, and they're just willing to take those risks, do those little different things. It's not going to always be the same. It's not going to be rinse and repeat, and that makes them a very flexible team. So if Virtus Pro are coming in a way and they're trying to deal with that push and it's not working, SSG are going to have plan B, plan C, plan D. They're going to try all these different things, these crazy little attempts like we saw Ashen just, lead prone underneath the mining window. They're going to try all these little tricks. Nitro's going to pick up a kill onto Always, and it's going to make, there you go, perfectly. Thank you, Benja, for proving my point. They're willing to go out of windows. They're willing to really make it difficult for Virtus Pro, because the problem is when they start doing all this, Virtus Pro are not really the team to adapt to it, Des. They're not really the team to change what they're doing. They're just going to keep playing into it in the same way.
It's the pace that worries me a little bit here as well. I mean, the book being gone isn't the end of the world. They've still got 6 breaching charges they can make use of, but it's more the fact that with the book being offline, you're not going to open that ground up as fast. Virtus Pro aren't a super pacey team. They're not known as one of being the more, like SSG, I guess, a bit more erratic, a little bit more crazy, able to go from slow to fast at the spin of a dime. And I just worry here that with the amount of time they've got left on side, they're in a spot where they've got this first floor control, but they've lost 2 players, and SSG has said, you know what? You want that first floor, you take it. We're in a 5v3 here. We can just keep playing 1-for-1, and we win.
Yeah, that's it. SSG going to be more than comfortable now just to sit back and allow Virtus Pro a little bit of time and space. They don't need to be throwing bodies at this. They don't need to be losing lives. Shepard is going to push down the stairs, looking to challenge onto VIP, gets his man. That is a really important piece of the puzzle that he's managed to find, taking down J9O. Looks to the one behind long bar, but cannot find him. Going to see Shepard down now, so effectively it's all up to Joystick and Pasha. 45 seconds left to go. They've got 4 of SSG to face up to. We will see Shepard picked up, so that's something at least for Virtus Pro to hold on to here. They've still got the blitz, albeit on very low health.
Same as the last round, isn't it, really, in a 4 versus 2? You might find them picking up a kill or two. To be fair, back to a 3v3 because they've managed to actually recover Shepard.
3v2 on site at the minute, they're just off site.
Here we go, and they've also found the Mozzie tucked him. Down he goes. Oh, no! Ashen's found his man. He'll be very noisy after this if he gets away with it. No. Pasha with the shutdown. Forest onto 1 more, and it's still a 2 versus 1 with 15 seconds to play. I don't care how good you are, Joystick. SSG are not going to give you these isolated kills. They'll give you maybe 1. And I'm sure Benjamaster is long gone and hidden away and giving him absolutely nothing over to the other side.
No, absolutely not. Joystick's not going to get anything done here. That'll be the round closed out. SSG with a second. Shepard. Shepard had a real opportunity there, Des. He gets the flash onto the Mozzie inside a court check, hops through the window, and the reality is he missed his shots. If he hits those, you're talking about a different situation there. Benja's off site, they 3v1 on site potentially. If they can make that call, if they have that intel and they rush in, Benja's got to fight his way back in then. Plant can be going down, shield on his back for Shepard. It could have been really difficult for SSG to deal with, and it shows the fine margins that we're dealing with. Shepard goes in, it's not the easiest. You're on the pistol, you don't have a scope. It's, a little bit trickier, but you've got to be finding them. You've got to be finding them. Here we go.
That's painful.
You've got to be finding it.
I don't think Ashen was full white flash as the main one.
I don't think he was. But Shepard got, I think, 3 shots off there, and they were all left of his head. If it connects, it's done. He's at head level. It's done. Yeah.
Different conversation then, because you force Benji, leave the bakery player isolated. You get a plant down there so comfortably.
Absolutely.
But this is the fine margins that we often speak about. You know, 1 kill, it might not feel significant in isolation, but in the entire round, it absolutely is. Here we go then, with downstairs into Reading and Fireplace, and a small change in comp, still sticking towards the Intel Dinar, which I really like, because Virtus Pro, I think it was about 18 months ago, when quizzed as to what the hell was going on with the team, was they would say, you know, we'll drone something, we'll drone it again, we'll drone it again, and then we'll drone it again, and lose all these drones and still not be able to make a decision. They're indecisive, they don't trust the information they've seen with their own eyes, which is really weird. So what I like that SSG are doing is kind of leaning into that old school weakness of theirs and saying, right, let's punish the Intel game here, let's give them basically nothing, don't give them access to areas of the map, make them uncertain, and that hesitation could be what comes back to bite them. And if that ain't enough, you've now got to work your way through 2 of our architects in Siege as well, in the Mirror and the Castle, which can drastically transform how sites get played. So once again, lots of roadblocks, lots of hurdles being put up in front of a team that's so far proven to be a little bit slow, and SSG are very, very capable of tripping up in the early rounds.
Just going to be avoiding the Mozzie pests for the time being. Is Pasha looking to make sure that stage itself is at least clear before they look to go on in and start getting this bit of top floor control. Of course, Virtus Pro looking to attack into Reading, so SSG not going to want to be giving anything up too soon, certainly not now. Red pings are going to be coming out onto that player inside of Cocktail. Also, the one that we just see there challenging, I say one, different angle, going to be challenging, as I say, out of Cocktail. Difficult for Fultz here, but he showed us yesterday a great ability to absorb pressure, to waste time for his team, and that's what he continues to do. They still don't have an answer to him. Minute and a half into the round, and Fultz using every ounce of his experience to keep himself lodged in a difficult spot.
That's why the mirror window's a little bit lower down here as well. They can't shoot him if they get rid of the mirror window. Either way, a nade's going to be enough to force him away, but as you say to him, it's taken half the round to get that done, and there's still 2 more players they've got to try and clear off of this top floor, and then you've got to start worrying about sites itself. The C4 up top for the alley-oop, not quite finding his man, doing a little bit of damage on towards Dan. Here is now down to half HP. Again, just constantly trying to trip Virtus Pro is the big piece of this. J9O taken out. There's still one more inside the white corridor. I wonder if they know, because this would suddenly be 3 players taken offline, and we're having a very different conversation.
Ashen is going to find always, but Pasha is there for the trade. Virtus Pro have been really good in this clearance here. They've used the utility well to dislodge these SSG players and to create that space for themselves to move on in. They've now got top floor control. They can start working vertically towards site. They still have the sledge on site. So Pasha, he's just going to town at the minute, ripping up that floor, just trying to create those angles that they need. Find those last couple of defenders, but also create a safe little pocket of space so that they can get this diffuser down, and that is going to be the next step, I would imagine, just inside of Reading door.
Got to start moving something forwards, and you've already given one away as that clock starts to tick on down, but at this point they should have, maybe not. Look at this at the range, going to find his man unless he wins the reverse. No, he's down. All right, 1's above. This now means they've got to win. The shot on sight, he nearly gets the second down to Dan as well. No way do they choke this one out. Fan was looking to go down for a second, but not quite to be. Back up on his feet. Now it's getting stuck. He's just going to find the planter, but they're not going to give him the chance. Pasha, with the pistol, finds his man, and Virtus Pros claw that round over the finish line.
That was
a bit too close for comfort.
That was really, really close.
Not good.
It was a great effort from SSG, just fighting out of the laundry there. Interestingly, not having that rotate already set up, but it's not necessarily the end of the world. You've got the shotgun in hand. It was a little bit more of an on-the-fly play. Just open up the hole when you need it, and you know, maybe it provided a little bit of a false sense of security for Virtus Pro. They're thinking they don't have the rotate. Let's get in and get that diffuser down. But no sooner had they tried than that rotate, or at least a peak hole, had been opened up so that they could see on through to where they needed to. But a good attack that time from Virtus Pro. The top floor clearance was particularly good. You know, they had some real clinical movement. It took them a little bit of time, minute 30, but they didn't lose any bodies doing it. They took 3 kills up there as well. So, you know, ultimately, good stuff.
It had a little bit of everything for me, because they had the push into the Cocktail player. That was a team effort with utility to getting cleared away. The mirror window placement was really smart to make sure that it was hard to push him. They got it done with a nade. They then find themselves fighting off against Ashen, which was a trade, so again, another good bit of team play. And the second kill that they got actually was the rounding, I think it was of Always, through main bar to find J9O inside of stock, which just came down to a straight up, outmaneuvering the enemy team. So there's 3 individual kills there that have come through in very different fashions, but just showing that Virtus Pro are still very much together here and aren't going to let SSG barrel over them in this first half.
However,
I say that.
I just thought I'd give a pause for dramatic effect at the end of your sentence there, Des, because I could see that Dan was on his way up on the rappel, and I thought, this ain't going to end well. Venger takes him down with a beautiful entry there, just waiting for his man, and just showing great map knowledge, really, as to where those rappels might just come on through, and picks it up nice and easily.
It comes back again into the whole mute multi setup. Every single round we've seen these 2 operators being brought along because they know they can deny the information away from Virtus Pro, and that's when they get sloppy. When they aren't 100% confident of something, you can make them pay. And so with that information, you're walking blind towards corners. You've got not quite a spawn peak, but a very early round kill waiting for you at a window too. It makes things really hard for Virtus Pro to get through to the point of executing inside of a round without being tripped up and losing a couple of players along the way. So I do like the strategy coming out of SSG. Yes, Virtus Pro are meandering their way through it. Yeah, they've been tripped up a couple of times as well, but that's the main challenge of this game, I think, is all about that information.
Getting towards halfway through the round then, and Virtus Pro still not really established inside of the map. That's going to become a little bit of a problem for them. Joystick has now taken the drop onto red stairs, but the question is, and we'll find out in about a minute 20's time, is it going to be too little too late? Are they giving themselves enough time to be able to deal with this? Joystick just picking up a couple of pieces of utility as he goes, but as we can see, still players up on that top floor that are going to need to be dealt with the push across here. It's something Virtus Pro did really well last time, but it's taking longer and longer. We're nearly down to that final minute now. J9O finally chooses to drop himself away. That's going to give the top floor control that Virtus Pro want, but do they have enough time now to make it pay?
That's the big battle for them at this point. Don't know if they will. Getting down to that last 16, you've still got 5 players to face off against, and the C4 finds another. Feels like a repeat of a couple of rounds ago. I was speaking about them just tripping up, putting up hurdles in front of Virtus Pro and not letting them get to the point where they can actually execute on the site. It's frustrating because they can't drone out these roamers because of that mute mozzie that I keep on speaking about. You get towards the site and you've got things like the mirror to face off against. It was the castle in the previous round. There's just so many things to have to face off against, and right idea here, there is a player downstairs and they will punish him for it. But Tim, it's 2.5 minutes and they've just found their first kill. We're still running around the top floor getting ourselves set up with the sledge. It's once again going to be another 10-second push coming in here, and that doesn't tend to go well for Virtus Pro.
No, exactly not. 15 seconds now, realistically. Still opening up that floor above them. The drop is going to have to come eventually. It looks like it's going to be into mining corridor. They go over the barrier as well, into pillars, but only into the waiting arms of Venger, who gets himself a double. Always does manage to find the trade, but it's far too little, far too late. We called it at the minute 30 mark, Des. There was not going to be enough time for Virtus Pro, and they ran out of the seconds that they needed.
It's becoming quite a consistent theme across these rounds is my main concern now, and for Virtus Pro, this is where change has to come in. Like, it's Cafe. You expect to struggle on the attack a bit in general.
It's not their main strength.
No, but I would again look at it and say
to Virtus... change.
Yeah, that's very true.
Their main strength.
And that's what they're always known for, this, as being the team that run the same strats every single time and just believe they're going to be better at you because they've drilled it to the nth degree. It doesn't matter what kind of counters you bring along, they'll just beat you. That was kind of the old school Team Empire sort of, what am I thinking of here? Whatever it was. Huh?
MO.
To that degree, I couldn't think of the word I was trying to think of, but that's essentially it. That's what they were known for, right? The stereotype about them, I guess you could say, is that's how they were playing. Things no doubt have changed over time. You know, Virtus Pro have grown, of course, developed as a team. It's not the same 5 that were on Team Empire back in the day. Scooter no longer here, of course. It's Pasha that's playing with them. I just feel that you're seeing that sort of slightly static nature really starting to bite them a little bit, where they're a little bit too slow to deal with threats, but I don't 100% think that's their fault. It's down to a really good game plan coming out of SSG, because like I keep on stressing, it's about the intel denial, and for now, the 5th round in a row, you're going to see that Mute and Mozzie again.
Yeah, SSG are playing into Virtus Pro really, really well here. They know what they need to do, and that is a little bit of unpredictability for the first minute, which we've seen. Get a kill or two, and then just sit back and let Virtus Pro waste their own time.
Yep.
And it's working absolutely perfectly, to be honest with you. Every time that they get those opening kills, then you'll see drop back away. They don't keep challenging. They don't throw their lives away with it. We saw it in the last round, 5 versus 4. They all drop away. About minute 30, Virtus Pro go in, bang, full, sits a nitro from below.
Yep.
easy as that. And that's exactly, you know, what SSG are setting up to do round after round. So let's see if they can have success with it again. We can see SSG, again, beginning of the round, making it difficult, player up on the top floor. They're going to try and create that little bit of chaos for Virtus.pro, give them some problems to solve, take a kill if they can, waste a minute and a half, and then it'll be drop back to site.
Yeah. It's, again, this is the route where you now turn to Virtus.pro and where you enjoy, like, yesterday we had so many games that started with one team in the lead, and the other would bounce back, and the other would fight their way back in, would go to OT, and it always became a guessing game.
Why did you not know about it?
This is the third round now, but not in a row, but third round in this half where Benja has done this, has got aggressive against the window, or tried to do something a little bit crazy, and Virtus.pro just aren't adapting to it. You can say until you're blue in the face of the problem, but something just will never change. A good pinch here onto Ashen, which is what they did do well in one of their earlier rounds, and that's an unfortunate team kill. I mean, you've helped him out there, you've killed a teammate and then been killed by Always for free. Like, what the hell's happened there? Curious.
I assume that J90 had seen Always and was trying to make a challenge onto him, has caught Benja on a rotate and hit him instead, and then Always has been able to win the gunfight that he was going into.
Yeah.
Would be my guess at the chain of events there. That seems to make sense. But SSG have crumbled in this round. It's unfortunate for them. Obviously, team kills happen. It's, you know, nobody's fault. It's just one of them things. Trying to deal with the blitz here. A lot of damage being taken. That nitro will surely be enough. Fultz brings it back to 2v3. And with the blitz being taken out, Des, this just becomes a little bit more possible. Fultz and Forest both full health, and the time is ticking down. Now towards the final minute, there's utility on site that might be able to burn a little bit more time as well. This is definitely winnable from here.
I feel like they've played against the blitz so well when it's been brought out too. I mean, they banned the Warden away, so they had to have a game plan, but the C4s that they're making use of and the crossfires that have come on through, sure, a bit of a fortunate half flash coming onto Ashen inside a coat earlier on in a couple of rounds ago. But they've dealt with it. It hasn't really been a big threat to them. Look at this, the rounding up here from Fultz as well. Wants to retake. Oh my God, he is absolutely taken Always his soul. Deleted from the field, and now he's got the vertical. Do they know about the retake above? No, they apparently don't. Down's last one. Joystick might be in and going for the plant, but where's the other player at this point as well? Forest should be rounding onto this one and looking to get involved. Come on about Forest. It's on the other side, Forest trying to get his way back through as well. Joystick's managed to get this one complete, so the two of them really need to be rounding in here and taking this contest together. Forest down to half HP already, now rounding out towards red. 11 HP to his name, but finds his man. Fultz with a quad in the round, and SSG will be up 4-1.
Good fucking shit. Good fucking job. All right, down here. Good shit. Good throw.
What a finish to the round. Absolutely brilliant stuff from SSG there. Fultz once again. How many times are we going to see that out of Fultz? We saw a big 1v3 from him yesterday. He stepped up fantastically well there. As soon as he hits it and gets it down to 2v3, that's where I said this becomes winnable. You know, one kill was all it was going to take, and Fultz found it, went upstairs and completely unlocked the round. But it also shows a lack of comms from Virtus.pro there. There's been a kill above, and yet he gets a second through the vertical. I know they're running out of time once again, but still, where is the call to say he's above you, he's above? You know, they weren't even paying any attention to the verticals above. Fultz was able to just get one for absolute free. I'm very surprised, to be honest, that Virtus.pro got the diffuser down. Like you say, I'm kind of looking towards Forest downstairs and thinking, where are you? Like, you got to be stopping this plant, but it didn't matter. They got it won in the end, and it was job done. But great play from Fultz.
Main thing I can't really fault Forest for there is waiting for Fultz to kind of catch up, so they can force a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Rather than challenging the 1v1, leaving Fultz then in a 1 versus 1, which is the worst thing you can do. Like, I get it. It looks a little bit like, mate, you could have stopped him running and going for a plant here, but they were so confident in the retake. They were just like, look, let him plant and we'll win this out comfortably, because he puts himself in a box, and in that box was quite literally flour, rice, whatever you want to call it, box in some cases. Got himself locked in and well ultimately taken down. SSG thundering through this half, and Virtus.pro not able to keep up, it feels, and not able to change in response to what they're seeing.
No, exactly that. Exactly that. And it's kind of what we expected.
Spawn peak?
You know it's going to come. You know that it's going to come. Virtus.pro know that it's going to come. But the question is, are they going to adapt and do something about it, or are they going to allow it to happen again? And I think we know the answer is they're probably going to allow it to happen again. And this is the issue that Virtus.pro have got. They're not reacting to what's in front of them, and SSG are taking full advantage of it.
Ben just hoping someone comes on the East Rappel, which they surely should do at some stage. It might not be now, but At some point, someone will have to be on those east windows to be able to contest in towards Cocktail and restrict movement of defenders, to put a bit of pressure in towards Storage as well.
I also don't think Virtus.pro's intel's been great either.
I mean, they've got no choice, let's be honest. When you've got 4 jammers down, you've got 4 Mozzie pests, like, you can't get much insight into the building, which again is why I love the way that SSG have approached this, is knowing that they can starve Virtus.pro of energy, make them second guess themselves, make them play slow, and it's worked an absolute treat this half so far. I think it's very clear they've looked back at what else has happened and feel they've got the answer, or looked back at the previous game where I think it was Virtus.pro playing this yesterday, looked back at that previous game and realised where their strength was coming from and have prepared for it really well. So a big shout out to the backroom staff, in this case the analyst, the coach for example, getting involved and making sure they were ready for this game.
Shepard was particularly concerned about a potential run out there.
What? Nah, what?
Excuse me. Bulls survives the grenade, but will not survive Dan walking in.
The shield died,
finding
he
that
did.
final kill. The shield must have took all the blasters, what can I say? 4 versus 4 as they find him taken down, but the Dorkabee that was taken out at the beginning by the Nitro is going to be a big loss potentially when trying to find these players that are underneath. Ashen once again just roaming around on that Mozzie. We saw him down in the basement. He's likely up to the mid floor by now. Just going to be looking. Potentially he's got himself all the way back up to top. Actually, I thought he might well just stick around underneath for a Nitro, but no, it's going to be Benja actually that's down there doing that same job. But Nitro is gone. He will potentially be able to hit them on the flank, but like I say, they're going to have difficulty chasing him down here, given that the Dokkaebi is gone.
The real nightmare Benja is.
Well, he's got the shotgun as well. He can just, if they go to plant somewhere, he can just, it'll just off surface.
And he's got to
open it up.
I mean, back on G2, he was like, I think double the next player when it came around to explosive kills secure with nades and with C4s. He was an absolute menace. No doubt he's looking for a similar sort of setup here. Not that it matters. Jane, I know, has gone through 2. Benja finally strikes, bringing down Shepard. Looks to be a very nice complete half for SSG, unless Always can pull out something magical here in a 1v2. Ashen is down on the deck, right sort of idea. There is one down on White. And one actually on site itself. Will he be able to find his man? Not too sure, but he wins this 1 versus 1 and suddenly momentum shifts massively. But time, Tim, as always, is going to be the greatest enemy. Doesn't find Forrest, turns around and finds him. A 5-1 half for SSG. Really well played there in response to VP.
And you see the difference in comms that I'm talking about there. You see the difference. You see the difference in comms. Fultz goes upstairs, gets a kill. Virtus.pro don't react to that. He gets another one through the vertical. You see it there. Ashen's downed, he gets finished off by Always, immediate comm as to where he is, he's pushing through Freezer, he's pushing through back storage, and then they can wheel around and get the kill at bags. It's job done. And SSG are just looking really sharp right now. I've been really impressed with them first half. I think their style suits playing against Virtus.pro down to the ground. I think they've read into, you know, how to beat Virtus.pro particularly well, get aggressive, cause chaos in the first minute to minute 30, and then sit back and let them waste time, let them, you know, try to do an entire round's worth of work in half a round and watch them then attack with 15 seconds left to go. SSG have done a great job.
The one thing I'll come back to again is the setup they had. Playing behind that Intel Dinar was so key to that whole half. And again, it's the backroom staff that I'll commend for that, the counter analysis that they've done. But for Virtus.pro, they didn't adapt throughout the half is what really frustrates me. Like, there were chances there to try different things. Like, can you go fast and bring along, I don't know, go for a fuse and a blitz if you really want to and just push hard with shields, or try something a little bit more crazy. Bring along the Grimbees if you want to and really smoke out the players that are potentially in rat spots. But there was no real attempt to change up the comp there to deal with these players that are roaming. Benja had the whole map to himself as a playground, essentially. So it's a learning point, I think, for Virtus.pro. It's more about the adaptation when teams have got you figured out. But again, full credit to SSG and their team. They're the ones who figured this out, and they're the ones who battered Virtus.pro that first half.
Well, that Intel denial setup plays in, you know, perfectly to what I'm saying, really, is the two key things they've tried to do is create a bit of chaos and get early kills, and then to sit back and let Virtus.pro waste time. And the Intel denial plays into both of those. We saw Benji get a couple of kills where normally he should have been spotted out there. They should have been aware of his presence. They're not, because they're trying to play around this Intel denial. And Benja's took advantage of that perfectly, creating that chaos. Later in the round, that same Intel denial is, some of it still in place, then burns time, because Virtus.pro have to try and work their way through it slowly and cautiously. But brilliant stuff. Let's see how they do then on the attack instead.
Yeah, I was about to say Dan might be getting pinched in from both sides here potentially, but Forrest is now backed away, back on towards the drones, which means Fultz was very much left in a, I'll call it a 1v1, but you're against an Aruni there, sat behind a mirror window. It's always going to be hard to win. I think they're broken away now with the Ash too, so not so bad for them. But look at this, already 2 kills out of, I won't say nowhere, because SSG are coming for the challenge, but Virtus.pro just do not miss.
Always just going to be locked inside of Cocktail at the minute. You feel like Virtus.pro are going to be definitely better on the defensive side. As we've said, they do have the ability, they do have the capability, they don't often miss shots, and we've spoken about how they are very, rigid in their setups. They know exactly what they're going to be doing. The plan is there, and it just lends itself better to defense. You don't have to be as adaptive. You don't have to, have multiple plans on the fly necessarily when on defense. Virtus.pro are going to be more comfortable being able to play into their own setup rather than having to think around SSGs. And we can see that already. 4 versus 2 and looking pretty comfortable in round 7.
You've got the one up on the top floor in Cocktail still. The other 2 are back on site at this point, or at least around site. They can isolate this player. The nice thing is, you look at the cases where Virtus.pro get to this sort of situation back in the first half. They've got the numbers advantage, but time is running away from them quickly, whereas SSG here still have half a round to work with. Blind, admittedly, have been absolutely battered by Virtus.pro in that first round, and I always love saying it, Tim. 2 halves to a game of Siege. You've just seen a round like nothing else that you've seen there. Virtus.pro finally hitting some shots and finally getting the upper hand on SSG.
Yeah, and now comes a crucial time. I've spoken about SSG being the more flexible, the more adaptive team that's willing to try different things. The question is now, can they out-adapt Virtus.pro? So on the attack, Virtus.pro, they struggled to deal with what SSG were doing on the defense. Are SSG able and capable to turn things around, or do they keep playing into Virtus.pro, much the same as Virtus.pro did on the attack? And do we find ourselves potentially heading towards an overtime with Virtus.pro being allowed to fight their way back into it? Personally, I think we're going to see some different ideas coming in from SSG. I think we'll see them trying some different things. I can already see, once the replays are done, we'll be going into the round. We've got Blackbeard on the board, so already trying different things.
That's the key thing for me, is about adaptation. And the one thing that we saw SSG doing really well in their games yesterday was being able to go from slow to fast at the drop of a hat. And it's the one thing that I was worried that we wouldn't really see on the other side. I mean, look at the comp coming out from Virtus.pro this round. Like, everyone here is extremely slow. Yeah, it's very dug in, I'll give them that much. Normally you'd see a Maestro getting brought out, you'd immediately see a Bravo in response. Not being brought along here because SSG are coming in with a strat they've got prepped. That's why you've got the Blitz, it's why you've got the Ying, it's why you've got the Glaz on side. They could just overwhelm Virtus.pro at the drop of a hat here, so keep a close eye out for when you have these the key operators around sites itself, and they're starting to think about the execute.
Ashen going to get himself into court check very quickly. Nitro will go out. It's not going to do the job. Doesn't find its mark. Ashen's going to smoke himself off, and then he can just have a look through with that thermal scope, see if he can spot anybody. Red pings are coming in to tell him that they're there, but as he tries to get aggressive, tries to push himself into a position to do something about it, Joystick is going to swing out into Wedding and find his man, and that is a big loss for SSG. They've got the Ying on side still, they've got the Blitz, they've got plenty of tools to potentially push on and aggress into sight, but you know that the Glaz was going to be a big part of that.
I really love, because what they identified there was Ashen was the only one really inside the building and making any particular moves, so their red line became the red corridor. They moved 4 players up to it and were immediately trying to aggress onto him. Didn't matter so much that he was sat inside of the smoke. They ignored that for the most part and looked out towards restaurant window in case the second player was coming in for the challenge. But as soon as he steps forward, he's easily shut down. And then just like that, SSG have to peel back a little bit, slow things down again, back on the drones, of which they only have a few left already, and then start figuring out what the next move is going to be without a Glaz to execute with.
Blitz is going to hop over there and look towards the top of Brown Stairs, take out the default camps before heading on down, I would imagine. Hatch likely to be opened, yes it will be, into Freezer. So lots of work being done by SSG here, nice and quick. 1 minute 20 still left on the clock, so they've certainly got time. The big question is, can they deal with Dan inside of VIP? They need to get that space. If they're going to be looking for a Freezer drop, they've got to clear the smoke out of there, because otherwise he's just going to cause a constant nuisance for them.
That's one more to bring it back out. And now finally the Candelas start ringing on through to try and give them some kind of ground. This is the bottom of Brown here as well to force something in. Forrest now inside the coast as well, starting his march on forward off towards the right-hand side, but they really needed to get that gunfight onto Always. He's going to win it out, and you've still got Dan dug in pretty deep here, and like that, they're mowing them down. Forrest might find one back. In fact, make it 2 with the pistol, just like that on the Blitz. He's doing Blitz things. What else is there to say? 2 versus 2, and one's isolated inside of VIP. This is looking good, and this is where Blitz really starts to shine. Steps in and finds his one. A triple kill for Forrest on the Blitz in this round, and now Joystick has got it all to do. And if you recall, he's out towards Bakery side, so he has got some longer angles to play with here, but he's got to find his man.
Yeah, he needs to keep that blitz at distance. Nice. He's a little bit late on the peak to find the blitz, but does manage to find Benja, and that's all he needs realistically. Because with 10 seconds left to go, Joystick can just play this dance. He needs to keep distance. That's the important thing. He's out of there. He knows there's going to be no planting coming. The best that they can hope to do is Forrest spraying up through the ceiling. He's not going to find his man. It's unfortunate for Forrest. He had a great passage of play there where he got a brilliant 3K on the blitz. Really showed the power of that shield, but Joystick just using all of that experience, all of that knowledge at the end there to know that all he needed to do after he finds Benja is to keep his distance from the danger at the front of that shield, keep away from those 18 flashbangs that were going to ruin his day, and just get to the end of the round. Well played from Joystick. 5-3 now, and Virtus.pro, they're on the comeback trail.
Defense-sided Cafe, I love it. It's really funny when I think about it. Old school Virtus.pro, Pasha was on that team and they had 4 different players with them back in the day. I remember watching one of their games on this map, and it was WTG, actually, their Hibana player at the time. It was the most dry, boring game of Cafe you've ever seen. Every round, an absolute shutout by the defense. And I remember it was won by the first player in that game being WTG to actually make a bit of a risky play, where he charged his way through Piano, straight in towards Pixel, and just swung onto the guy that was sat inside a bathroom, and that basically opened the round up for them, and they won from there. I remember being head in hands, just why didn't we see this a little bit sooner? And it's one thing I'll give to SSG. They are trying to force the issue here, but Virtus.pro, to their full credit, really know how to shut down the potency of these attacks. And every mistake that gets made, Ashen overextending a little bit or leaving that clock a little bit too late, they're making SSG pay for it. Really close game though, and I do think that 5-3 gap is only going to continue to close.
On into round 9 then, and it's going to be Virtus.pro this time defending Reading. So much as we always would expect, we're going to have a top floor presence from them. They've got the vertical holes opened up themselves onto areas like Reading Door to just prevent any potential rush coming in from SSG, because they are the kind of team that you think could, potentially bring something like that. Just switch it on, think, right, let's just try and grab a round in the first 30 seconds, just barge on into site and see if we can get some kills. We're not going to see anything quite as extreme as that from them yet. It looks like it's going to be fairly standard. Try and get a hold of top floor. We've got the track stingers going out there just to prevent the potential for flanks, and we'll just try and now get things going. They don't want anybody hopping out of that heaven window, trying to make a challenge, make a play, maybe look across towards New Hatch, anything like that. They're just trying to avoid.
Don't blame them either. It's almost weird when you're forcing SSG to be a little bit more slower and more composed. It feels quite strange. Because that more erratic nature that I mentioned, where they can suddenly find someone in the middle of sight, or someone goes on a tear, as you saw from Forrest in that previous round. It's the kind of thing that opens things up for them. Capital, interesting, one of their most played operators as a team there. They really love the capability that brings. I always speak about, wax lyrical about Capital, love how much utility it brings. The fact it's a 3-speed, a Gon 6, good gun, micro EMPs to replace the Thatcher, plus the fire and the smoke. What more could you ask for in an operator? He seemingly does everything. And they like making use of for these more set-piece plays or to open up areas of the map. Problem is that they're going to get the opportunity. We're halfway into the round and they've barely even started an entry into this top floor.
That's it, Virtus.pro certainly making things difficult for them at the minute, holding on to a lot of tricky positions, making it difficult for them to move. We're going to see a little hop over the skylight there, and
straight in.
Followed by immediate aggression from Forrest here as he tries to move on in. Pasha does manage to shut down Fultz. Joystick, I think, well aware that he's got a player just off to his right. Dan is going to pick up J90. Joystick, as I said, aware of Benja's position. Virtus.pro again, just absolutely rock solid. They've planted their feet. They know where they need to hold, and they continue to do so. And Virtus.pro just showing they look like a different team. Now they are on the defense. I said that Virtus.pro will often perform to the level of what is in front of them. SSG came out with a great first half. Virtus.pro come back with an answer.
I was tapping my hands there like it's got to be attack timeout, and sure enough, SSG call one in. Let's see if we can listen in, actually. Nah, I can't really hear anything. I won't try. It's one of those, though, I think, with them. It's, again, the small mistakes that get made. Like, we saw the Bees clear as day there, missing the cocktail player, and he got a free kill. This is what I mean by the small mistakes that get made, teams will capitalize on, and that's exactly what Virtus.pro is doing. Putting up a very strong defense, letting SSG make the issues, whether it's a second of missed timing, whether it's a misplaced Grim Gadget. It doesn't matter what it is, they're finding something in each round here where it's giving them 2 or 3 kills, and they just snowball on towards victory at that point. And SSG are really struggling to find a way into this half. If it carries on like this, Virtus.pro walk away a 7-5 win.
Well, this is it. You sort of come into the, you know, Virtus Pro win a round or two, and you start thinking, right, you know, we're looking at potentially overtime here. Is it going to be a 5-1 run back from Virtus Pro? But when you get to this point, when they've had 3 consistent rounds like they have, that SSG, like I say, they look completely different to how they did in the first half. And I know there's a big difference between defending and attacking, but, you know, the sort of the surprises have gone, the aggression has gone, you know, they haven't been able to take control, you know, find the onus of the game like they did in that first half on defense. And it's just showing that, you know, they're struggling to find the answers to what Virtus Pro are doing. And by contrast, we said Virtus Pro will play as you expect them to play. They will hold the angles that you expect them to hold. They're just going to be better than you on them. And right now, that's what Virtus Pro are doing.
Let's look at the numbers here as well. Like, they've got every single entry so far across these 3 rounds. And outside of round 8, where Forest had that almost big clutch off, but only managed to find 3, round 7 and round 9, Virtus Pro had 4 players still standing come the end of the round. That is how dominant their rounds, again, except for round 8, have really been. And then round 8 was down to 1 player almost going absolutely nuclear. So I just worry that for SSG, if they don't find the answer at the back of this TAC timeout, I think it's probably going to end up 7-5. They've got to find something in this round in particular if they want any hope of coming away from it. And I think that really means playing more as a team and not having players sort of step forward ahead of the rest of the pack, as we've seen Ashen do once or twice and find himself picked off.
I've just had a quick check of the botherometer, Des, and I can confirm that it has swung back from panic to unbothered for Virtus Pro.
You think they're really unbothered?
At the moment, I think they're a little bit unbothered.
All right. A little bit unbothered. So that's just slightly bothered.
Yeah.
That's what the whole, like, couldn't care less,
we need a
could
scale.
care less thing.
From unbothered to panic. We need a scale.
It's just like I'm not bothered. It means you actually are bothered a little bit, though, somewhere.
Like I said, the last 3 rounds,
the biggest annoyance, the biggest Americanism that drives me crazy is that could care less piece. So that means that you can still care less. Implying here they're still somewhat bothered. My head hurts. I'm not enough sleep for this game.
I knew you were going to be like this. Out of the window they go. I think maybe getting a little bit carried away. Caster's curse comes in. I say that Virtus Pro are playing like they're not, you know, not being bothered inside a site. SSG are not managing to ruffle their feathers, but then we see them come in and manage to find a big triple to kick things off. Much better from SSG. That gets them the top floor control. Use their utility well to gain that advantage, and now they can start opening up those angles down onto the floors below them. And Virtus Pro, they're going to have a tough time holding on here. It's Joystick and Shepard. If there's 2 who can, you know that it's them. But are they going to? I'd say quite unlikely.
Probably not. They've got a C4 to play behind with Joystick here as well. But this is what SSG needed, and I guarantee the coach is behind at this point. The call-outs there like, guys, please, just slow down. We've got half a round to play with. We're in a 4v2. If you lose this, it feels like an absolute disaster. It's like a coach's worst nightmare. Same for the players, I'm sure, too. They know that this is their round to lose. They simply should not be losing it.
Full straight out the piano window for that quick rotate so he can get himself onto site window. He's just going to be supported by his teammates above now. Joystick is in a tough position here. They know that he's underneath, sends out the nitro. It's going to be shot out, and it's surely a matter of time until one of them manages to get an angle onto him underneath. He's playing around the train carriages, just trying to keep himself off the radar. Has been successful so far. Shepard's holding a long angle onto the window. If he finds this, it could be round defining. We will see. As it stands, he hasn't, but he tries to continue holding them off.
Just need the one here, and Joystick's already stepped across and found 1. Found 2.
Surely not.
Surely they don't collapse and buckle here at the dying moment when they could get themselves up to match point. They're not going to hold on though. J9 gets 1 more. Down to the 1 versus 1. Joystick's got to hold on. J9, no! He's not going to get it! Joystick finding all of the final 4, and Virtus Pro bring us square at 5 apiece.
Joystick just flipping to the deagle for the last 2 days. It's an absolutely wonderful headshot through the window of the train carriage. What you can see? I can see a headshot. That's what I can see. Absolutely beautiful stuff there from Virtus Pro. 2 versus 4. That is going to be crushing for SSG. They come out of a tactical timeout. They get a triple kill. They find themselves 4v2 in the round. Surely the TAC timeout has worked. Surely this is the one where they get onto match point and they're not going to be run over on a complete reverse sweep. But no, a 2v4 is held onto by Shepard and Joystick. Absolutely unreal.
The thing is, they knew
I said they were capable. I said if there was two who could, it was them. And they did.
They knew that he stepped in towards Train because he's tossed that C4 Sky. They had it sort of pinned in there. They knew what was going on. What I'm kind of surprised by is they didn't try to make a plant happen inside a Train. Instead, they were focused on trying to go for kills, and I mentioned at the start of the game that Joystick, I know he's had a bit of a quiet start. Over the last 10 weeks, he's been the lowest rated player on this team, but when he gets fragging, he gets fragging. He's sat at 12-5 right now, and a 4K to get his team up to a square pegging. This is theirs for the win still. SSG, they did bounce back after their attack time. They looked better, but I think the decision-making end of that round, I'm sure they've got a good reason for it, but you've just let Joystick into the game. And you've now put yourself on an even keel where Virtus.pro can go on to win that 7-5 scoreline that we spoke about.
Honestly, mentally, I think it's going to be terribly difficult for us.
Wait, oh, Tim, did you hear that again, by the way? That sound of silence? Oh, of course, Ashen's not speaking. They're not winning, that's why. Got it.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, a hammer blow to mentality, potentially.
Nice.
Tactical timeout, and then you suffer the loss of a 2v4, but Benja does manage to pick up always. That's going to be the mute gone. So a nice little pickup to kick things off. Of course, the jammers will already be out there, so the utility is not a loss, but nade goes in, and just trying to deal with this player inside of VIP at the minute. Know that they need to take out the Vulcan canister before they can start pushing in and getting aggressive there. So Dan, for the time being at least, is still reasonably safe in his position for another 10 seconds or so.
It's not a bad start. We've got one, but they had 3 last time, Tim, and still couldn't get it over the line. It's a similar setup to before. You know, we spoke about this back in round 7 with the Blitz and the Glass and the Yingle coming together. It's not at all surprising to see that be a thing for them. Again, somewhat surprised that there's no Brava being brought along here, knowing what's being brought up, where you've got the bulletproof cameras, you've got the Maestro cam scattered around the map as well. I get it, they can shoot back, but that's a lot of information you can steal away from the other side. Benja taken down, maybe a late trade, but it's a trade nonetheless.
Yeah, it's going to be Pasha picking him up. Dan manages to get himself into court check as well. Knows that there's going to be potentially a bit of pressure. It's the Blitz, actually, that's lining up for maybe a little restaurant push, but I'm not sure he's going to be happy with what he gets served up if he goes in through that main door, because Dan is there waiting and ready. He's got Ashen in support as well. The question is, can they get close enough, quick enough? That is the challenge. He needs to get right up in Dan's face before a kill, and he can't do it. Dan was ready. He tickles the feet and takes down Forrest, finds Ashen as well. That's the glass gone. SSG are crumbling.
We've got a Blitz, we've got Candelas, and Dan's like, I don't need to see, I can still shoot you. I just sense where you are. And he's found 2 inside a coat. That's the back of this attack broken. Nothing more to say for SSG. No Candelas to play behind. This is looking dire, Tim. And really giving this game away, and that 7-5 that I was speaking about. It's kind of breathing itself into life here. Virtus.pro willing it into existence.
I genuinely believed SSG getting themselves into the second half on the attack, that there would be rounds that they could find. We knew it would be more difficult. Virtus.pro on defense were always going to be better than on attack, but still, you know, to lose it to this degree as they are at the minute, they were 5-1 up. They are fractions of seconds away from finding themselves now 6-5 down and facing a map point. This is absolutely unreal on both sides. SSG unable to find a single attack, unable to find a killing court check when they're going in with a Blitz and a Glass.
It's crazy.
Losing both operators.
And Candela's coming in as well. I can say it's bonkers because they banned the Warden away for this exact purpose. We spoke about it back in the first half with the Warden on side.
Yeah. Just have Dan.
Yeah, no Warden on side. Ying is like broken at that point. Like back to the days when there was very little ability to deal with her, and she's obviously got more Candelas now than ever before. The smoke's in back pocket. She is so oppressive with no Warden on the field, but they simply just cannot find an answer. So ready there, Dan. He's played it so well. The whole
I love even his character animation. Even Legion had his hand up in front of his eyes like, this is too much light.
This is too easy. I'll handicap myself and see if I can still win. And the answer was yes. Virtus.pro are now at match point after winning 5 rounds in a row. They were down 5-1, and we said SSG, they came in with the perfect game plan. Problem is, Tim, their game plan stopped at the defensive half. And here on the attack, no matter what they might try, they cannot find a way through this Virtus.pro side. It may have taken a massive clutch out of Joystick, but you'll take it every once in a while.
The thing is, this is the problem when you play Virtus.pro. They perform to what is in front of them, and they have got players who are more than capable, especially on LAN, of going absolutely huge, Des. And Joystick has done it time and time again over the years as a Shepherd, and they prove it again today to put Virtus Pro now in a position where they can get this done. Dan as well. The thing is, you can name any of these players, Pasha always, they all have that clutch ability. They all have that potential in them to just turn around on its head. You know, it was Joystick and Shepherd in the 2v4. It was Dan inside a court check. No matter what SSG are throwing at them, it's just not happening. And SSG, it's tough for them, but they've got to find a way, and they've got to find it now, because otherwise that great 5-1 half that they had on the defense is going to be for nothing.
Painful thing is the assault onto Coat in that last round, I think, was actually the right idea. The use of the utility, they know there's no ward, and it was the right idea. But you're losing those gunfights like that when VP is shooting back the way that they are in this half. It doesn't really matter what you do strategically or tactically. You get battered when it comes round to how things play out mechanically. 5v5 then, and no one's gone down too early on. Certainly not a bad start. The last couple of rounds, we have seen SSG step up and get the entry. So they are improving, just not quite to the level that's then guaranteeing them or securing them these round closes they so sorely need.
Dan knows that there's one on the wide corridor window there, so he doesn't want to peek around too wide. He knows that they will certainly see his feet before he can get anywhere near a view onto them, so he's going to hold his position for the time being. SSG have got themselves inside of the building, established inside of Cigar at the minute. Need a little bit of backup here, maybe, Benja. He's got another one with him in Piano now, which is at least going to be helpful. They can start to think about pushing forward from there, wanting to get this top floor control so that they can use those verticals, as we've discussed many times. But are they just going to take a drop down here and maybe try and put a bit of pressure directly into Dining? They've got J90 on the window.
Try something cheeky here. We've got the glory of a top-down view so we can see, like, SSG are scattered all towards the west side of the map here, just like this. Thank you very much, observers. And you can see all the Virtus Pro are very much condensed up towards the right-hand side here, admittedly spread over a couple of floors and very heavily around white stairs. But that means for SSG, that's the control they need, because they know from here they can't safely plant inside a fireplace with white stairs not in their control. So reading becomes the next bet, but they're not even bothering with that. They're just running head first into Virtus Pro, who are all too happy to oblige and take their lives.
3 versus 5 now. SSG fighting for survival. Managed to get a plant, but it's unlikely to matter. 1 versus 5. Benja needs to find a miracle. Needs to find some magic. The magician he will not be. As Virtus Pro get the final kill, they disable the diffuser, and they go from 5-1 down for 6 straight rounds to take a 7-5 victory. And overall now stand on 2 wins and 1 loss in the Swiss phase of the Montreal Major.
I should have stood up before it even held down F to disable the diffuser. SSG really folding like a deck chair in that second half, though. Like, what more is it to say? Virtus Pro played it really well, but it's one of them to look at and say they didn't really have to change much. Like, very consistently running operators like the mirror and leaning in towards things like smoke. Had the Maestro coming out a couple of times, and actually it was SSG that we didn't see really adapting to those challenges overall. It was definitely a game of 2 halves where the defenders came out on top, but that round 3 win for Virtus Pro, where the plant went down, will be the one that makes the difference.
Virtus Pro have had an amazing second half there. You look through the kills with the joystick on 12. We had a couple on 11 each as well. Everybody really chipping in, and it's just been a great performance from them. I think Virtus Pro maybe surprising a few people so far here at the Major, and really showing that, you can't forget about them. You might look at them in the stage and say, they were there or thereabouts. They've qualified, they did okay. But when they get onto LAN, these players, they just take it to another level.
And that puts them now into that 2-1 bracket, as well as the key thing to note, which will make things very interesting, because waiting for them up there, of course, is BDS. I think Chiefs up there with them as well. We saw Team Secret making it up earlier as well. Plus, you'll have the teams that come down from our best of 3s later out of FaZe, Falcons, W7M, or Liquid. Some of those best of 3s that will take place tomorrow are going to be so saucy. I'm loving it.
We've got a day off tomorrow. We can just sit and enjoy that. That's going to be...
Enjoy.
Yeah, that's going to be something.
The scary thing is, again, it really fulfills that whole thing I always say of two halves to a game of Siege. Like a team that's terrible on attack can be really good in defense, and things can change places so quickly. You've just seen that because, again, I had full praise for SSG and their backroom staff. They look so well prepared with their defenses to deal with the way that Virtus.pro play. But when it came around to switching sides, they just could not string an attack together. I think you might find Virtus.pro prove to be very hard to break down on the defense in future, especially on a map like Cafe. Again, a reminder, a map they haven't banned in the last 10 weeks. They always want to go to this map. It's teams that ban it against them. I think we just found out why.
Yeah, I think we did. As you say, we just see the highlights rolling in there. That joystick clutch at the end with on the pistol was just absolutely unreal.
He stood up thinking he's finished.
Don't do it! Don't
Imagine if the timer was low enough to then lose the round.
Oh,
imagine.
And it goes to overtime.
Oh.
Don't. Always remember to hold F until the job is done. But yeah, joystick with that clutch on the Deagle. He almost feels like he's leaning the wrong way, but he's just so smart. He knows the push is going to come from that side. It takes him kind of behind the pillar between the two windows of the car. Just beautiful stuff. We can see our stats there, as I was saying, 12 for joystick. You've got Pasha, always 10 apiece. Just such a team effort through that second half. Like I said, they all had their moments.
I don't know what the boot camp situation looked like for Virtus.pro coming into this, but it feels like a bit of curse of the boot camp at the minute. Like G2, of course, had a 2-week one, have struggled. SSG, similar sort of story where they were really digging into the why are things going wrong rather than observing what had gone wrong. And they said they were growing and learning from that a lot. But they're struggling, is the way it looks at it now. They're down 1 and 2. They're in that elimination territory. It's best of 3s from here on out for them to be able to make it to our main stage on Friday.
Yeah, and I'm sure they won't be scared of that. They'll go in there believing that they can win, believing that they can still make it through. But you start getting to that point where, you know, it takes its toll. Every match that you're playing is do or die. You know, that's when you start having that exhaustion setting in.
That's the best part of the tournament, though. When teams start getting promoted, they'll go
from our perspective, 100%.
It's when you get to that last day and everyone's at 2 and 2 as well, and it's just like you win, you go to the main stage, you lose, you're going home before we even get there. It's just like, ooh. Yeah, which now means with our best of ones, they're now done. We now go into best of 3s, which means all that's coming up now is promotion games and elimination games. No more best of 1s. Those are done and dusted. It's straight into best of 3s. That is tantalising.
Oh, everything means an awful lot now. Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have a couple of teams. You've got to remember as well the advantage that can be found in the couple of teams that qualify in those first best of 3s have a couple of days off. You know, they can then sit back. They know they're done. They can start preparing. They can start looking towards, you know, theorising who might we play? How are we going to prep for it?
There's the piece around coming in hot, though, on those kind of days. If you have a couple of days off, like you come in cold on the Friday, you lose the best of 3 and you're basically out of there. But enough of us talking about this and about the future. Let's focus on the now and Virtus.pro's victory. Joystick is standing by for an interview. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I have a Joystick with me to ask him a few questions about that game. A victory against SSG. Congratulations on that. But first off, you won 2 really important 1v1s in that game. What goes through your mind? How do you make sure you stay calm?
Actually, after this clutch versus Blitz, when I'm going top right stairs, I was like praying that he didn't like wallbang me through the floor. I don't know. I was praying, and when I won, I know that it's our game. We like comeback was close. We know that we're struggling in our attack. We have no time. We have some big mistakes, especially when they're roaming. This Mozi setup was pretty good, like wasting a lot of time and mute as well. So in defense, we know that we can come back. We feel pretty good on this map, so we always know that it's possible.
What did you think was the main key then on that defense to make sure you could come back?
I think, of course, these 2 important clutches that won us rounds, and our mentality that we are not breaking down, that we know that we can, every game can be comebackable.
We talk about you guys as map pool a lot. How did you feel about Cafe going into this game?
It's fine. I think right now our map pool is really strong in our opinion. Like we are feeling good almost in every map. We know that we can win on these maps, so we feel pretty strong this time.
Awesome, that's really good to hear. What is the main thing that you're super happy with for your team about this matchup?
This matchup, that we can come back. So all the time it's about mentality. So if you see the score like 5-1, some teams just going, oh no, we are going 0. I don't know, 0 round in defense, just do random stuff, spawn picks. But we have like this stability and mentality that we understand our players, other players, that we are really mentally stable.
Awesome. Well, some wise words. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the preparation for your next game as well. Thank you. Some wise words that we can all use in our ranked games as well. No matter the score, you can always come back. But we finished our best of 1 territory on the A stream. We're now going to go into those best of 3s. But before we go there, we have a break. back to the Montreal Major. We have another interview with Virtus.pro lined up. I'm joined by Dan to also ask him a few questions about that game. We got to talk to Joystick earlier, but how do you feel afterwards this game?
I feel happy because we came back from like 5-1 or something. We had really bad attack. I mean, I think they just played really well on defense, and that's why we couldn't do anything on attack, but we never lost like the motivation to win the game. We were just keep going, doing what we have to do, and of course Joystick clutched I think like 2 rounds. That was crazy, and I also played well on the wardrobe when Blitz pushed me, and I think that was the main rounds that won us the game.
It's a very stressful situation to be on when a Blitz pushes you in that case, and we talked to Joystick about his 1v1s. They were huge to you guys winning out this game. What are the comms like afterwards?
After the game or after the rounds?
After the clutches.
After the clutches, it was different. After the Joystick clutch, when he was running away from Blitz, he said it's not FPS game anymore, it's just a runaway game. When I played well on wardrobe, always asked me, how did you kill him? I said, I don't know. And when Joystick clutched like 1v10 with Deagle, we were just screaming because Joystick played really well this round.
Awesome, I love it. The complete honesty here. You're moving now further. Who would you really like to play against if you could pick any team that is still here at the Major?
I think all teams there are very good. G2. I would like to play G2.
I think Doki agrees on that one. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck with the rest of the game.
Thank you. Why are you called what you are, and when did you choose it?
I was like 8 years old with my friend, and we were trying to come up with just gamer tags. And we looked up Latin root dictionary, and I saw Ambi. So I just made it, I thought the name looked cool, so I picked Ambi. And then I put Corporal in front of it. So my first gamer tag was Corporal Ambi. I just got rid of the Corporal, so now I'm just Ambi.
And do you know the meaning of Ambi? Does it have a meaning?
I think it's just ambidextrous. I'm pretty sure. There's like this short version of it, but yeah.
And if you were forced into choosing a new gamer tag, I know that you're still young and you haven't had it for well, okay, 10 years maybe, but have you ever thought about, what you would be called if you could choose again?
Yeah, I'd probably just pick BZ.
And why?
It's like another variation of Ambi, but like just B's, BZ, yeah.
You think you'll ever do the switch?
No.
Why did you choose the game? And what does it mean to you?
Well, mine's pretty simple. I'm Canadian, and I chose it because I'm Canadian. I think part of that, honestly, is just being younger, like people assuming I'm American almost online. So then I was like, made a statement of it, I guess, when I was younger. But I can't really remember too much of it. I don't know, just kind of went with it, and then it stuck, I guess. But yeah.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, it would be cool if I was called this or that. What would it be?
No, I honestly haven't thought of it too much. Like, I like it because, I mean, it fits, I guess, and it works. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much.
Now that we have finished our best of ones, we're heading into the best of 3 territory, and we're starting off strong with an elimination game on the A stream. A very important one, as we see G2 coming in, they have to go up against Sonics, but it's important in the grand scheme of things when we look at the SI qualification. G2 are currently 18th on points, and Sonics find themselves on 25th. Should they lose their game today, it's almost certain they will not be making it to SI simply on those points. A lot is on the line on stake for this game, and we're looking at G2 and their roster as well. We know they tend to have a bit of a rough start to the game. Alamau, for sure, they did not have a tough start to this major. Definitely popped off in phase 1. Maybe some more inconsistencies. Now, we're seeing other players besides him step up as well. One of these players in specific being Laura. He is the newest addition to this roster, and we spoke to him about what it's like to join a new team.
How was it starting on G2, and how quickly do you feel that you got adapted to a new team?
Was not so easy. First of all, because I've never practiced
speaking another language that was not my main language. So in the beginning I struggled a bit, but I'm fluent in English, so it was not that hard just to adapt something, some callouts in game. This stuff was not that easy. And also the play style for another region, like the teams in Europe plays way different than the teams in Brazil. The practices are so different, the things they focus on the practice. So this small stuff was not that easy to adapt, but in like 1 month or something, I was completely fine already. I think the Gamers 8 we had to play was not 100% yet, but then after this 1 month and a half, it was completely fine. Yeah.
And during stage 2 of VUL, it was a lot of up and downs for you guys. How much did you learn from that whole experience? Also the disappointment of going out early in the playoffs. What did that teach your team?
Yeah, I think on the UL stage, like every single match was something that the team learned, not like me individual, not like just thinking about me, but the whole team. Every single match we played on the UL was good for us. We learned a lot of things reviewing the matches. The matches we lost most likely like teach us a lot of things. So it was good for us that we could make the major even though we lost these matches, because they helped us to be a better team now to play the major. Of course, not that good thinking like in SI point or something, but it's fine. We'll get there. And about the playoffs, was a bit hard for us. I think we didn't expect VP to play such good like they played on the playoffs. We wish we won them on the playoffs and qualify for the playoffs, but we couldn't. They played better. We did not prep so much for this game, for the playoffs. We should have done more, but we also learned about this and we went really stronger for the LSQ. So it was good to lose on the playoffs as well.
There were some people in doubt when it came to that pickup of Laura on G2, but he silenced the doubters. Definitely a big roster change coming in for Sonics prior to this event to stage 2 as well, with picking up Canadian. And when we spoke to him, he said, well, you know, it's been a bit since we played our last game. We could definitely notice that in the way of how our comms got a bit chaotic. We're seeing them walking, of course, leading his team as the very first person to walk in front. And what we saw as well from this roster is Ambi is showing up massively. Dropped 13 kills in an ace versus SSG, 16 kills versus Virtus Pro, but it was not enough. Very unfortunate for them there, but this is an elimination game. SI is on the line for both of these teams, and that's why our maps in this best of 3 are super important. Let's have a look at them with our very first pick, a pick by Sonics, the Clubhouse games that we're going to, a 2-1 for them. G2 seem to ban this map a lot. It's definitely a map that they don't really play often. G2 themselves, they pick Cafe, a game that they have gone 1-1 on in recent history. But Sonics themselves, 2 out of 5 games is not enough of what they've won. We're looking at the decider as well. That will be Border. And the main thing I'm excited about, I hope we get to this decider, is because both these teams have their best attacking win rate on this map. It can really show us some good siege if we do make it there. But that obviously is something we will have to wait and see. Luckily, we got to speak to both the teams to see how they're feeling ahead of this really important best of 3. Speaking to Elamau from G2. Elamau, it's an elimination game. How are the nerves coming into this one?
I mean, a lot of nerves because we shouldn't be here in the first place. I think we played very bad yesterday in general. So yeah, a little bit nervous because we are in a tough spot. But also feeling pretty confident because we play BO3s now. So usually we play better when we play BO3s. So yeah, I'm confident for the game.
Awesome. Well, talking about those best of 3s as well, how are you feeling about the map selection? Because you've only shown us Chalet so far. Surely we're going to see something more now.
Yeah, we tried Chalet both times yesterday. It wasn't a good choice by us. But I think we play Club, Café, and Border now against Sonic. So 3 maps. We already showed the Café, I think, on the phase 1, but still 2 maps we didn't show. I think can win against Canadian. I always beat him anyway, so yeah.
Awesome, some good talk before that game. When we spoke to Doki yesterday, he said you guys tend to have rough starts to the game. What are you going to do today to make sure that doesn't happen?
I mean, we've been trying something. Like we are talking a lot about this in the prep room because it's been our main issue. Like we're always starting very slow. Even on the phase 1, we won both games. We also start very slow. We had to come back. So I think about this game, we have to start good, and then if we can start good the match, then we can win the whole thing.
We can only hope for a good start for you. Thank you for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
We're speaking to Ambi from the Sonics. You've had a bit of a rough start to your major so far. What do you think went wrong yesterday in the game versus SSG?
Mainly just little mistakes. You know, we were up 6-3, we were playing good, and then, you know, just little mistakes cost us. Especially in the first 2 games, you know, I think we're more losing to ourselves than them because we're playing good to win the game, but we're also just making enough mistakes to lose the game.
What I did like from you yesterday was you got an ace, of course, and then we heard your coach say, Ambi, you're dancing on them. And you're like, yeah, I am. What does this do to you and your mental?
I mean, when you have a coach that hypes you up, it's always nice, especially when you're playing good. So, yeah, hope I play good today so we can do that again.
Hopefully, yeah. You had a short turnaround, though, for today's game. Are you content with the amount of prep that you've been able to do?
Yeah, we're ready for the game. We don't think we should be 0-2, and, you know, is what it is, so beat up 3 times, so I think we'll do good.
It's a very good point, yeah. Best of 3s. How are you feeling about the map selection?
Good. We're confident in the maps, and I think we're going to win.
Awesome. Well, no spoilers yet, but thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the game. We'll find out soon if Ambi's gonna dance his way to a victory here, whilst we're looking at a duck that is supporting the Falcons, because we have an elimination game on the A stream, but over on the B stream, we have our important qualification game as well. 2 teams that have won both their games yesterday, and if they win this game, they will make it to those playoff finals. With that live audience, we have Falcons and FaZe over on the B stream. We have a bit of a break to ensure our players on the A stream are ready, and then we'll be back.
ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'aiguisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
I would like to talk to you about the season that you had with your team and your preparation for Montreal. So first of all, winning NA, what did that mean to you and your team?
I mean, it meant a lot. You know, it's only my second stage in the NAL, so it's pretty cool to win it. And we're a pretty new team, so you know, win the league as a new team, it feels pretty good.
And how have you been prepping going into Montreal? Have you been in boot camp, and what have you done for preparations?
We didn't boot camp. We just, you know, scrim every day. You know, schedule doesn't really change. You just double scrim every day and play to get better every day.
And the main focus for you guys, is that scrimming, working on all the technical stuff, or are you also working on, for example, tools to get mentally stronger or stuff like that?
I'd say a mix of both, but a lot of it is just, you know, prepping the technical stuff, you know, the little details in the game that we gotta fix, you know, so it don't happen on game day.
And
Well, if there's anyone who gets to be proud of their stage, it has to be Ambi with a great stage, only technically still in his rookie year, but he would like to attend his second SI. To do so, he has to keep his team alive in this matchup, an important best-of-3 elimination game for them on the line. We'll bring in our casters on the A stream as well, and I think per special request, we have Jake and Gus. Guys, how are we feeling today?
Feeling really good. I mean, we've got ourselves into a matchup that I didn't anticipate we would see at this juncture of the major for G2 and Sonics to be an elimination game already. It's quite startling, actually, but it really does go to show how excellent the major has been thus far.
Yeah, I love elimination games. They're probably some of my favorite in Siege, and this one, it really is twofold with the SI stakes as well. Unfortunately, the loser of this match, their only route forward to SI 2025 will be through the LCQ, so there's a lot on the line for both teams.
There is a lot on the line, and it starts on Clubhouse. The game is ready, so please take us there.
Yes, thank you, Anne. Clubhouse we go. Best of 3. First best of 3 that we're going to get here at the major, and a big one at that as well, I guess, for phase 2. Sorry, we did have phase 1, but nevertheless, for these two teams, it's been an intriguing journey to get here. For G2, of course, back over in phase 1, they make it through. Things are looking great. Then they run into Liquid to begin phase 2. They lose that one 8-6. You think, okay, not a bad performance. After that, though, subsequently, they drop to Scars 7-4, and they find themselves in this position. For Sonics, though, 2 very hard-fought losses. A 6-8 loss to Virtus Pro, followed then by that 6-8 loss last night to Space Station Gaming. Day 2, 0-2, and facing the prospect that the NAL champions could be leaving the Montreal Major as early as, well, a couple of hours from now. I don't know who you've really got in this matchup. I've had a look online. I've looked at some of the socials. It seems like a genuine 50-50. Really kind of pick your poison.
Yeah, this is a real tough one for me. I was pretty hot on G2 being able to make it through to the 3rd phase at this event, but that was heading in to the event before it actually did kick off. Unfortunately here so far, G2 haven't really performed to my expectation. And I think Sonic's just a little bit more well-rounded, top seed out of North America. They should have the legs in them, I think, to have a pretty deep run here through the Swiss stage. But unfortunately, it hasn't been necessarily the best of starts from them, and we need to see them kickstart something special here. This evening. Clubhouse, we go for the first map. Very excited to jump into this one as the bans do come through. Pretty standard for Club, most notably the Mav and the Kaid combo here on this map. Very prevalent, a lot of those exterior hard breach walls. The Maverick is a popular choice, and the Kaid for those basement hatches.
So Clubhouse we go, Sonics on the defense to begin. Again, I think so far throughout phase 2, in the way that they've been playing, it doesn't seem maybe as grim as the scoreline does suggest for them at 0 and 2. They've been actually able to perform in both of their games, but alas, falling short. The other key caveat coming into this game as well is the fact that North America has not beaten another team at the major, unless it was another North American team, which happened last night, SSG over Sonic. So they've got some big hurdles to overcome mentally. For G2, we're 2 after that loss to Scars. We actually got to cast that game, and they looked quite average. I think when it comes to G2, some of the key takeaways for me is just the fact that at times they just lacked, especially on a lot of their defensive setups. They allowed too many times Scars to just get some free attacking rounds because they just systematically didn't have good positioning. So a lot of that's going to have to be improved, especially when they eventually get into the second half. Defense Clubhouse, you've got to be able to do the basics. It's a really difficult one to split these two teams. Alas, for best of 3s, we do get a couple of really good opportunities to see as they develop throughout this series. But it is an elimination game. You lose this and you are out of the major. Crucial couple of maps coming up.
Now, in terms of comparing these teams like for like heading into this match, G2, there's a little bit more data. They've played the 7 maps thus far here at Montreal. In comparison, Sonic's only the 2. G2 go into this with a 40.5% win rate on attack compared to Sonic's at a pretty solid 50%, but there's a big differential in terms of the defensive win rate. G2 sitting at about 61%, Sonic's trailing behind many teams at the event at 35.5%. So for Sonics, they need to show a little bit more defensively here in this matchup, and thankfully for us, we'll get a showcase here over the course of the first 6 rounds. It is a basement defense to kick things off at a pretty standard composition defensively, and the attack rather on meta as well. Expect Doki to play quite a bit of Deimos. It's one of his favorite attacking operators, and we'll see that brought out for the first round to help gather information. The Ram in exchange for Buck, and that will help open up vert lines of sight through kitchen hallway and kitchen itself. And of course, don't look past the double hard breach combination to eventually open up hatches and potentially triple wall. And then Alamau on the blitz will no doubt be able to create some space as well. Ambi very early on in the piece looking to contest main, not looking for drone utility, but instead using smokes to help stall out this push.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a minute 22 remaining in this round already. This is actually being quite stagnant. I mean, yeah, a little bit of pressure over towards main, as you mentioned with Ambi, over towards that position with the smoke. The gas babe's out nice and early, a little bit of pressure. Not much work being done, though, over towards the kitchen hatch. Stock hatch still as well, reinforced. G2's pace is going to have to certainly pick up. They do have the blitz, and they can eventually just push down main if they want to, and I think that's what they're trying to do. Doki does get the kill onto Ambi, playing a rather aggressive position on that smoke. Rather than deep sight, we can play off the gas babes to eventually deny things like plants. That gives G2 the opening advantage, and from there, they get that kill, they split. They maneuver around the map. They can push through dirt, they can go over towards blue. 45 seconds, though. They need to keep this pacing going.
Yeah, dirt was soft, so that's an avenue that G2 can look to exploit. An attempt to open up triple, though, is dissuaded by Canadian up close with those bandit batteries. So too has this dirt push been stalled out of the back of the Goyo. So the util game from the Sonics actually quite strong through this latter portion of the round.
Guys, there's 20 seconds. I mean, come on now. Got to pick up the pace here. They kind of stalled themselves out, thought about dirt, and then pivoted, moved away from that position. And suddenly you're just sitting down main, playing long hallway, heading into red time. The slow push up from Loira, trying to find a freebie onto Rexon, who does push forward. Grexon will also fall. Double from Loira on the push through main. They needed something special. And in the end, though, it is Sonics that come up better. Holding strong defensively, Canadian. And in the end, G2's push just looked so stagnant for large portions of that opening round. And while they were able to get the kill onto Ambi through main stairs, I thought they did a decent job pushing away from that position to eventually try and get dirt pressure, blue pressure through secret. They all just then kind of huddled back over towards main, and no one really did anything. There's like 15 seconds left, and Laura's like, I gotta go find something. And while he does find 2 kills, everyone else falls apart, and that's all too easy for Sonics.
So a technical pause then called at the conclusion of the first round, so hopefully we can get this fixed pretty quickly. Yeah, a bit of a strange round there from G2. Brute forcing eventually a Deimos there in through main and found Ambi, gave themselves the advantage. Then tried, as you sort of mentioned, to experiment with a couple of different ideas with Dirt Soft and maybe the Deimos over towards blue. Tried to range hard breach, triple wall, and Canadian countered that. It then limited options, and it meant that they didn't have a whole lot of time remaining. Push down long was strong, but still not enough to deal with the anchors on site. And Sonics, with such strong anchor play, you need to ensure that you have the time and the info to help trade out those positions at a bare minimum.
I was a little bit worried about Ambi's position. It's aggressive, I like it. You always want to try and have some of that pressure main stairs to deny that vert play in through kitchen and the hallway thusly, but you're playing the smoke, you've got those gas babes, you can delay for the late game, and eventually at some point you got to try and find your way back. But as soon as the floorboards get opened up, that cross back in through bot main stairs is so much more difficult to then get back to site. He has to pretty much play to the death. He loses his life, and typically when it comes to attacking into Clubhouse, all you really need is that opening pick, 5v4, try and hit site, use the numbers advantage essentially, because then you can just go in, start to get trades off each other, and you've got the numbers. But they didn't do that. They stalled themselves out, and that's the disappointing part when it comes to G2.
I have listed here that that opening pick was with a minute 2 on the clock.
They had time.
Time in Siege can be a funny game. It didn't feel like they were taking that long to clear that position, but the numbers don't lie.
I mean, Laura does a decent job as we head into the tech balls immediately after that opening round. You kind of look back over for Sonics. They didn't really do a whole lot outside of Ambi, so rather default. But I think that's the way you want to typically start a series like this. When you're playing Clubhouse defense and it's a best of 3, you don't need to do any kind of funny shenanigans. Kind of keep it simple, keep it default. Force G2 to be the ones to have to try and clear you out, make these mistakes, make these errors. And in the end, the error really was the time lapse that they eventually found themselves in. Unfortunate for this technical pause, to apologize. But it gives us more time to kind of just dissect the series as a whole and where we think this potentially may go, Guz, because it really is a bit of a toss-up. Coin flip, if you will, I think is a good terminology. It's really difficult to predict this because I think both teams have shown really good aspects of what they are expected to bring at an event like this at the Montreal Major. G2 in Phase 1, I think for the most part, we kind of expected them to get out, and they did. As for Sonics, I mean, they've had a pretty tough run. I mean, Virtus Pro actually looking pretty good. They got another win earlier just before this as well. As we head to the replays for that opening round. Yeah, Laura does well. Honestly, all things considered, I wasn't expecting him to be able to just walk in through main hallway and find 2 kills. Kept things alive for G2. But outside of that one individual heroic, the team as a whole really blundered that attacking round. Especially considering you get that opening pick. You're not going to get that many chances. Well played from Sonics on the board early. It is their map pick, though, and they're on defense club, so we have to temper those expectations a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be in for the long haul for this particular matchup.
Dark. Oh, we have to remake the rounds.
Looks like we have re-entered into another technical pause. Thought perhaps we would get the match underway once more, but sounds like a rehost has also been called. And so the discussions may resume.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's always one of the worst times to get a rehost as well. One round in, you haven't really got a whole lot to go off. You don't really want to break down that one particular round to the death of it. We've already kind of spoken a little bit about, you know, both of these teams coming in. I mean, for Sonics, I guess this is now where if we're just going to go into podcast mode, shout out Jake and Guz. Got to do it every time. I think for Sonics, there's more riding on this match. Is that fair to say? I think that's well and truly fair to say.
I think so.
You cannot have the NAL champions going out here in round 3 of the Phase 2 bracket. And not only that, not only are you being eliminated, but you're eliminated 0 and 3.
And SI.
And SI.
That's the even bigger...
Of course, there's the last chance qualifiers, but in terms of SI points, you would be
massive.
out.
Yeah.
The roster changes that have been made, the amazing stage that they had in Stage 2, to culminate in a loss here at the Major in this fashion would be devastating, and certainly an unexpected one. For G2, it's a little bit different, but it also would be quite a travesty as to where they originally were once to where they potentially could be now. And for them as well, the run has been a little bit more different. Sure, some success in Phase 1, expected though. But that loss to Scars yesterday, well, has maybe caused some scars of their own.
Yeah. I think, like for like, Sonics should be more favored of all the teams that find themselves in an 0-2 position to probably make a run. I think with the experience of Canadian at the helm, the amount of pressure that some of their young gunners can offer inside of the server as well, in this best of 3 format, best of 3 situation they now find themselves in, they should be well suited. G2, I don't know if they quite have that same well-rounded polish. They do have a lot of experience though on that roster, so I wouldn't completely rule them out from having impact, but this first match likely to be a tough one from them. And that first round, a good sign from Sonic. So we highlighted a little bit there back when this match begun. Their defensive win rate so far here at Montreal has really let them down. It's lagged behind a lot of the rest of the competition. They've let a lot of rounds go astray, despite the data maybe being a little bit more limited. And I'm sure that's been a big focal point for them heading into today, how they can tidy up defense and ensure that they're capitalizing on those particular halves.
Yeah, this is an extended technical pause. Of course, the rehost that was involved, we can see on our perspective that they're getting slowly back into the lobby. I don't think this favors any team, by the way. We're 1 round in. This is completely null and void. If anything, maybe a slight reset for G2, considering the potential opportunities they did have in that opening round and unable to capitalize. I will say, though, looking at the actual player cams and what we've been able to see in terms of the body language for the teams themselves, they look pretty calm. Considering the stakes that are on offer here and the elimination game that we are in for both of these 2 teams, 2 juggernauts really of the Siege landscape, everyone looks pretty chill. I don't know if it'll be that way if we get to, say, a map 3, for example. That's when the nerves might kick in.
That's why I love elimination games. Of course, qualification games can be just as exciting, but not maybe as much necessarily in a 2-0 Swiss phase, but 0-2 Swiss phase. That's when the pressure really begins to ramp up. It feels like at this point in time now, the event really starts to kick into another gear. And the teams that can rise to that occasion, like I think Sonic's perhaps probably will this evening, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch as that pressure ramps up if a map 3 is to be played through. Well, I'm hearing somebody, I believe it may have been Canadian, requesting that the team redials in because it seems like we will be getting back into the game in a moment. Which is good to see.
Yeah, very quickly before we do get back into the game, coming over some of the stats that we've seen from Sonics in the matches they've played so far. I mean, Ambi has been by far and away their best player, 126 EPS. The next best has been Rexon, 110. And then after that, no one else in the triple digits for Sonic. So I think when you kind of look at that on paper, you've got 2 players that are playing statistically above average, but then the other 3 are all playing below average. Can Sonics in this series find a way for it to become more of a team-orientated effort to find the result? It cannot just be the Ambi show featuring Rexon, like Batman and Robin. You need the whole crew. You need the whole gang if you're going to find success. 1-0 start. Rehost concluded, and we can get back into this elimination matchup and hopefully carry some momentum forward as we head over to Gym and Bedroom for the second round of Clubhouse. It is the map pick of Sonics, and we are back underway.
So the dynamic then will naturally shift quite a bit on this particular objective, and there's a couple of opportunities that G2 may look to exploit on this attack, whether it be a map sweep from CCTV and Cash across, or perhaps they'll look to direct their efforts a little bit more through Jacuzzi. Some teams even split that and try to exploit whichever side at any given moment is perhaps weakened defensively by Sonics. G2 definitely showed in the previous round a willingness to try and adapt on the fly, but unfortunately last time around they didn't have a ton of time on the clock, and it did prove ultimately very, very costly. We'll kick things off though over towards Con. Can open that up freely off the back of the EMP to counter the Bandit Battery from Ambi, who may be looking to actively trick this Jacuzzi wall. Or perhaps he's elsewhere. He is currently over towards top red stairs, so this wall, again, will be opened up uncontested. And so the hard breach game, at least for G2 this time around, has been far more effective.
Yeah, I mean, with both Con, single wall, and Jacuzzi opened up already, this is a decent start from G2. Ambi on the Bandit hasn't really been able to do much, as he said, over towards that Cash side of the map. This is a very strong angle from Surf to see if he can maybe pick one early, and he does eventually with the rotate back in towards Bedroom. He catches Blaz. That's a nice free kill. I mean, the Ace has done his job, so in terms of hard breach, you've still got the Thermite, but you don't really need much more hard breach from here anyway. Bathroom opened up, but it is a 1-0 start for Sonics in the round. They'll happily take that one. And they've got decent site control, although another pick. Laura does get one, but immediately traded. Ambi with a nice quick response keeps the advantage for Sonics with 90 seconds remaining in the round. And G2 are going to have to find a way down a player. But Uno in towards Jim. Statistically, hasn't quite been performing for G2, but he's going to go for the fast plan. Is there a response? No one from Sonics even remotely close. Nitro Cell is good from Grixer. Canadian did lose his life, but most importantly for Sonics, they've denied the plant from going down.
The drop from Doki, though, brings it back to the 2 versus 2. And a minute on the clock. Alamau also able to pounce. Rexon now looking to clutch up over towards Logistic, but position no. Sprays the first. Alamau up close, also falls.
Wow.
Hey, sit your bitch ass down, boy!
Oh!
Y'all real quiet over there!
Be calm. Relax.
Yo, where the fuck are you looking, Alamau?
Sheesh. It's been a lot of talking and a lot of shouting from a lot of the North Americans, but not a lot of winning. Maybe this series that can change.
Yeah, I maybe could have.
Hey, you said it, not me. We're in the land of North America. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything nasty.
Hey, I've got to say though, being honest, I actually admire the shit talk that we've seen from these guys. Even if they're losing, they still give it, and that actually is where you get the respect. It's easy to talk smack when you're up, when you're winning. You know, especially in a best of 3, if you're already 1 map up and you're deep into the second map and you're winning, it's so easy to get into the all chat and start doing question marks and all that. It's another thing though when it's at the very beginning. You're trying to set that tone nice and early. I don't hate it at all. Great Nitro Cell from Grixer though. That salvages the round and then it comes down to a 1v1. Alamau, where were you
Did he
looking?
actually look away there? Or is that a weird... It looks like he flicked away towards main there, right?
Yo, where the fuck are you?
Where was he looking? Good question.
Where was he looking? We're going to have to start getting some like live bleepers in for the North Americans. So 2-0 start for Sonics. I mean, admittedly in both of the rounds, G2 have certainly had their chances. Like, this has not been a whitewash by any means. As we head over to Cash and CCTV for the 3rd round, it is a good start for Sonics. But G2 not without their opportunities. They had the opening pick in the opening round, and of course then in the second round, came down to a 1v1.
So it is Cash and CCTV in play then for the 3rd round. Can Sonics look to put the cherry on top for this first rotation? It's looking like a map sweep early on here though from G2. And Alamau almost able to pounce there onto Canadian, I believe it was, who overswings that position.
Canadian!
To be fair, he was caught, had to try and make a play. Was never going to get out of that position.
Well, Doki does double down as well for G2, and it's the strongest start to a round that we've seen from them, but Ambi catches out Doki. The young prodigy has started well so far in this elimination match. He might get caught on the cross back in towards Lounge. No, he actually gets himself into a position where he can fight back against Blaz and does some decent damage. Ambi's done a really decent job to maneuver around the map. Not only find a kill, but get back to site. 4 versus 3. I mean, that is a tremendous effort.
Yeah, good example of just bringing this round now back into the realm of possibility for Sonics. Critically gets back to the objective, life intact. And there's still decent positions being played here at the moment from Sonics, but equally the information from G2 in response also clean. Only the 3 drones up, but one of those critically inside of Cash. Main wall able to be opened up now as well, and the pressure will really begin to ramp up for Sonics. Kit, though, to be rotated for a likely con hit, it would seem, from G2.
Ambi goes for some pressure, tries to get some information, but all he found was Alamau, and the trades continuing to flow for G2. Down to Surf in a 1v3, does catch one, has some time, but he does need to get a wriggle on as the push in towards site coming through now to CCTV for Uno. He's at the server rack, and Surf might just shut the boat down! Oh, Surfing on the high waves to get the double kill at the end, 3 in a row. Not just for Surf, but also for Sonics.
We were in a shit position that round because we're going so urgent. I get the defaults up, all that. Go.
Okay, they call timeout, guys.
And the tactical timeout immediately called by G2. A perfect opening rotation from a Sonics roster that has struggled defensively at this event. Concerning signs early on here from G2.
Well, you know what's concerning for me, right? If I'm looking at G2 holistically through the opening 3 rounds, is that they've actually been in a lot of these rounds. But you're 3-0 down, you haven't gotten any result. And in a matchup like this, you know, you kind of think club defense, you're probably expecting Sonics to start well in this opening half, and obviously they have. But G2 have not been without their opportunities and not without their chances. They just haven't been able to capitalize. I mean, in the 3 rounds we've played, they've actually had 2 opening kills as well. So you're winning in that department. But you're unable to then follow up on that. And not only that, they had a really good opportunity in the second round when it came down to 1v1. So that was the round that they did not even get an opening kill. So in all 3 rounds, at some various point, G2 have been in a somewhat winnable position. Never more than when you're up 5-3 to start the round, but how is Surf even allowed to get into that position to deny after getting all 3 at the end? Sonics have got all 3 to start.
Yeah, okay, we can open the whole lot.
Back down to basement we go.
I also love that from Canadian, and again, it's just a reflection of the amount of experience he has at this level. Every single time there's a hype moment, he lets his team, you know, have their time, a couple of seconds to celebrate, and then bang, refocus. Let's settle, let's relax, let's continue this run. There's no point getting too overexcited 3 rounds into a potential 3-mapper. And now it's just all about replicating that success over the course of the remaining defensive rounds now on offer. On the other side of the coin for G2, it's about extracting value from that tactical timeout. They've had an opportunity to quickly reflect on what has taken place over the last few rounds and how they want to now reapproach each of these objectives. We'll see what kind of counterpunches they may now be able to land. It's critical, though, that they remain competitive. We are going to see a rather similar defensive composition this time around from Sonics here on basement. Surf, though, has dropped the Warden in exchange for Malusi. Critically, though, Ambi is seemingly going to play this aggressive mainstairs position once more for Smoke and casting our minds back. Last time, he was able to stall out 2 minutes of the round before eventually falling. That round going on to not be converted, of course, by G2. So we'll see how they go about approaching it this time around. Similar vertical opportunities on offer once more with the Ram in play. And this Malusi utility already spotted out early could be a spanner thrown in the works here to just make that mainstairs push a little bit more challenging, operating under the assumption that Ambi is looking to hold it, and you can see the red outline, he most certainly is.
It's that perceived pressure now as well from Sonics onto G2. Oh yeah, from below, Blaz just looks so awkward, doesn't he, in that position. Takes a bit of damage, forced into kitchen, trying to get these Boogie Auto breaches down, open up the hallway floorboards, but Sonics are happy to play it from down below. Doki on the Deimos only has the Malusi available, but Ambi lost his life. Not for the first time. Twice now in the opening 4 rounds, Ambi's been the opening death. Sonics are going to have to find a different avenue in finding a 4th round. But so far, they've been very versatile in doing so. Can they do it again? Nitrocell easily dealt with. Should be and will be. Rexon, though, captures Loira. And all Rexon can say in chat is lol. I mean, and he might get another one here. Doki's not careful. We've already seen Blaz get shot up through the floorboards as well. GT need to be very cautious of their positioning.
It's a really nasty Nitro that just thought out a bit of time and laid that seed of doubt for G2. So 4-4, minute on the clock. Triple ball exposed, but these mirror windows still offering a lot of value and backed up with those bandit batteries. A blue drop will be tough, a push down main will be a challenge. Maybe a kitchen drop will end up being the eventual play here for G2. But with at least 1 Nitro still up, easier said than done to execute.
And Doki's going for a drone in towards the blue side of the map. In 30 seconds, they've got to make a move. Moto hatch available, kitchen drop. I don't know if this is going to work. Uno with a flash prepped, ready. 1 in towards dirt. Surf crossing back in towards site. Time starting to go against G2 again. It's all too reminiscent of the opening round of this map. The drop from Uno, but he loses his life to Canadian, who stands strong inside of Dirt and Sonics with all the numbers. And no time really remaining at all for G2. Once again, their attackers just look, well, incompetent. I mean, this is what it's come down to. Alamau is just prone in kitchen. There's 3 seconds left. He knows there's nothing they can do. What are they doing?
Your team is dead! Your team is dead! Look at you, what are you doing?
I mean, Rexon makes a very good point. What are you doing? Yeah. I mean, we have the pleasure of casting the Asia-Pacific region, and I've seen far better attacking than that. I mean, that is...
Whoa.
I'm happy to make that statement. I mean, seriously, G2 right now are not going for map control. They're not moving around the map. They're not keeping Sonics on their toes. Sonics are able to keep their feet planted in sight, hold key positions, deny the Sonics are in full control on defense, Club. Well, truly. But it's the second time now that they've had basement where G2 have got the opening pick. Use that to your advantage. Start moving around. They just look so stagnant and slow.
Yeah, a large portion of that defensive strat from Sonics is reliant on Ambi being able to stall out some decent time over towards main. And that time around, G2 was still 30 seconds faster, and it didn't translate into a whole lot. Triple wall mirror, blue mirror, they just showed no willingness to try and contest and clear those positions. And, you know, to be fair, sometimes that can work out, but like a pressure dirt, full stack kitchen, just felt very, very underwhelming from the attack. And Sonics, to their credit, anchoring really, really well so far on defense. Up to a 4-round streak now in this elimination match, and making a very strong case that they could snatch this map quite comfortably. When I say snatch, it is their selection, but still, it's been a rather dominant performance from them so far. Can G2 find some fight here? They've already used their tactical timeout. So it's now fully in the hands of the 5 players inside of the server to culminate a comeback effort. Bedroom gym for round number 4.
Well, G2 are bottom 6 at the major in terms of attacking win rate, but they're actually top 4 in terms of defensive win rate. So they don't need that many rounds attacking into Club. But the problem is you've only got now 2 opportunities to essentially find the 2 that may be necessary. So they're leaving themselves very little room remaining. But if they can find, say, this, well, upcoming 5th round and 6th round, yeah, potentially we could find ourselves with a good opportunity. But Sonic's already straight, nice and early aggression. They get to, Ambi will find a second in the round, and this one's well done. Simple as 4 versus 1 with Uno outside, and Sonics are going to make it 5-0, and this is by far and away been the most lopsided round that we've had so far here on Clubhouse. Despite the lopsided scoreline, the rounds themselves have been relatively contested, but no contest at all from G2 in this round.
Very concerning. Uno, stranded outside, 24 HP. Will not win this round. Sonic still with their tactical timeout available. And it will be a 5-round lead here. Rexon just politely reminding G2 that the game has in fact started. Just in case.
Well, it started for one of these 2 teams. The other one's still waiting in the lobby. Maybe they're getting some catering. I don't know. G2 needs to find a way to get inside of the server. I mean, it is only the opening map of a best of 3. There are ways back into it, and this is, of course, the map pick for Sonics. But the overall general play from G2 is getting worse as time progresses.
Clubhouse is a fundamental map.
Absolutely.
You have to be looking somewhat competitive to stand a chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is a basic level map that all of the teams at this level of siege should be well and truly aware as to how to play it, how to unlock it, what to do when you've got favorable position. I'm trying to hear what Doki's saying. He said I think we should do something. I mean, there's not much that they can do it really at this point. You're 5-0 down. This is going to take something very special. Yeah.
I think that face does it all.
I think it does. A face can sometimes speak 1,000 words, and we're getting quite a lot there. I will say, this feels like an elimination match, doesn't it, right? Like, these 2 teams, I mean, Sonics, I think, and this is what I was kind of saying when we were kind of pre-show discussing the matchup here. Sonics' run is a little deceiving as to why they're here. 6-8 loss to VP, 6-8 loss to SSG, and they should have beaten SSG.
Yeah.
They absolutely should have beaten SSG. There are good elements to what we've seen from Sonics throughout this event so far, if you want to get on the copium. Whereas for G2, it's deteriorating. Like, it's getting worse. Like, that loss to Scars yesterday is far and away worse than anything we've seen from Sonics. And right now, this match is very much showing the difference between the 2 teams, rightfully. But 1 attacking round for G2. It keeps the door ajar, very slightly. And Alamau will get the opening pick for this round. It will be their 4th opening pick in this half. Can you believe it? Into the 6th round, 4 of 6, and yet they find themselves 0-5 down.
Yeah. And many of these opening picks have not been that deep into the round. So concerns in terms of mid to late round conversion from G2 in this match so far, being left exposed time after time after time. Will this be a round that they could finally get across the line? They still have the Blitz available as well. This will be a powerful tool, and Doki perhaps posturing to contest up red stairs. Good counterplay though from Grixup. Smoke Babe just to stall that out, still has 2 in the pocket.
Oh! I mean, I like the more map-wide pressure this time from Sonics. The pistol, well, it's a little bit shaky from Doki, but he does eventually get the kill onto Canadian. Keeps the 1-player advantage for G2. And they're starting to make their way in towards Bot Garage, which is somewhat what Doki was talking about pre-round. Rexton still up above on the dock.
Well, they haven't cleared Garage Rafters, and they don't have a Capital tool or a Grim to do this. So they're going to be relying on...
He's going to get at least one, isn't he? The positioning here from Rexton is so important, and he does catch Alamau. Could he find a second? No. Shot down by Laura. 60 seconds remaining in the round as they start to make their way up towards Rafters. 23 HP, though, on Doki is not what you want when you're playing that Blitz. Good cross angle for Uno, but he is 0-5. Has not found a kill so far. Will probably need to get one in this round.
Nitro still available as well for Surf. 40 seconds on the clock, and so the Plantanar potential here from Sonics is still rather strong. But keep in mind that Blitz from Doki can lay pressure in the backline if he so wishes to go deep, and that will be the play. Surf under the pump, flashed out. Nitro in response, but I don't think it will land. It's ineffective. Bit of damage done, but Uno will critically survive.
Shoot him!
Doki needs to find this kill, unable to go deep. Elsewhere, Grixer able to find one. Loira full the trade, and now Surf left all alone.
Again, I mean, and Laura now has to get the kit. Suddenly 10 seconds remaining. He has to make a decision. Does he go for the kill, go for the plant? He tries to stick it, maybe force Surf out. Doesn't have the Nitro Assault, doesn't matter! Oh, Surf does it again for the 2nd time in the half.
6-0, the game started!
6-0 for Sonics in an elimination best-of-3. G2 are having an absolute nightmare few days at the major.
Wait, you gotta rehost. They gotta rehost, right? 6-0? Yeah.
And we might be heading into a rehost. Indeed, it looks like we will.
One round at a time.
Listen,
let's go. Great half.
Urgency and the tone.
Wow.
Literally just lost like 3 matches.
Alamau is chalked, I think.
I think they're all chalked. The question will be, though, can you find a way to get that reset mentally going into the 2nd map? Very much need to make it aware for those maybe just tuning in. This is a best-of-3, but G2 will find themselves 1-0 down in said elimination best-of-3 and could very well be the first team from Phase 2 to be eliminated.
I don't think I'm going to win many alpha packs with my predictions.
My predictions are done. They are finished.
And I don't think I'm
having
alone.
an absolute
I don't think
blast.
we're alone.
I'm having an amazing major. Lots of great APAC wins.
Oh, there's been plenty.
Been plenty.
We thought that maybe this could be the death of North America, but if this match continues the way in which it is, that will not be the case.
I wonder if Fresh is still wearing his G2 jersey. Ooh. Surely that's gone.
That's a great question.
Maybe he can get a Sonics jersey. I mean, this one's, for all intents and purposes, done. It's 6-0, Sonics map pick, clubhouse.
This map is done. Yeah.
This map is done.
But the
series
recovery,
is not, though.
Yeah, the series recovery is going to be real tough. It's one thing to bounce back off losing your opposition's map pick in a, well-contested match where maybe you're just falling short in a couple of key areas. Unfortunately, though, for G2, they haven't had much go their way at all in this particular match. Win cons have been so difficult to come by on the attack. And a lot of these 50-50 late rounds, if you want to frame them in that fashion, have been so one-sided from Sonics thus far, where they've just been dominant.
I mean, just to note as well, we've got the B stream at the moment in terms of our promotion match. Falcons and FaZe just started their best-of-3 as well. I will mention the score, so if you want to not hear the score right away, there's your 2-3 seconds. 4-3 to FaZe, about to be 5-3 to FaZe on the opening map. So they're quietly getting it done, as expected. I think FaZe being actually the first team to qualify for Phase 3 would be very on brand.
I just tuned into Fresh here.
Oh, you've tuned into Fresh on desk.
He's not even watching the G2
He's not
game.
even watching the game.
Well, they wearing the jersey.
He was 2 days ago. He's sitting there wearing his G2 jersey with pride. He's not even watching the game. He probably
I think he probably was, and then he's like, nah,
he's
I'll
flipped
tune
over. He's like, I don't need to watch this. It's in the bin. Quick update. We are still into that technical pause, but it is now done. There you go. There's the quick update. And it is 6-0. Yep, that's right. It is still 6-0 to Sonics, and we are, I would imagine, not too far away from being completed with Clubhouse. The bad news is, though, and as you can tell by Uno's sigh, it will be another rehost. This is the longest 6-0 I've ever done, but it is a 6-0.
You know what?
Fresh actually just said, I am watching, so I don't know what to believe anymore.
Maybe he tuned out because of the pause.
So,
probably fair.
So now for this particular rehost, let's cast our minds a little forward. Cafe to come, picked by G2. What do you need to see from them in terms of the fundamentals that they can get back into this series and they can turn things around?
One of the big problems they've had on attack is more often than not, they're winning the opening duel. Again, more often than not, with a decent chunk of time left in the round.
Correct.
And we've even then seen them go on to experiment a little bit around the map and try and find points of weakness, maybe try to employ a bit of split theory. Hasn't really worked out for the most part. They've also had a couple of rounds where they've looked to consolidate in specific positions. There's that really good example, Basement, where they're just full stack kitchen, like, okay, let's just fully drop, let's ignore every other part of the map, not contest the mirror windows, etc., etc. That also fell flat. They need to do a much better job, in my opinion, of trying to better contest and dislodge key power positions from the defense. Sonics have such great gunners and anchor players as well in combination that can, one, roam around and be a bit more dynamic, your likes of an Ambi, for instance, but also your Canadians of the world that can more than comfortably sit in a key part of the objective and shut down pushes as well. So Sonics have had all their bases covered, and G2 are finding it very difficult mid to late round to find win cons and convert, and even still when they maybe have found a win condition or two, and maybe it comes down to a close 1 versus 1, well, guess what? Sonics have also had the clutch factor, so it's been really rough for G2. I don't think they've played absolutely horribly on this map, but
their late round executes have been awful.
They've looked, short of the mark.
Everything else has been far more acceptable, and if they had have been better in the clutch and better in the late round scenarios, I'm sure we wouldn't be staring down a 6-0. The reality is we are. The reality is Sonics 1 round away from securing the opening map of this elimination best of 3. Again, Cafe to follow this, picked by G2. It's going to take some kind of mental reset, though, to, of course, get this one to border. The Sonics have looked tremendous. What a game from Surf. 9-1.
Yeah.
Plus 8 on the KD. He's 1-0 on his entry with a 100% cost.
Wow. He's had some pretty big impact moments as well. It's not even a case of farming freebies. It's been genuine impact, so...
Uno, though, on the other hand, is now minus 24 KD at the major.
Ooh.
With a 0-5 at the moment. Or I think actually maybe 0-6 now. This hasn't quite updated, but...
Oh, no.
Opening kill for Ambi on to Doki. Sets the tone nice and early here for the 7th round.
Ooh. Lucky Ambi didn't go down to type thank you, otherwise he would have died from the run out. Maybe that was the grand plan.
Big brain IQ. Good start to the round though for Sonics, looking to close this one off as they possibly can as quick as possible. 7-0 would also be a bit of a statement, wouldn't it? I think for G2, it's can you at least get one on the board? You don't want to get 7-0 to begin this elimination best of 3. Rexon slowly making his way in towards Garage.
Alamau inside of stock. I can't quite tell if the hatch, though, is opened up, so he may be playing for life as opposed to an escape avenue. You can see that outline at the moment. Alamau now to progress through. Logic Bomb to stall it out. The hatch is closed, but Alamau with impacts in pocket. Just trying to make a bit of a Hail Mary play, it would seem, and his position is now known. Spray through the wall.
Well, that's what it feels like for G2, right? As the game has progressed, it's almost like the individuals are trying to just make something happen rather than the collective, whereas for Sonics as a team have played really well together. They're playing off each other. They got strategy. Oh no. This is also a very decent drone here from Grixer, and it will be played off. Alabama will lose his life on the roam. 5 up to 3 for Sonics. Still doing the basics as well. Claymore placed towards Oil Pit. You can play off of this position as well. And already you can see the difference in the way that Sonics are approaching this very site in comparison to G2, who went for the more basic approach, kitchen hallway. Sonics have got good map control. They're forcing G2 to try and push up, go for these peaks. Not playing the more conventional way. Does mean, of course, as we do progress, time will be a factor. Kitchen hatch, though, opened up. Drone in towards site from Grixer. Notices very much that Arsenal is quite open for the taking. One in blue, one in church, leaving only Uno at the back of Arsenal to contest. We all know that Montang down bot main stairs is going to be a nuisance as Canadian makes his way over. Mirror window still up on the triple wall, but it will be dealt with swiftly. And right now, Canadian moving with purpose. I mean, he's taken this control. This is an absolute beatdown from Sonics onto G2. Canadian waltzing into sight on the Montang. There is no response at all from G2. Uno does find a kill. The irony for the man struggling so immensely at this major. Nitrocell thrown, but full white from the flash. With the plant down, it's done. 7-0 from Sonics against G2. And they will let them know all about it.
Wow, wow, wow. I expected Sonics to perform this evening. I did not expect a flawless map, though, to kick off this particular series. Utterly dominant in all facets of the game, and G2 will need to do quite a bit of soul-searching to recover this match.
Yeah, Cafe to follow this, of course. It is a best of 3, so this one isn't over, but it has been a statement map from Sonics to win in the way that they did 7-0. The longest 7-0 you will ever get with the rehosts that we did end up getting. But still, for Sonics, by far and away better. Across most of the facets of that match, we kind of spoke about throughout those lengthy rehosts, the opening portions of the game for G2 certainly were there, and that's something they can maybe look at in terms of the positive aspects. If you really want to dig deep into a 7-0 loss and find some positives, that is certainly there going into Cafe following this.
Yeah, we need to see mid to late round conversion from G2, especially on attack, because obviously that's what we saw for the majority of this match. Dislodging positions, applying pressure, forcing Sonics to make uncomfortable and, you know, plays that aren't in their favor. We didn't see that really at all. There was no discomfort from Sonics at all across the first 6 rounds.
In the opening round, they had the opening kill. They should have really done a lot better. In the second round, while they didn't have the opening kill, we saw there in the replay, it came down to that 1 versus 1, where they arguably could have and maybe should have won that particular round. Then in the third round, Cash and CCTV, opening kill. Surf gets 3K at the end, clutches up the round. So in the opening 3 rounds of this game, G2 were in some kind of position where you could systematically say they maybe could have won that round, and it could have been 3-0 to G2. I'm not saying it should have, but it could have. Unfortunately, there's no should have or could haves at a major. There is only do or die, and while Sonics did do 7-0. And man, G2 are going to have to very quickly find a way to pick themselves back up heading into Cafe. It's going to be a very tall order. I'm not putting a line through it, but my goodness, they're going to have to find a way to bounce back. And if they can, credit to them. But I'm not sensing it's going to happen. I've got to say, Sonics from here surely close this series out because they were so dominant.
The harsh reality is G2 are 1 map away from not being able to qualify for 6th Invitational 2025 on points.
Yeah,
this
that's the big
is
one.
a massive next couple of maps potentially for them if they're able to push it to a 3rd. This is huge. The pressure is mounting big time.
Absolutely. Don't go too far, of course. This being a best of 3 means the second map for Cafe not too far away.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that, the best back, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Well, a dramatic start to our elimination match here for G2 and Sonic. Sonic's getting a 7-0 resounding victory in the opening map. Cafe to come very shortly. Of course, on the B stream, it is FaZe Clan and Falcons doing battle in the promotional match to see who can go to Phase 3. FaZe Clan, though, taking it out 7-3 in the opening map on Clubhouse. A little bit more competitive, cuz.
Slightly more competitive. I think it would be hard to be less competitive. It would be hard to be compared to our match. But either way, jumping across to Cafe for this second map, and it's do or die for G2.
Yeah, do you want a Xenox fun pack as well?
I would love one.
The FaZe Falcon Games is also going to jump over to Cafe as well.
Wow.
So they've copied us. It's club into Cafe, club into Cafe. Well, they've got labs. They've got border.
Okay.
So not quite the whole way. What do we need to see from G2 here? The onus is entirely on them. For Sonic 7-0, amazing job on Clubhouse. Job done. They'll be feeling ramped and ready to go coming into Cafe. For G2, it's all about that mental reset. Can they find a way to just kind of cast their mind aside of what happened and what transpired on Clubhouse, come into Cafe with a fresh new agenda, attacking first up, gives them the perspective that they can maybe try and set the tone nice and early.
All comes down to attack. And fortunately for us, G2 will start on the attacking side here into Cafe. How will they go about converting opening kills? That advantage that they were able to obtain multiple times back on Clubhouse did not translate to round wins. Sonics looked really good at the death in the late round, shutting down these attacks from G2. As the bans come through, the Grim off the board, so it's a little bit intriguing there from Sonics. Takes away some of the crowd control potential available to G2. Laz plays a lot of that particular operator. It is his most played over the last few months. The rest are a little bit more stock standard, and with the Monty off the board, Canadian has that tool taken away. Saw a little bit of that on Clubhouse, and the only reason we saw a little bit of it was because they only had to win one attacking round, and they did.
Yeah, even Uno doesn't mind a bit of Grim himself as well, so I think it's a pretty decent ban from the side of Sonics. Montaigne taken off the board in terms of shield play. They still have the Blitz available. So Sonics to defend first up. They'll be taking us actually over to Kitchen to begin here for Cafe's second map of this elimination best of 3. G2 now need to find themselves winning the next 2 maps. Border the decider if necessary. For Sonics, 1 map away from securing the first victory at the Montreal Major for a North American team against, well, a team that's not from North America.
Perhaps, again, you may just be tuning in or you want an update as to the stakes of this particular matchup. The Majors, of course, feeding points towards 6 Invitational 2025 and the global standings. As we sit right now, G2 Esports on 260 points. Funnily enough, actually leading the Sonics at 220. Both teams, though, outside the top 16. And so it goes without saying, you lose this match, your last chance at qualifying for Boston is through the LCQ, and it is going to be ultra competitive this year. Winning this, again, doesn't necessarily qualify you either, so Sonics will need to make a bit of a run if they are to win, or G2 if they make the comeback work here this evening, but
keeps hopes alive, doesn't it? Yeah.
Keeps hopes alive. But it also means there is a lot of pressure for the remainder of this match.
Yeah, I mean, just natural pressure in itself, being an elimination from the Major is one thing. To add SI into it as well for the equation, further stakes. G2, all eyes on them though. For Sonics, they've got a bit of a pass here after that 7-0 result on Clubhouse. Not really huge expectations to do something similar here on the second map. It's all about whether or not there will be that response from G2 and if it is swift. So far in this entire series, they've yet to find a round win. That in itself is already staggering. If they can get one on the board nice and early, that's so important for the mental aspect of G2. And we've already spoken about it at length, but the early portion of these rounds haven't necessarily been the issue for them. In this instance, though, it will be, with Ambi finding the opening kill onto Doki. Una cannot find a response. Over towards Train on the ramp to open up the floorboards with the Boogie Auto breaches. Trying to gain some vert, as Alamount will get the kill onto Grixel. It deals with the Legion, no more goo mines to generate throughout the round. And so far it's a 4 versus 4. Plenty of time still remaining for G2 to make their way towards Kitchen.
Just the 3 drones up then for the attack, so G2 will need to extract the value from these. try and isolate Rexon at the moment over towards that bar position. We can hold down that line and apply a pressure on this portion of the map. Has successfully been droned out. What's the follow-up to look like, though, from G2? Cap the flames.
It's working.
Kind of.
He's just kind of sitting in it, but now over to the side of it, but no follow-up.
Hello?
Now the flash, but still no follow-up. A very slow approach right now, and Alamau is actually the one who's taken more damage. A bit of pressure from Ambi towards VIP. And suddenly the clock, it's dwindling once again. Signs of Clubhouse potentially. And Rexon will get himself a free kill on to Blaz. G2 once again, in a similar fashion to what we saw on Clubhouse. As soon as it comes time to hit the site and execute, they just blunder. And that's the most concerning factor if you are a G2 fan, is that they've not been able to fix the issues that were beholden of them over on the opening map. There's 5 seconds left to flash. It's all too late right now, though. The kills, yes, starting to go the way of G2, but the time is against them. No surprise.
Let's go, Troy! Make them earn the fucking round. Let's go. Too slow.
Hey, see, I'm not the only one saying too slow. Even Sonics is saying it.
Say,
If Super says that, it must be the truth. So I back him in.
Look, I mean, I think it's quite evident, though, that was the issue back on Clubhouse. If it's going to be the issue again on Cafe in this opening half, it's just not going to be a good time again for G2. We can clearly see the issues that are plaguing them. They've got to find a way to fix these late rounds.
Yeah, I think that round there, and in particular the play to try and flush out Rex and Bar, really highlighted some of the issues that G2 were having. It was good util dump into that position. They had the read off the back of the drone to try and help clear that. Lack of pressure through VIP onto Ambi meant that that cross was established and difficult to break, and no one really had the confidence to maybe go for that play, clear that, and start unlocking the rest of the map. And then it led to more Hail Mary plays, similar to what we saw back on Club.
I mean, that's a really good way as well in terms of mindset. Make them earn it. It is fundamentally one of the best ways to kind of look at Siege. Is like, you've got to force them to be the ones to try and clear your positions, be the ones to use that clock management. If you're just pushing and you're being super aggressive on the defense, especially on maps like both Cafe and Clubhouse, you're giving them avenues. You're giving them a way in.
Well, when you think about this series so far and the 8 rounds that have played out, I'm struggling to think of many freebies that Sonics have given throughout this entire
Ambi on main
series.
stairs a couple of times, but I mean,
But even then, he played it out half the round for time, right?
It's not like a full-blown throwaway.
He didn't die like 30 seconds in the round using no util or something silly like that, right?
And so they're making it very difficult. I mean, G2 are just not in a position where they're able to get these opening kills to then follow up on it. Even though still you go to that opening map, they got their opening kills, but they just weren't in the conventional way where it was like Sonic, as you said, throwing a life away.
So it's a 12 flash lineup here for G2 on the attack. Likely looking to flush out positions, and the double nades from Uno.
I mean, that could be a good sign, potentially. It is mining, by the way, for this second round. Is there a world in which G2 might just say, let's just bring a huge amount of flashes, dump them in, and push off it. Let's try and be a little bit more aggressive, especially on the execute. Well, it's a utility that helps with the execute. It's certainly going to be those flashes. Surf does get the opening kill, but I think he is going to fall, and that's the will.
Oh, wow.
Couple of trades in towards the white corridor, and G2 are just being torn apart in this second round. Blaz stuck outside on the terrace with no chance really in this position to be able to salvage it. Absolutely not. Caught on the rappel anyway at the end. And Sonics will make it a swift 2-0. It's 9-0 in the elimination best of 3. 9-0. I woke up this morning and I was excited. I thought, man, we're doing G2, we're doing Sonics, man. Everyone's like, it's 50-50. Everyone's making fun of North America. Well, who's making fun of them now? It's certainly not G2, it's certainly not Europe, because they're about to be the first region out of Phase 2. And they're going out without even any fight. There's no swing, there's no punch. It's... Someone needs to throw in the towel. This is just looking like a bloodbath. Tactical timeout taken, rightfully so, because you're running out of chances, right? You can't allow this to even get to like 4-0 second map of an elimination game. It's 2-0. You lost 7-0 on the opening map. Time to really talk things over. Like, guys, we got to lock in because otherwise we're going home. today. We're going home in 40 minutes, potentially, with the rate that this series is going in terms of its pacing. I thought they had the right idea to maybe be more aggressive in the early portion of the round, but Sonics were just switched on. Great top hold. They were ready for it. And I do wonder as well in terms of the longevity of this tournament. For Sonics, they've got a long path, don't get me wrong, to phase 3. But you can go on a run. You can go on a run, you can build for momentum, and this could be the catalyst for them to maybe go on said run.
Very early tactical timeout from G2. They know that their tournament and their potential position in the top 16 for global standings is under serious threat.
Uno and Blaz are 1-9 in the series right now, both of them.
Yeah.
Serve is 12-1. If you want to look at a more positive light, he is playing tremendously. 2-0, and actually still 2-0 on the entry, and still 100% cost. What a performance from Surf so far in the series overall. Sonics as a team, though, have looked tremendous, leaving no room whatsoever for G2 to find avenues of success as we now head over to the more conventional site of Reading and Fireplace for the third round. It will be a similar hold up above, of course, for Sonics. Loira, G2, do they go fast in towards Reading? Still barricaded off, but got good pillar control, and indeed the pacing has been picked up. Uno in towards Train, and he does have the kit. Must win this fight, though. But a Canadian just prone, catches out Doki. They're not pushing together. They're not playing together.
Oh, come on,
Canadian
guys.
get another one. No, shut down by Blaz.
Wow.
Guys, you had a 3-on-1 against Canadian. He still finds the kill. Uno in mining with the diffuser. Certainly better pacing from G2, but Sonics have got the numbers advantage.
Every play that they look to execute just looks so sketchy. There's a lack of confidence for G2 at the moment.
You know what this
G2
G2 team needs? They need like a virtue to just get some clutch moments. Really feeling a missing presence on this roster. Well, Uno understands that site might be open, but the ability to get into site isn't open. He's playing this patiently. They've got the time.
Well, still a 2-stack, in fact 3-stack on the third floor from Sonics. Surely G2 need to go up and contest. Looking to flood site will be a real challenge.
Uno's going to go in on the repel, though. Alamau caught by Ambi. Uno going to get the plant out. No, denied. He too will be dead. Blaz by himself in mining. This round's done. It's about to be a 3-0 start, and that tactical timeout for G2 will not warrant a round win. They will be 10-0'd at the moment. They are 10-0 down in this elimination best of 3. G2 still yet to get a single round.
Great identification, Troy.
That was a great identification, Troy.
What the fuck is happening?
What is happening?
Hey, tech pause, tech pause, tech pause.
Oh, tech pause.
Yeah, be quiet.
That's probably the only way that G2's going to win right now if Sonic break the rules.
It's probably the only way that they're going to silence their opposition at the moment. From the very beginning of this match, Sonics have been in their heads. Absolutely rent-free. It must be a good feeling as a North American fan right now, because it has been a bit of a challenging tournament thus far.
I mean, there's winning, right?
Oh, this is...
And then there's this. Have we had anything... I mean...
I wonder what the scorelines were for some of the Ealing games at Manchester. I might have a bit of a look here.
What do you... I mean, like, how do you turn this around if you're G2? I just don't know how. And that's the thing as well as a player. You get to a point where you just kind of almost allow those bad thoughts to creep into your mind that, wow, we really are just getting destroyed. And the ability to get back into the series is shrinking round by round. We have not even found a singular round yet.
At Manchester, that of all the elimination games, there wasn't even a 7-0. Not a single one.
Well, this is about to be 14-0 if G2 can't find a round. Rehost over. Actually, I didn't know if it was a full-blown rehost. That seems far too quick. I think it was just rejoin into the lobby. I am correct. Stats will stay for some. But even the presence of mind there from Ambi to go for the the jump out because they had information on the rappel. I think it was potentially Grixel or Rex, I can't recall, that was in shop. They got the intel, he plays off that. They know then he can actually rotate towards mining window, play off of that. So like, they just were always one step ahead against G2. Even though G2 in the last 2 rounds have really dramatically changed their pacing in the early portion. You know what my concern with that is? The early portion hasn't been their issue. If you go all the way back to Clubhouse and now into Cafe, the early portion's been fine. So why are you worrying about changing the early portion? Why? Like, is that what they've communicated as a team? Is that, oh, we need to go faster at the start? No, you just need to execute better at the end. Maybe they don't feel like they've got the capabilities to do that though, and so they feel like if we can just maybe win the round inside the first minute. While Ambi, within the first minute, gets the opening kill onto Uno with a Nitro Cell. Couple of trades for G2, but it's all evened up with that kill from Grixer onto Doki. A very early fight again here in the 4th round. G2's pacing has dramatically changed over the last few rounds of Cafe, but not really to the benefit. But it is forcing Sonics to be a few more players, well, lesser off in terms of their side positions now. So for Canadian, Grixer and Surf, they will be stretched thin on the defense, and now they've got the blitz of Alamau pushing in towards site. Through surface he goes, one up close, that's the Mozzie of Canadian. He does have a Nitro Cell, and it does a decent job. The pistol too slow from Alamau. Lawyer with the Adrenal Surge gets him back up to 60 HP, but Blantz will fall behind him. Does at least bring Alamau back up with said Adrenal Surge, as he was downed initially by that Nitro Cell. Now looking to stick the kit onto the floor. Minute 50, so much time remaining. Alamau will be successful and suddenly now into a post-plant scenario, and the most winnable round that G2 have had since the beginning of Clubhouse, but even still so difficult with only Loira remaining in the 1v2 post-plant against Surf and Grixer. Surf has already shut them down so many times back on Club. He does so once again on Cafe, and it will be 11-0 to Sonics.
I was staring at it. If I'm Goyo, instant 3K. Wipe the whole fucking lobby.
Yo, 300 IQ pick, not picking Goyo, low key.
I'm saying though, bro.
I also want to say that in the chat, Surf has said almost. You almost got one, you didn't. Oh, 4-0.
Yeah, G2 are absolutely cooked. We've seen them try. To be fair, again, I don't be absolutely super critical of them in terms of their willingness to experiment over the course of this matchup. We have seen them try different things. The last few rounds, it's been that big amp up in tempo and pace in the early round, and even still, arguably there in the last round, where it was actually rather successful in unlocking VIP, opening the avenue in towards Freezer and a default plant, even still having the clutch aspect of the Finca res as well, getting the plant down, it still fell short.
Yeah.
Sonics are not giving them anything for free.
No, they're not. It's been honestly quite disappointing. I expected quite a lot out of this matchup. I was very much hoping that we would get, you know, a very fascinating and entertaining battle between two teams that I respect so greatly. But I mean, Sonics have just been so far and away better. It's not even funny.
We've gone from an elimination match. SI points on the line. It's going to be tantalizing. It's going to be close. Who's going to be the team to lose? The question now is, will Sonics win this in a 14-0 fashion? That's the answer that we're all waiting for.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a matter of will they win, it's by how much and when will they win. Unless.
Hey, Siege is a very funny game, but I don't think it's quite this funny.
Yeah. Well, it's going to take something very special, of course. We've been very lucky in the Siege landscape in terms of esports that historically you can get some crazy and circumstantial comebacks, but again, they're pacing, they're just going for broke. G2 have had enough. Once again, going fast on the initial entry. The Adrenal Surge activated by Doki, but it cannot keep him alive for very long. Opening kill to Grixer. Uno does get on the board with that one, and maybe this could be the round, but Ambi quick to shut down Alamau, as he did find Rexa 3v3, as the last round was prior, but Uno will fall, and once again, despite the fast start from G2, Sonics have all the response. Pistol out, Canadian, that's a shot through the heart of G2. G2 are just sending it down mid.
I did the same shit to them the previous round.
This one's done.
I love that from Canadian. I did the same shit. He did, right? Inside of that train position again, able to just lock it down prone. Crazy.
It's like they're just running it down mid, and they're just... G2 are cooked. They've given up. Like, this is not how you play Siege at a major. What are you guys doing? They are chalked.
I wonder what the greater fallout from this event may be for G2. This team, this project,
The only thing they haven't tried so far, I think, is the
not
C1
yielding
pick,
success
right?
at the
They might use
international
the
level.
Nate Spam C1 this time.
Sonics, though, with their revitalized team, looking really damn good now.
Cannon reading the wall.
If they do Dame, power CS.
Got 2 cam.
I do love getting the player comms though, and then their thought process. And Canadian was exactly right. This is the second time he's done this. But this time with the pistols. he's gone up a level. He's evolved. So, for those that missed the opening map, of course, you can see in the top right, 7-0 to Sonington Clubhouse. They're about to repeat it on Cafe. They are up 5-0. They're up 12-0 in this elimination match at the Major. Reading and Fireplace for the final round of this half. Final defensive round for Sonics. And again, kind of going back to the ability for Sonics to kind of build on this. I mean, I would not want to play Sonics in the next round.
No.
They look rejuvenated. And of course, the questions will be, is it just because they play G2? Oh, that is a multiple dump of nades thrown in. Well, a kill for G2, but it's not from G2. Rexon with the TK. Surf does get rid of Uno, but G2 maybe could find a round and spoil the party, as sure. Now, everyone would love to see the 14-0. G2 could just about deny that. The entry in from Elevout is swift, but he does lose his life anyway. Surf just keeps on riding them. But finally shut down by Blaz. And surely this will be the round in which G2 will find a said round. Doki down on the floor, all down to Grixer in a 1v2. Can he find it? No. Lyra will finally get G2 on the board. As disappointing as they have been in this elimination, they disappoint us once again because they deny the 14-0. G2 just can't win. I'm trolling a little bit there. So a 5-1 half for Sonics, but let's be honest, it's going to take something very miracle-like from G2 to bring this one back.
Yeah, another example there of G2 ramping up the tempo in the early round. Again, another big util dump over towards that cocktail position. Aided off the back of a team kill as well from Sonics, looking to respond with the Nitro Cell. The follow-up from G2 again looked rather sketchy, but eventually able to clear. I believe it was Grixer playing that position.
Intriguing triple nade dump, though. Imagine dodging all of those, and then you can't dodge your teammate's Nitro Cell. That would be tilting. All right, well, half done. Sonics, of course, will have to finish this off on the attacking side. These were, oh yeah, there you go. It's like 3 nades thrown in. Where he runs to is then into his teammate's Nitro Cell.
Let's go, guys!
I'm sorry. I respect that. That's fair enough. The game's still alive. This one's not over. Comebacks happen. You've got to keep spirits high.
It would be the greatest 1-5 comeback I've ever seen in the history of the esport.
It would be one of the greater comebacks I've ever seen in anything. They are on defense, though. So if you want to kind of get serious for a second, right? Cafe defense can certainly be a side on a particular map where you can get a couple of rounds in a row. But it's so difficult, and I'm typically the one that likes to try and give teams, you know, the opportunity to get back into these series. Like, I don't necessarily want to say G2's done, but it's so difficult considering the holistical nature of this entire series and what we've seen and how it's all transpired. Opening map domination, 5-0 down on the second map. You'd be kidding yourself if you honestly can say G2's going to bring this back. So that's the position they find themselves in. The question will be now, can they subvert expectations? Can they do something crazy? It's all on them, no one else. To start the second half, Canadian on the Kali. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, rather effective tool into the castle. Those lance charges can aid in clearing that utility, as well as the mirror windows from range as well. And so Canadian will posture over towards that rappel. Zambi now actually will look to push forward. Bit of control through Cigar Shop, and the Ash charges as well will aid in the util clearance. That puts Lyra now in a bit of a precarious position, but able to peel back midway through the round.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit slower pacing right now from Sonics in comparison to what we saw from G2, who really ramped up their ferociousness closing out that opening half. And of course, rewarding them with a round win. Ambi, though, is just going to push straight in. Loira had no idea, was looking to get in towards backstore, and Ambi's just walked straight on in. Easy double kill. And suddenly puts G2 rightfully under the pump. Over towards Pillar for Blaz, and he cannot find a response. He's getting shot at from everywhere. All the pressure on G2 defensively now. Of course, Grix are on the floor, so it's in theory a 3v2. He will get confirmed. Certainly still winnable for G2, but well, Sonics are in the driver's seat.
Surf has used all his Candelas and smokes as well, so in terms of XE utility, it's not amazing. For Sonics equally though, Uno has already expended his Nitro Cell, and with the man advantage, Sonics should be able to set up tradable positions here and prevent the plant denial attempt from G2.
You just know if Sonics win this round, that's probably all she wrote. Blaz, is his position known? I thought they would line up. Indeed they did, but Ambi does get the headshot, and now they've got a 2v1 scenario against Uno, who's been statistically the worst player for G2 at the tournament, and wow, he can't win it out. Match and series point for Sonics has been acquired, and they can be the ones to send G2 to the airport.
Dude, one round at a time. Shit like that, 0-0. With confidence and playing together, that's it. I don't give a fuck if we die doing it. Just literally comment to each other, do it together. Yes, you can play, bro. You can walk it whoever the fuck you want. 0-0, guys.
Seb's having fun with the heat warmers. Every time we hands over to him, he's just like, he's got like the maracas out.
Man, I want to play some ranked with Canadian. I would love him in my
I think Canadian would enable me to be a good player. It would be very
Canadian is good. He's
it
not
would
quite
certify
that good.
his GOAT status.
He's not quite that good. I don't think he could even carry you. I just love the composure that they've.
Well, I mean, this is the difference maker. Someone like Ambi to have the knowledge that the washrooms player can't see him, with mirror being broken, that he can walk on in, clear washrooms. He's probably not being helped out by the player in Cocktail, and he finds the double kill. We didn't see anything like that from G2 because they just started to lose their mental and do weird flash dumps and frag dumps and rushing. As soon as Sonics get onto the attack, they're actually doing calculated attacking plays. They're clearing out positions, doing the checklist stuff. So 5 match point opportunities for Sonics to send G2 out of the Montreal Major. They had the run in Phase 1 to get themselves out, but it seems like Phase 2 is going to be where they are done.
DarkZero v D+ on the other side of this one as well, so it could be a true change of fortune for the North America region this evening.
Ambi losing his life over towards Red.
I did not quite see that one coming.
Blaz makes his way back over to Shop. G2 want to stay at the Major a little bit longer. They will need 5 rounds in a row, which is certainly not going to be an easy task against a Sonics team that just looks rejuvenated, playing together, very coordinated, in sync, and typically not making really that many mistakes.
Yeah, that's been the biggest thing for me. Mistake minimization has been massive in this series. Sonics have done a phenomenal job in playing really solid Siege and not giving G2 many opportunities at all across both maps.
Good drone work here from Canadian. Gets a lot of information on the backside of Bar in towards Cocktail as well. They have lost Ambi, but they've certainly got enough firepower elsewhere. Surf has been sensational and easily the MVP of this series. 19-2 coming into this round. Grixer evens up eventually. The trade from the original death of Ambi.
Hello.
Delayed. Canadian deep into Bar, and he's got himself into a very good position, but he cannot win the battle against Uno. Glass is activated in a very good position as well, and with Rexon on the floor, it's only Surf up above. He doesn't care about his KD. He sends it in through the skylight, but to his death. G2 will find a second round.
Yeah, that was a bit of a strange round there from Sonics. They went for the ambi send up the staircase. That was unsuccessful, and then that meant the shop was pretty well fortified at the back of the castle utility. We saw the pivot and the skylight drop then come through from Sonics. they didn't feel particularly confident going for plan and wanted to maybe try and net a kill, try and find that ward and get him off the board because of the threat that poses. Unfortunately, it was Canadian that had to try and spearhead that effort. He lost the duel, dropped the diffuser, and with that, the round was pretty much all but done. So solid work there from G2, but a long road forward.
Spirits high with Doki from the previous round and even this one. 4 more rounds required without failure, without mistake for G2 on the defensive cafe here in the second map of this elimination series. Attacker change up for Sonics. Quite a big one. They bring the Jackal as well for Rexon.
Yeah, it'll be a full top-down clear, double vert, and the Jackal. And you also have the Flores. And those Roteros can be utilized to clear both the castle barricades and the canisters from Goyo. So I really like this pivot.
Really does suggest, though, not a lot of pressure probably on the bakery side here in terms of the lateral. Eventually get mining and train control, use the skeleton key, the boogie auto breaches to open up the floorboards, keep pressure from above, and then maybe on a backside freezer hit will be the plan of attack for Sonics. Alum out. Potential thorn in their side on the Vigil. Holding bar at the moment, but will drop Pillar. But will he stick around? Castle barricades as well. So I think right now for G2, the anticipation is they will look to contest this second floor. But for how long? Alamau actually dropping all the way down below, and Blaz will follow. So not for very long in the end.
That will now allow the vertical combination of this Buck and Ram to get to work.
It's almost like perceived pressure here from G2 with the castle barricades. Forces Sonics to clear this out. Have to potentially use some utility up there, up above. That's going to be a Vulcan canister. Pop nice and early, and a very good one, trying to deny both plant positions. 90 seconds, so timing right now, I think, for Sonics, considering they just got rid of that canister. I think they're on pace for a lot of their clear. No contest from G2. You can hear the boogie auto breaches in the background getting to work as well through mining into train. Will they get some bakery pressure though?
Yeah, it's not necessarily a requirement, but we are going to see that rotation come through. Diffuser in the hands of Canadian. Candela's to go deep.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Uno just got completely caught over towards Smallbank as well as main, and default shot out. That Sonics now up a player. They got great positioning, good vert. Pressure as well. All of the checklists now completed for Sonics. Doki thought he could get aggressive though through the breach, and he loses his life. Another pistol kill for Canadian. And G2, we are about to say goodbye at the Montreal Major for them. Their time here is surely done. Indeed it is. Sonics will send them packing to the nearest airport. G2 are out, as Sonics will take it 2-0 in this elimination match. Doki has been left scratching his head as to what has transpired here in Phase 2 of the Major.
Well, a huge result for Sonics, who will be very eager to maintain this control of the Swiss bracket. Unfortunately for G2, it now means they will not qualify for 6 Invitational 2025 in Boston on points. Their last hope, their last chance will be through the LCQ. They'll have some time to prepare, to reflect, but it's going to be a tough run for them.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think for Sonics as well, now they can look upwards as they make the climb to the next portion of the bracket. It will be, of course, more best of 3s to come. 2 more best of 3s will be required to make Phase 3, but so much confidence can be certainly found from a result such as this. It's not just a win. If this was, you know, a 3-mapper and it was close and was contested, you could still have some question marks, but they absolutely decimated G2. It got to a 12-0 margin before G2 finally found 2 rounds in Cafe. So, I mean, that's a scary prospect now if you're a team that has to play them in the next best of 3, which I believe will be tomorrow. I mean, that's not a team I would want to be playing against. And whoever that team is will be a losing team from the best of 1. So Sonics have not only gotten this win, they look rejuvenated, but they've also now played a best of 3. So more maps under the belt. Unfortunately, of course, sad scenes here for G2 as we bid them farewell. Of course, making their way out of phase 1, but no success in phase 2 as they go 0-3.
Yeah, very rough for G2.
Many had them as well as the dark horse to maybe make phase 3 out of phase 1. I was one of those people. You were one of those people.
Yeah.
You go back and you look at Atlanta and you look at Manchester. In both of those majors, there was at least one team that got out of phase 1, through phase 2, and made phase 3. And when you looked at it on paper initially, you thought G2 is going to be one of those teams. And now it is not going to be them. It could be maybe a Falcons, a Chiefs.
Oh, okay, settle down.
I went too far there.
Yeah, it's going to be really intriguing to see how the rest of this Swiss bracket plays out. Unfortunate again for G2. Rough day at the office for them. Sure, they did not play amazingly well, but again, Sonics played incredible today. Their mistake minimization was absolutely huge. They had so much control over the match, whether it be on attack or defense. They left very few opportunities for G2 to find rounds, to find opportunities, to make plays. And that's why we keep, reinstating that the future opponents for Sonics need to be absolutely on their toes.
Yeah, certainly. Well, the last scenes that we're going to be, unfortunately, seeing of G2 here at the Montreal Major, it's a rough one. To lose in this fashion as well, so you kind of look at it from both sides of the coin. Great for Sonics, they were amazing, they did everything right, it was so clean, but for G2, it's one thing to lose and be eliminated, but they got humiliated in the fashion as well. And the clubhouse was treacherous. It was awful. And it was like, okay, well, can they maybe mentally reset coming into Cafe? And, well, alas, no. It just continued happening. And there's also moments like this. Canadian inside a trade for the second round in a row. And at that point, one of the first kills to go for G2 was a team kill from Sonic. So even when they did win, it wasn't necessarily them. Sure, they got two towards the end, but in the end, not enough. And yeah, for G2, it's going to be all about resetting now for the last chance qualifiers for 6 invitationals, you kind of mentioned before. And for Sonics, well, they get a chance here at the Montreal Major to go on a bit of a run. And I think when you kind of look at them as a team, you're the NAL champion. You know that you have what it takes to play some of the best Siege that you can certainly bring out. And maybe this series has brought the best out of them. And if we can see them play to this level moving forward, they become a real threat for a lot of teams that now start to get into those best-of-3 elimination games. Sonics are going to be there waiting for them, ready to go.
Yeah, I was pretty bullish on Sonics heading into this event, and I don't think that's been dissuaded all too much. A 6-8 loss into a 6-8 loss, sometimes that's
against
the way
good teams as well, mind you, right? I mean, I still think SSG is a really good team. And, prior to that as well, for Sonics losing to VUP, that's no slouch in an OT game. In a best-of-1, that can happen.
Yeah, this result was slightly more telling, I think, for the potential that Sonics have. And if they can continue to reach that, perhaps even eclipse it, again, going forward, they can have some pretty good control over the rest of this bracket. Unfortunately, though, for them, it means that they still need to be rather perfect going forward. If they have one off day, that could be the end of their tournament, and with that, even potentially a spot in the top 16. So the pressure isn't completely alleviated by any means from Sonics, but they will find a lot of comfort from today. They'll know that their processes, at least on Club and Cafe, are really, really solid.
But they got the body of work now from this series, and even before this as well, like 6-8 against VP, 6-8 against SSG, and then into the 2-0 now against G2. Results speak for themselves. They've been competitive. Like, when you kind of look at G2 on the flip side, losing to Scars 7-4, that's the opposite of competitive. They really should be winning that kind of game, and they just weren't really in contention. They made a lot of errors in that match when we were casting it as well, and I was very worried for them. And unfortunately, it got even worse for them against a team like Sonics, who really are going to punish those mistakes tenfold. But a lot of the mistakes in this series for G2 was just their lack of, credibility when it came to hitting the site. Late round executes were just not there. They just didn't have the team coordination when they needed it. And maybe they had some good individual moments to begin rounds, to get opening kills, to go 5-4 up or find a couple of picks. But when it became a team effort, that's when they failed.
Yeah, and just looking back at that graphic, right, you look at the cost numbers for G2 by far and away behind Sonics, even in terms of, late round struggle, but just consistency from a round-to-round basis for individual players was a real struggle throughout that matchup for them. A credit to Sonics in being able to shut down G2, and for G2, this project at the moment not yielding results at the highest level.
No, absolutely not. We'll go to Anne, though, for an interview.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. I'm standing here with Rexon after an important elimination game. First off, congratulations. You keep yourself alive. How are you feeling?
I felt great. the first 2 matches we played, obviously, we didn't win them, so now we're here. But it feels good to come play best of 3 and not only win our map, but just, stomp the team we just played.
Yeah, I mean, to quote you, the game has started, guys, in case you didn't know.
I don't think they realized that. They got 2 rounds. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, you got a big momentum going on for yourself, 7 and 5 rounds in a row. How do you even manage to do that?
So I guess just not playing scared. The game right now, the way I look at it is kind of like 50-50 walking around. Like, yes, you have your drones, but eventually you're going to have to push. So as long as you're not playing scared and playing confident, like half the rounds I had no drone, just walk and hope my teammate trades me. So good, team coordination and doing that, you're good to go.
Awesome. Well, we were looking at the stats just now as well, and we saw your teammate who's on his very first major serve go 20-3, I think it was. You proud of him?
Yeah, exceptionally. We say some pretty interesting things to each other, so I will be saying that in the room. Going 20-3 is insane. I didn't even realize he did that, so I looked at the monitor. So congrats to him. He's played very well. He's fitting really well with our team, and I like having him.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Did you expect the game to be as dominant as it was today, though?
No, I did not. I expected a fight, maybe like we each won our map. When we practice those guys, it's typically a different story. We play them pretty close, but I mean, you see a lot of stuff that they wouldn't do in a match, clearly. So, no, I think G2 are a good team. I don't know why that was so dominant. I know we are a really good team, not to discredit us, but I guess just a bad day for them, and now they're out.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. You keep yourself alive. Another elimination game on the line. Thank you for your time, and of course, best of luck with preparing for that. We say goodbye to G2. They are our first team to be eliminated from the major. We have a video to show what they've done at this major.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
After we saw the disappointment on the faces of G2, I'm sure we'll see smiles on the faces of the FaZe players. Congratulations, you were the first team to qualify to those live finals. How are you feeling?
You know, this feeling is the amazing feeling because we work a lot to be in the finals, so it's amazing. And we are very happy to play the finals in Montreal.
Awesome, it sounds great. Well, it was a very dominant game from you guys' side. With how well Falcons has been playing, have you expected this game to be so dominant?
I was expecting a little bit of surprises because they are a team we don't play too much because MENA is the first time I think go 2-0. Falcons, I don't remember, but we expected a lot of surprises of them, picks, and we kill a lot these things. So we play very good against them, and it will be very easy for us. Hope.
Yeah, you did play very well. What is the best or the big thing you're proud of for your team today?
I think the communication is very better than the first day. So this is the main issue we fix. So this is very good for us right now.
Awesome. Is there anything you want to say to the fans as well? Could be in Portuguese if you want to.
Thank you everyone for support FaZe. We are working a lot to win this major, and thank you everyone. Buy the skins on the share in the store. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Love to hear that. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the prep.
If you had to mention the best Siege player of all time, in your opinion, who would that be and why?
Who would that be? Too much goat talk around nowadays.
That's what the fans want.
Who's the best? You want to say? Well, to be fair, I think honestly, I say if we're just talking about longevity, I would say Troy, Canadian, yeah, just purely off longevity. You know, like you get these other guys like Fabian that have won 3 SIs. Obviously, one as a coach, but you know, I think longevity is a big thing in this game, like it is in like normal sports. So yeah, I'd probably go with Troy.
We're seeing the DarkZero players walk in as they have an elimination game on the line as well. Do or die it is against D+ for them here today. We heard Nave talk about how he considers the GOAT in the game. And of course, we saw Sonics earlier on keep themselves alive. He's looking to replicate that result here. We're talking about them and this roster. As we saw Nave also say, he's never been as prepped for an event as he feels right now. He said pacing on attack doesn't seem to be an issue for us, but he was the only positive player versus Elevate. And one thing we need to focus on as well, someone who has lifted the hammer before, Bolo is not having the greatest of times here at this major. We're looking at him to step up in this game. He needs his team to step up around him as well to keep themselves alive. And D+ are looking to do the same. We're seeing those players, of course, come into the venue as well earlier today. And this team, of course, great in their own region. We see them struggle internationally sometimes. They're looking to pick it up here. And these players, of course, as well. Envy Taylor, a player who's been playing this game for so long, 32 years old, had a good game versus Black Dragons. Some inconsistencies here and there, something we're seeing from more of these players. But Wookie Man, though, keeps on surprising us. A positive player in this roster. Coded also seemed to be positive versus BDS, just barely. So these players really have something to work on. We have a best of 3, to remind you once again, it is an elimination game to keep themselves alive. And even in the grand scheme of things with SI, DarkZero have already qualified, but for D+, the same goes. If they don't win here today, they don't qualify to SI based on points. That means they have to go through the LCQ if they want to appear at the SI as well. A best of 3, let's have a look at what the maps are for this series. We'll be starting out with a Lair pick coming in from D+. It is the first time we'll be seeing it from DarkZero. They have not played this map since it was added to the map pool, and D+ themselves beat PSG Talon in their own region on this map, so a pretty good result from them. DarkZero themselves picked a clubhouse game. They've won 4 out of 5 games on this one. Pretty good track record, as we can say. D+ lost this against FearX, a team from their own region, so they're looking to improve some things there. Our decider will be Chalet, as we're seeing it here, and I'm very excited to see that map between these two. Hopefully, we do make it there. Now, we talked to one of the players on the side of DarkZero as well to see how they're feeling prior to this game. Speaking to Bolo from DarkZero, it's an elimination game for you. Never a great thing to be in, but how are the nerves?
I mean, we're playing bad, right? We're playing like we shouldn't be. We are a team that can very easily win an event like this, but I mean, we're not showing it right now. We're losing to teams that we shouldn't be losing to, but we're losing to ourselves mainly. We're learning. Every loss is a lesson, right? And we're definitely learning. And I mean, if we don't fix our game, we're out of here. So I think that's the reality we're facing.
It's a good way to view. When we spoke to Nath earlier, he said this is the most prepped he's ever felt coming into an event. How are you going to use that prep to now keep yourselves alive in the major?
Yeah, I mean, we had a very extensive and long boot camp leading up to the event. Like we got going right after the stage ended, after we qualified for the event. It was you know, boots on ground. We were going hard, and it just, so far it hasn't shown that we really put in the time and the effort, but I think we'll get there, and no better day than today, right? Yeah.
Exactly, and it's a best of 3 as well. How are you feeling about the maps you've got coming up?
What was that?
How are you feeling about the maps you got coming up?
I mean, I think we feel pretty good. I think this is going to be our first layer coming up, so it's going to be an exciting matchup, and hopefully, you know, that's another thing is like we've had good boot camp, and our scrims and our practice haven't really shown into our practice. So especially with a new map debut, brand new map in the map pool, you never know what can happen. But I think we're feeling good, and I think we're ready to finally get some maps on the board.
Did you pick Lair or was it picked against you?
They picked it. They picked it against us, but it's all good. We're ready for anything.
Okay, we'll see what you have cooking up. Thanks so much for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Well, we heard Bolo talk about Lair being picked against them. They are ready for it, though, and I'm excited to see what they'll bring to this map. But just bring up the map veto once more, because there are so many maps in the map pool to start with the C. It's easy to get confused. Our decider is actually Consulate. This is the best defensive win rate for DarkZero. So if we go to the decider, they definitely have a good start there. Now, of course, we'll be heading to Lair first. That is our first map in this series. DarkZero haven't shown it before. We've, of course, seen that good result from D+, but to ensure that our players are ready, that they have the time to set up, we'll head to a break and then we're back with the game.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Available now.
I would like to do an operator blitz with you. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and I want you to mention as many operators as you can when I say go. Are you up for that?
Okay.
Go.
Buck, Fenrir, Solus, Ash, Ram, Vigil, Blitz, Montink, Fuse, Sledge, Thatcher, Ace, Jackal, Mira, Goryo, Brava, Twitch, Maestro, Dokkaebi, Lion.
Stop.
Yeah.
23, 24. About that. Are you satisfied?
No, it's okay though.
Go.
Tachanka. There's another one. Fuse. Hold on, wait. What's that operator? Recruits? I mean, striker? Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, that was 4.
Oh, man, that's great. Come on.
Why are you called Bolo, and how do you feel about being Bolo?
That's a common question. Bolo. I mean, boring answer. Bo, like the pronunciation, like the spelling. You know, I know it's got some deep French stuff going with it, but I just liked it, and I was like, okay, well, that's just someone's name. I can't just steal someone's name and throw that as my gamer tag. So I just threw Lo, slapped it together, called it a day, and here we are.
So it has nothing to do with a bolo tie?
Nope, no bolo tie, no, police bolo, no nothing, just, on a whim, liked it, loved it, sent it.
And when did you choose it? How young were you?
Ooh, I probably had that I was probably like 13, 14, something like that. I'm 23 now, so a bit.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, I would actually like to have this instead? Or would you change it at any point?
We don't think about plan Bs, none of that. I'm just so used to Bo. Sometimes I forget my own name, right? It's just Bo. So couldn't imagine a different world.
And the other question we always like to ask is, when does Bolo play? Well, he'll play in a few minutes over on the A stream. But of course, we have a look at our bracket. First, we have a bit of a delay going into this game, so it gives us some time to talk about everything that went down prior to this. And we're highlighting our elimination games. This is what we saw just before we sent G2 home. So what we're seeing now, of course, with DZ and D+ as well. We'll focus just a bit on the top of the bracket as well. Our first qualified team, we spoke to them earlier. FaZe has already qualified, and you are hearing the W7M hurdle right behind me. They are playing a qualification game against Liquid as well. We'll qualify another Brazilian team to those playoffs, but it just feels kind of weird to not have G2 there. They have missed out, of course, and I think the last time we had a 14-2 in a qualification game, or an elimination game rather, it was back in SI 2021. Empire and Liquid in the lower bracket. It shows how rare it is that we get a 14-2 in an elimination game. We'll talk to our casters for the A stream as well. We're bringing Guz and Xenox just to have a little bit more of a conversation as we see the disappointed G2 players. Guys, I can pretty much say this is a big surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, I think also you can see the reactions there. Doki clearly upset with the result, and it's one thing to lose, it's another thing to lose in the fashion that they did. I mean, admittedly, I probably had Sonics as the favorites coming into this matchup, but it was a close call, guys, and it wasn't necessarily supposed to be this one-sided started, and that makes it even more devastating for G2.
Yeah, I think the reaction here from G2 really highlighting that reality probably now setting in, right? Unfortunately for this team, it now means that their last pathway to Six Invitational 2025 in Boston is through the LCQ. They haven't accrued enough points throughout the year. Struggling at these international events has ultimately come to cost them. So we'll see if they can recover heading into the LCQ, but it doesn't look amazing for them.
No, it doesn't. And I've actually got a question for you, because I know you were down there with the players. What was the vibe in the room after the game?
Well, it was obviously very, very sad. I mean, we saw happiness from the Sonics players, but from G2, it just felt like they were so happy to quickly pack their bags, get out of there, and I don't think they were willing to speak to anyone either about this. I mean, it's bizarre as well. You're thinking about it. The last time we saw G2 here in Montreal was when they lifted the hammer. We're seeing the two players that lifted that hammer on this roster as well. We know that's not going to be a thing this time around. Disappointment continues, though, as we're seeing them with that kind of conversation after the game. I mean, guys, what do you think they could be discussing here?
I mean, probably a whole range of things. Whether or not you're discussing the game, I think at this point, it's probably not really something you even want to talk about. Maybe just sort of how everyone's feeling and the motivation to bounce back from something like this. It's not as if their campaign for this particular circuit is over. You've still got last chance qualifiers. I know, guys, you kind of mentioned it many times on the broadcast. In terms of SI points, you are eliminated from Six Invitational, but they've still got the LCQ, so there's still something to bounce back in towards in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to really come down to the leadership figures on the G2 roster and the coaching staff to sort of reroute their efforts now towards the LCQ. They can have an opportunity to be upset. I think that's only natural, but they then need to channel that into positive energy. They can't let that weigh them down all too much. Otherwise, come the LCQ, they could get exposed again, and then that's going to be, a really sad storyline for them.
Well, they have to. I mean, for the G2 fans out there, we have a small bit of copium. I mean, the LCQs, we've seen it with the majors as well. It is their domain. It is their territory, and they feel so confident in these LCQs. That is, as you guys said, the only way for them to make it to another international event this year, to make it to the SI, where they, of course, want to be. But SIs and LCQs are not going to be easy, even for Europe, not for any kind of region.
No, certainly not. And look, I do want to kind of change the mood of this a little bit, because I know a lot of people are going to focus on G2. They're eliminated, and it's clearly some sad scenes. But for Sonics, it should be the party time. Maybe not so much party time, because they've still got so many elimination best of threes to go through. But I mean, it was a really tremendous result from Sonics in the way that they played. They played coordinated as a team. We got to hear Canadian quite a lot there, and his ability to sort of enable his teammates and keep the confident vibes going. The screams and such from the opening map were prevalent, but at the end of the day, it was an incredible performance from Sonics, and it really does now mean moving forward that they are a threat in all of these elimination games that they will be going into. You give them any chance.
Yeah, absolutely. They played really high quality Siege over the course of this evening, in the limited Siege, I suppose, that we ended up seeing. And they were able to also rein it in at times as well. It can sometimes be very easy in these dominant situations to get too far ahead of yourselves, but as you mentioned, they had the likes of Canadian, Super X constantly resetting the roster, and they were able to carry that forward over the course of the series. So they will be a massive threat. I think, like many, myself included, are pitching Sonics to perhaps be the best team from NA at this event. And whilst that's still a long, way ahead of them at this point in time, I wouldn't be too surprised if we look back at this and say the 6-8, it is what it is. But that recovery against G2 really set themselves up for success.
Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of sentiment that we got from the players as well. The 6-8, not ideal, but we got there in the end against G2. Now, of course, these players, I mean, you two just watched that game. What do you want to see from G2 going into this SI LCQ?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky question, because there's so much time until then, so they can change quite a lot, or maybe very little. They might feel like it's just a few tweaks here or there. We know we were talking about on the broadcast regarding their late round executions, especially on attack. They were attacking in the opening halves of both of those two maps, so we did get to see their attacks far more than their defenses, which is maybe something to consider as well. At no point did they really get a chance to have a breather on the defense and let Sonics kind of push into them. They had to do all the work, all the attacking, so it wasn't set up very nicely for them, but that's certainly one aspect that I'm sure that they will look at, they will dissect, and really they must look at the tournament as a whole and just wonder. And then even going further back, like, why are you in phase one? Like, can we do better regionally over in the European League? Can we set ourselves up better so that we can go straight into phase two, have a better seeding? So at the end of the day, for G2, it's certainly not just going to be this one series. You have to look at everything, the whole system as a whole. I mean, that's got to be where you start. Like, it's kind of like almost tearing it all down and starting fresh.
Yeah, I think I would largely agree, right? G2 have tried to develop some new systems. They're trying to make this project work. And while it hasn't quite hit just yet, the LCQ is the perfect opportunity to actually peak, continue that run of form into Boston. So I wouldn't rule them out completely, but as we've mentioned, and you mentioned as well, and it's incredibly competitive across every single one of the major regions for the LCQ. So G2, if they play at this level, at that particular event, they are not going to make SI. So they need to show improvement.
They have a lot to work on, but they have the time, of course, as well, coming into the LCQs. Thank you guys for your expertise. We have a bit of a delay going into this game, but one thing we should remind you of, and if you want to make sure that you support these teams at this event, and if you want to look cool in-game during these international events, the skins in-game are always discounted, and we know it helps with our confidence.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrive que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Back to our game on the A stream. Another elimination game. We get to send one more team home from the Montreal Major. DarkZero and D+, neither of them really want to be in that position. An important best of 3 is on the line for them. We're starting with Lair, which is a map that D+ picked. And like we said, it is the first time we're going to be seeing it from DarkZero. They are, of course, excited. They are prepared for this map. They didn't really expect it maybe to be brought out, but they have something coming for them on this map. So we'll send it to the casters for our first map, Lair.
Thank you very much, and D+ and DarkZero. Final elimination match of the day here on the A stream. DarkZero certainly coming in as the absolute heavy favorites. D+ are going to have to do something very special in this matchup. Right now, this is looking like North America's day. After yesterday was a calamity, maybe today's the bounce back day. I mean, for DarkZero, it's really just do the basics. Like, quite literally do your basics, do them well, limit your mistakes, and this should be fine. The interesting thing is we actually got to do DarkZero yesterday, guys, and speaking of the basics, they weren't doing those basics very well. They were down 5-1 against Elevate. In fact, it was 6-1. And the reason why they were down so much, mistakes. So many basic mistakes. As soon as they fixed those mistakes, they got it back, eventually losing 7-5, but they made it very difficult in the end for Elevate. And as long as they can limit those mistakes in this matchup, I do fear for D+. I think D+ will find it far more difficult to kind of beat DarkZero on an even playing field. If DarkZero bring those mistakes as they did yesterday, then D+ have every chance. So for me, it really feels like the onus is going to be on DarkZero to play well. They do that, they probably win this series.
Yeah, they'll need to set the tempo in this matchup, and starting out on attack puts them in the perfect position to do so. To Lair we go, the newest map in the 9-map pool that we have here for Rainbow Six Esports. And so it will be quite exciting to see just how deep the scrapbook is, especially from DarkZero on this particular map. In terms of the operator bans, it is the Guys Monty combo. Guys is a little bit more left of field from D+, but he can certainly add value in this current meta. Monty, not much more needs to be added, one of the strongest in the attacking lineup. Currently, the Valkyrie to follow. There's a lot of vertical opportunities on a map like Lair, and so by taking that off the board, there will be limited info available to the defense. Let's see what D+ then respond with themselves, and it's the mirror to round things off. I certainly agree with your sentiment, Jake. For me, it's all about DarkZero minimizing mistakes comparatively to what we saw yesterday. That scoreline is very, very, very deceiving. There was every world in which Elevate should have absolutely run away with that matchup. The first half was incredibly one-sided against DZ. For D+, though, they are a team that are very, very historically susceptible to making key mistakes, and we've seen that. We casted them at one point in time and saw quite a few of them in that BD game, so let's see how they go today as well.
So Lair, an intriguing choice for D+, to play it twice since its inception, 1-for-1, most recently a month ago against PSG Talon at the start of October. For DarkZero, this will actually be the debut for them on this particular map. 12 times in terms of a map veto process. They've banned it 11 times, only once against them. So this has been a hard ban. The only map that they've banned out more has been Skyscraper. So they've not played this map on an official since it has been released 0-0 for Lair. So we're going to see the first time for DarkZero. Of course, they've gone and picked Clubhouse as the second map of this best of 3 series. D+ on the defense to begin. So I'm very curious to see what we're going to get from DarkZero here.
Absolutely, and I think that sets up the storyline that if DZ a bit of a more unknown quantity here on Lair, D+ must absolutely be winning it. Otherwise, it will likely spiral out of control, and I definitely back in DarkZero to have better fundamentals on a map like Club, which should outclass D+ more times than not.
Now at the major so far, Bolo 62 EPS, minus 12 KD. These are the kind of games that he can certainly frag farm and maybe find some confidence here at the Montreal major. Don't want to get twisted though. D+, if they played at their best ability, they certainly can be a competitor in this matchup, but DarkZero really should not be getting eliminated from the major in a series such as this. All the pressure on them as Woogieman, we watch him at the moment, and he's been their best player throughout the tournament so far. 107 EPS, +2 on the entry fights as well in terms of those initial engagements. Early Logic Bomb has been utilized by Nafe. Through the bridge he goes. It is the opening kill to Bolo on cue. There you go. And it is also onto Woogieman, who's been good in the entry battles for D+, so a really good sign early on for DarkZero.
Well, a super extensive roam in terms of verticality here from D+, no presence on the second floor, but rather extensive on the first floor itself. After losing Woogieman, though, maybe now is the time to consolidate a little bit more towards side as we see these rotations come through. DarkZero will be rather content in the way in which this round has panned out so far. With that utility from the striker from Bolo opening those hatches, should be pretty straightforward with the secondary hard breaches, and then the ace was to follow up with a focus on site itself. The drone work as well from DarkZero in this particular round has been quite strong in gathering information to counteract the roam, and that can now be used to help identify who is on side and perhaps who is not. Yunsang on the smoke, Armory hallway, and he's going for a roam.
Yeah, I wonder if he gets pushed in from behind by Kobilax later in the round. Second Logic Bomb, final one as well from Nave. Get those calls out. Still 3 gas babes available for Yunsang. Nitrocell 2 for Envy Taylor as Pampersu's going to fall to the floor. NJR from behind of Yunsang, who turns around, just slaps him in the head. And just like that, D+ will flip the switch halfway through this round. I mean, in fact, there's only 30 seconds left in this one. Right side, though, and the shotgun's not going to do enough from there. What is Yunsang doing?
Why are you watching the smoke, not the diffuser? He's not going to push through the smoke.
JLT gets one onto Nave. Suddenly Bolo, who's done it all in this round, and the only one to do anything for DarkZero. A third found, the ace required. Throws out the frag grenade with 10 seconds left. He does have to the diffuser. Deals with the bulletproof camera. Another frag has been thrown. Knows that he needs to clean. Another player out in Envy Taylor, but he cannot do so. A strange old round to kickstart this elimination match, but D+ will get the opening round.
Yeah, I didn't quite get a chance to say it during that first round, but I think, tempering expectations for the cleanliness and quality of this matchup. I think it will be a little bit scrappy, especially on a map like Lair, which is quite new in the pool, and we haven't really seen it tested at all by DZ.
That's true. That's true.
That round, right? I mean, allowing Yunsang to flank.
I mean, good for Bolo, though, to get the confidence, because he's had a struggling major so far for DarkZero. Goes and gets 3 kills in that round, almost clutches up, but he had so much work to do at the end. No one else for DZ. Being able to find a single kill is quite strange, considering the map control that they were eventually able to get. D+, making a couple of errors. They're just unable to capitalize. I mean, this is going to come down to really, I think, simplistically, if DZ have not workshopped Lair to the fullest degree that you can coming into the major, I mean, this could be a loss simply just down to not like, it could be map diff.
Yeah. Which isn't a complete disaster for
No, it's not a complete disaster.
I fully expect them to go on and win Clubhouse, irrespective of how this pans out. So.
Oh, good start for D+ Kia. And they did so as well without Woogieman, who lost that initial engagement against Bolo. Again, Woogie's been the best player for D+ by far and away. JLT having a decent round. He's been statistically their worst rated player at the tournament. Only a 9% survival rate. I actually did have an intriguing stat for this matchup too, guys, that I didn't get the time in the pre-show to talk about. And considering Lair can certainly have some slow stages to it, so I'm gonna bring it up now. It's a Xenox fun fact, and they're always quite fun. In terms of attacking win rate, D+ is the worst team at the major. It's not great.
That doesn't sound very fun for them.
No, it doesn't. But you know what helps them? Is the team they're playing against has the worst defensive win rate in the major in DarkZero. Opening kill for Naif, and JLT will fall. So a second opening kill found for DarkZero. 2 rounds in a row. They go 5-4 up. Bambazu on the exterior has one right close to him.
And it's shotgun up close.
Oh my goodness. It's a standoff with the old-fashioned.
Oh,
Yunzeng
what
turns
is that
around at the
timing?
last second and the Warden goes down. 2 rounds in, mistakes certainly already building up from these two teams. Yeah, Yunzeng, that one is not one he's going to want to look back on proudly. That's a vault in with no info. DarkZero lose 2 immediately. Guys, we were talking about mistakes in the pre-show. Stop making them. Envy Taylor gets rid of Kobilax. And suddenly D+ have got the advantage.
Minute 20 on the clock. Pamba with DMR in hand. Naif still on the exterior. Pamba is at least able to find his second in the round, and so that bodes well for DarkZero, but the line is held with the SMG. Envy Taylor, 4 kills to kick off this first map. Naif finally able to repel inside, but the damage already done by the defense. He'll need to try and clutch this one up. Has some utility that he can lean into. 1 smoke dispersed, and still 1 in the pocket. Diffuser though not in hand, and that now identified. Naif they could elect to go for kills, and he will push forward. D+ though should be able to hold down the line, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, sloppy. It's the most blunt way to say it in terms of a round like that from both teams, respectively. Sloppy. So if this is going to be kind of how Lair is played, then it just simply comes down to who can mitigate those mistakes.
We mainly couldn't do anything. This guy was conscious of us off.
Not a super energetic looking DarkZero in terms of the opening 2 rounds. 2 losses to kickstart this elimination best of 3 to D+ Kia. Certainly some decent takeaways. Again, 2 rounds in a row, they've been able to find the opening picks, but that's just a little sloppy there from Bolo. Doesn't check right side, easy one for Coded. At the same time, Wookie then found another one elsewhere, and the 32-year-old Envy Taylor's franking out.
There's hope for you yet.
There is hope for me yet. There's hope for us all 30-plus-year-olds. 5-0 for Envy Taylor, still fragging at the ripe old age of 32. Testament to his character and his ability. For D+, it's not a defense that is strangleholding DarkZero by any means. There are weaknesses, there's weak links. There are certainly capabilities for DarkZero to exploit said weaknesses. And I think that's where DC just got to keep calm, keep cool. They'll understand, okay, these guys are making some errors. Let's just kind of mitigate our own, start to capitalize, and get some rounds on the board.
So the Blitz then in play then in the hands of Bolo for the 3rd round. The only primary shield operator available, the Monty banned out by DZ. Exterior wall opened up. Pretty easy work there for DarkZero. The nature of this site being that DarkZero will likely want to contest for some vertical control up above. And so the Blitz will be quite a valuable tool in looking to help facilitate that. And then the Nomad to fortify the flanks once control is obtained. As you can see, a couple of players are up above contesting. JLT plays first contact though towards the hole.
Oh, shot in the back though. Nice, good pinch from DarkZero. Sending Bolo down the bridge. I thought maybe it was going to be a difficult task for the likes of a Blitz, but he does so without losing any HP, and then Kobilex plays off it. It's a decent coordination there from DarkZero to get that kill onto JLT. And for the third round running, they've got the opening kill.
Yeah, just about to mention it. It's all about this conversion though at this point in time. R6 room being locked down by Yunsang on the Warden, so a great counter into the Blitz. And the smoke's also in the pockets of a couple of these attackers. We'll see how Bolo tries to help break this down alongside the rest of the team. Warden is spotted out. Nath elsewhere, able to find Boogeyman. And so the counterplay from the Oryx onto the Blitz also now is shut down. With that, it's a 5v2 advantage for DarkZero, and the plane is going down. And Taylor up above tries to find line of sight, but he won't be able to identify that player. And so the plan is secured. Into the post we go. And this will more than likely be a flawless round for DarkZero. Flash to come through. Yunsang under a lot of pressure alongside Envy Taylor inside of security as they tried to fight their way out. Easier said than done with Pamba locking that down. Yunsang has line of sight onto that diffuser, but the vertical control still in the hands of DarkZero, and they will finally convert an opening kill.
Yeah, super clean round. Absolutely clean round from DarkZero there in the way that they were able to get not only the top floor control, but then get the plant down, deny those that were still up above from being able to contest the plant. So planning in a good position, good map knowledge, good control. And it all started off really with that pinch over towards Skybridge when you've got the Blitz kind of pushing down this long corridor, this long hallway. It's not all that easy. It's a little bit harder to, well, utilize the Blitz as much as you would want to, and that kind of close, get the flash, etc. So Kobilex does really well to coordinate off of Bolo's positioning. They get the opening kill. From that, you can then move around, good top floor control. And yeah, that goes to show the level that DarkZero can go to. And the question that I want answered later on is, can D+ match that? Because in this round, they didn't.
You might be able to go quick storage, okay? You might be able to go quick dodge.
It is the tertiary site, however, and so I don't think D+ will be too dissuaded as we rotate down to basement now. But I totally agree. A real solid round there from DarkZero. Great pinch for the opening kill. Good clear up above. Dealt with the counters.
One thing D+ need to work on these early engagements. I mean, it's going against them pretty heavily to begin. 3 rounds in, 3 in a row for DarkZero. That's concerning if you're D+ here on defensive let. You need to be in good positions to be able to deny entry, get kills, fall back, play sight, and they're just not being capable because they're not getting the opening kills.
Yeah, it's been a 50% entry rate for D+ throughout the event thus far. In comparison, DarkZero at 57 heading into this particular map. So only slightly ahead, limited data though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, being 2 teams, phase 2, so many games coming into this, only best of 1, so many rounds. It's an early EE1D on the line scan for Bolo. Taylor caught running around. I think DarkZero sense they can actually get some really good pacing here in this 4th round. Pambasu getting some really decent control down below. Does spot the Azami of Boogeyman. Frag grenade does get pulled. Flashes out now as well. Full white on to Nave. Pamba does find 2 anyway off the back of that utility, and it is all going apart for D+ Kia on the defense. 2 rounds in a row. The DarkZero have been swift. They're getting good map control. They're getting sight control, and D+ are just not offering any kind of contest. D+ are sitting back. They're playing further anchor positions, but not able to then contest where they need to. I mean, Boogeyman caught the keeper barrier in hand as he swings the doorway. These are basic fundamentals. DarkZero are exploiting a rather weak defense here on this map from D+ now. I mean, lo and behold, for DarkZero, if you just don't play silly, you should get the job done. That's always been the mantra coming into this match. And the difference is night and day in terms of the 3rd round and, well, now this 4th round, where they are putting the pedal to the metal and D+ are just not responding. It's a stat pad here for Envy Taylor. He's moving further away from the site.
Nice. Nagowski.
Yeah, clean work there from DZ, identifying that the direct hit was probably the best avenue. And the best win condition available in that particular round, spearheaded off the back of the Blitz. Good forward positioning from Pamba as well, who eventually netted 2 picks. D+ not in a position to contest that with much strength. As we have a look back at the replays, Pamba was able to find 2 in the meantime, as mentioned. Blitz went deep, site then cleared, and those players offside unable to have impact.
I think, you know, kind of looking at the start of this game now for D+, it's only a 2-2 scoreline, which is not completely awful, but what's concerning to me is, again, these opening kills, but also the lack of contest overall. I mean, it's one thing to be kind of losing these opening kills, but you're not really even putting yourself in a position to get said opening kills. You're not looking to put DarkZero under any pressure. Like, they're just getting everything they want far too easily. And outside of the first 2 rounds where, well, quite frankly, DarkZero made some rather critical mistakes, of which D+ did, you know, pounce on, it's been rather concerning these last 2 rounds as to how easy DarkZero are just waltzing around the map. So it's time for D+ to now see if they can at least be far more contestive earlier on, deny positions a bit more aggressively, even if you don't necessarily win the opening engagement.
That's an angle.
Well, there is an opening kill. Bet up there for D+ as Kirby will fall. The Deimos dealt with. JLT will find his 3rd kill of the game for the first time in this match. D+ Kia will have an opening kill on their side. 5-4 up.
Yeah, and finding the Deimos there is a really big kill for D+. There's a couple of key power positions that D+ on defense are going to want to hold here. And Deimos is a really good tool in helping dislodge those positions due to the nature of the side and a lot of them being exposed to vertical play. So a big find from D+. Good forward movement from the defense to find that opportunity. How did DZ perform now after losing that opening drill?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't think they need to change much. They've been able to win the last 2 rounds comprehensively, yes, with numbers advantage. Kind of try and play in a similar fashion. I still think they can win this in a 4v5. Just got to keep an eye on that clock management. 90 seconds left, but close to sight they will be for this particular round. Naif once again on the blitz as he was in the last round, and so vital, I think, for their ability to try and flush out a couple of these positions. Yunseng playing the Warden here in bathroom. Coda does fall. That's going to be an aggressive push in, though, from Pambazoo. He did get the kill, tried to then play off it. And Nave goes back out in the exterior to pull that Gumine out. Still the advantage with D+ kill.
Yeah, D+ have shown a willingness to really contest these window entry points, and Bolo feeling that pressure at the moment, but NJR elsewhere able to find one. Yunsang with a decent response, and with a minute on the clock. A 2 versus 3. Shield's still up. Still, though, a tricky position that DZ find themselves.
This is the 2nd time on Master and R6, though, where they're trying to continue to play on these window entries, and I'm not sure why. You can get map control if they're contesting the windows, push out, go move around the map, but it's going to cost DarkZero in this round, a 1v3 for NJR. And D+ on the verge of finding a 3rd round. Given barrier dealt with by the Selma. It's one hard right. But everyone on site locked in a good position for D+. They can play off the kit. And an easy swing for MV Taylor. D+ regain the lead in this opening map. 3-2, but again, it comes down to, you can clearly see the distinct difference when it comes to DarkZero based on the sites. I mean, Master and R6, twice now we've seen it. Such over-focus on the window entries. And it's costing them lives. Even if they're getting the odd kill, as soon as they go to vault in, every time D+ are in a position to get an easy kill.
Yeah, losing the Deimos hurts with a lack of lurk pressure, maybe for down below for a connection top main if they really do want to brute force that for an R6 hit. It means that the likes of Yunseng could chill. The tradability as well was a little bit off. Ultimately left them in that 2 versus 3 and unable to get value from the blitz. Solid work from D+. They're quite solid on that particular objective in the face of that attacking pattern from DZ. Let's see how this forthcoming round will play out. There is once again going to be an emphasis on the top floor here as expected from defense. The castle in play to help protect this vertical setup from the defense.
I mean, last time out, though, I mean, this is where DarkZero don't play, say, the windows, because it is more of a vert hold. They don't necessarily have to go for that direct approach. They'll go more lateral down below, play first floor, and then get a bit of pressure on that north side, on the top side. So, I mean, this is going to be a far different attack, though, for DarkZero. D+ need to be aware of this. As we come to the close of this half, it's been difficult to separate these two teams, which is at least a good sign for D+ Kia. Maybe defense buff here on Lair. And again, for us, first time really seeing DarkZero navigate this particular map. The one good thing as well, besides the fact that D+ won the last round, is that they were also able to win the opening engagement with JLT getting rid of Kobilax.
Oh, you got to punish that.
Coda gets away with his life intact, even if on low margins, 32 to 110. They continue to try and push him behind Nave, who's just pushing straight through the mezzanine, clearing this top floor position. Takes out Default, falls back. A decent job in terms of securing some top floor control for DarkZero. Trying to just hem D+ back further on the other side of top floor. Maybe even force them down to first floor. Deathmark goes out onto Yun Sang, who is on 7 HP. It won't take much from the vendetta of Pampersu to find the opening killers of the 6th round. Nave continues to push forward through Master.
There is triple nitro available here to D+, but I'm not seeing any rotations down below maybe to contest this vertically. Instead, very front on defense up above here from D+. 70 seconds then on the clock.
Jet's got to try and drop here. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why he's bothered to stay. Just shoot, spray, fall back, drop the hatch. There's it down in the hallway and confirmed with the knife by NJR, and DarkZero got a commanding lead in this 6th round. Yun Sang is on 7 HP, not much he can do. What is NJR watching there? Envy Taylor was right behind him, he had no idea. Now outside of the map and going for a run, but caught by Nate with the pistol. What am I watching?
That was one of the more intriguing positions to play as a defender. Definitely don't blame NJR at all for not checking that. There's no reason for anybody to be there.
Absolutely. Yun Sang has no HP remaining. And that single shot miss means that Nave can get the melee. And it's a 3-3 half, which all things considered, I think will be pretty decent for DarkZero as they switch over to defense now on a map that we haven't seen them play.
He didn't do nothing, bro. He let his whole team die.
I think he's referencing Envy Taylor, or maybe he's referencing Yun Sang. I don't know. Yun Sang was on 7 health, so I mean, there wasn't a whole lot he could do through the middle portion, but Envy Taylor was not playing site, not playing for the win con. Did get a nice kill.
He has
NJR would be like, how have I just died?
Yeah, he has stat padded a couple of times throughout this map, so that trend continues. 3-3 scoreline though, I think is quite strong for DarkZero. It's a map that they haven't shown at this level. They're attacking, they have to show initiation, new maps as well, always trend towards defense, naturally. And whilst I think some of their strategy, especially for the top floor attacks, did fall short, elsewhere they looked quite strong. And comparatively to yesterday, fundamentals look far, far, far better. We'll see if that translates over towards defense though, as the sides
the second half against Elevate for DarkZero, their fundamentals looked very impressive.
Yeah.
So it's really all just about, you know, building on that, bringing it into this match, which I think we've seen kind of bits and pieces of it. I actually think they played better against Elevate for larger portions than even what we've seen here in that second half comeback when they were 6-1 down. They really flipped that switch and they were able to kind of get going. They just left themselves too much work to do though in the comeback. When you're 6-1 down, you can't make any errors. They get it to 6-5, they lose that 1 round, job done. You know, they had to play it like that for the entire game, I'm sure they would have ended up winning that like 7-3. So a lot of work to do now for D+ on the attack. 5 of the 6 opening kills went the way of DarkZero in that opening half, something that D+ are going to have to look to replicate. They're going to have, you know, good opportunities attacking in to DarkZero's defense. See the Maverick here from Yun Sang. Just 1 and 6 coded though. One of typically the top performers for D+ coming into this game, the second rated player. When you kind of look at their numbers though, and most concerning fact for D+ is that coming into this game, not a single player is positive on KD.
Not a fun fact.
And another non-fun fact is, well, that is also the same for DarkZero. Not a single player positive on KD.
So this is the battle of mid.
It is a mid-off. Yunsang does win the opening engagement against Polo, shuts down the Azami. The Maverick entry is successful into Ops, and that's very much required for D+ with 90 seconds remaining in the round to get that opening pick, get the Maverick into a position where he can maybe continue to blowtorch this wall. Coded 1-6, can he start to get involved and provide some extra firepower for D+ Kia? Woogieman on the blitz, looking to try and push forward, but he has stepped on a Goo Mine. Nice Nitrocell from Nave to even things back up in terms of the man count. Freebie for JLT.
Oh, no.
He doesn't, never mind. He just wanted to make it look a bit more difficult. And the pistol will finish off Pampazoo, but the primary should have found the opening. Advantage once again for D+, but Nave stands strong in this round. Now 8-3, having a very good performance as Woogie's down to 6 HP. He cannot escape the Nave show. DZ now take the lead in this 7th round. Sang's on the roof. I think they left Kit behind.
It's one of those moments where I just don't need to say anything.
No. Observing does it all. Coded though, he's got a very good angle down the hallway. Not a lot of time remaining. He has to just hope that Yunsang can actually get in towards the site, get the plant down himself. Jiggle peek. Kobe will go down. Yunsang needs to win this battle though into red time. He's not going to have a lot of help in sticking this plant. Can Coded find a way to get involved? Nave's pushing forward. This would be for the ace clutch. There's 4, there's 5, there's Nave! Did they win the round? They did win the round.
Basement, bunker.
Well, they're pretty chill about it.
Where do I go on the bunker?
Well, it cut to the D+ cams, and I was a little bit confused for a second, but no, DZ will take it. And it will be the ace for Nave. If I'm going to be honest, actually, D+ by the end of that round probably should have gone on and actually won it. Somehow. Despite the semantics on the roof, huge play from Nave.
Yep. They did a really good job in pressuring out that blitz and finding that kill and then netting the 2 at the very end as well. Great composure. DarkZero tried their best to play discipline there in the late round, but in doing so forfeited a lot of that objective control, and it almost proved costly, but never went back.
Does it say a lot about DarkZero, though, mentally, that they just did not even react whatsoever to the ace clutch from Nave? Just some fist bumps.
Slightly different behavior to what we saw from Sonics.
Very different.
Slightly different.
If that was Sonics, the roof would have been blown off the building. 11-3 for Nave. And maybe a pivotal point here in the opening map of this elimination. Best of 3. DarkZero take the lead for the first time. D+ will be kicking themselves as that was an opportunity for what could have been 4-2. Or 4-3, I should say. For them. Most concerning thing as well is the fact that Woogieman 2-5, that's your star player, your star performer that is struggling. On the opposite side though, the star performer for DarkZero is performing in Nave. 110 EPS coming into this game, and well, that EPS number is sure to be inflated now with an 11-3 performance off the back of the ace clutch.
Bolwo, the only player on the first floor for DZ. Likely looking to navigate back towards site, I would assume. Roaming into the Deimos and the Blitz is a surefire way to find yourself caught out if you aren't
yeah, I mean, he's playing the Goyo, so you've set your canisters down. You can go for the roam if you die. In terms of util, it's, well, already been placed. Man, this is slow from D+, though. It's a big map layer, so you need to try and get the map control as quick as you possibly can. Yunsang caught. I mean, that's shocking. Easy kill for NJR. Kobe Lax does fall to Woogie Man, though, big kill for him. Maybe more action to come from him as well. Under a minute left. Bolo does on the flank eventually find a kill onto Coded. I thought they would meet maybe earlier in the round. Bolo in the end successful, and with that, DarkZero regained the player advantage for this 8th round. Woogie on the move through maintenance. Yeah, just struggling to really find these picks, find these players. D+ just look a little bit lost around the map at the moment. Struggling to get into a position where they can hit sight. There is a peek on sight, though. At this point in the round, you don't need to peek. Force D+ to clear out with 20 seconds left. They will have to rush into sight. It will be far too difficult. They don't have the numbers. Just don't peek. Needs to be the motto for DarkZero here. And in the end, Bolo does stand up to deliver a fatal blow as DarkZero go 5-3 up and are now very much in a commanding position here on the opening map.
Just be ready to fall off upstairs.
Yeah, having issues attacking into lair does not bode particularly well for D+. It's their map selection, and it's one that DZ have hidden. They're not getting value from some of the real power brokers on the attacking lineup at the moment in Siege, namely the Blitz. Completely no impact whatsoever. It's shut down really nicely, the combination of the Gas Babe and the Nitro. We also then saw Deimos there in the late round still with 3 death marks in pocket, so once again, not finding value. Positionally, in terms of coordination as well from D+, it's a little bit all over the place at the moment. Tertiary will likely be their best opportunity to start a salvage effort here. But for DZ on the flip side, they've looked rather good in just playing some pretty conventional combinations here in terms of denying that space, not over-peaking, playing the clock, and doing a really good job.
Certainly in a good position to take this map, and with that then heading into Clubhouse, it could be 2-0 territory in favor of DarkZero. To no one's surprise, it's the heavy favorites coming into this elimination match. It's all about taking the form, though, into the, well, preceding elimination matches to follow in a similar vein to Sonics, right? Like, you kind of feel very high on Sonics after their performance today, moving forward in the tournament. A team that you just now wouldn't really want to meet if you're one of those teams that lost today in the mid matches, which would be Scars, Black Dragons, Elevate, Space Station. You're kind of looking at, you know, we probably don't want to play a Sonics now. DarkZero need to kind of gain that mindset for their opponents. And say, damn, they played really well. Demolished D+, got through comfortably. They feel ready for the best of threes, having already played them. Is that something DarkZero can take away from this series more than just the win, just more than a scrape by? 5-3 at the moment, looking to try and close this out with 2 more rounds required.
So a successful Maverick trick onto the main breach, then into this Bunk's position from D+. The Nitro cell in response from NJR, not quite finding a fatal blow, but it looks like NV Taylor will fall to Kobilax. Good aggression from him over towards the corridor position, bottom of the staircase. Punch in play from the Blitz.
So good information here conveyed by Kobilax. And he gets the kill anyway onto Boogeyman. Another one at the window. He's literally just calling out to everyone. They're all here, they're all here, they're all here. It's so much information for DarkZero. Kobe's played this incredibly well with his positioning over towards the stairs. He's kept his back safe. He's able to play all the angles. That is a sensational moment from Kobilax.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, this one's done.
Yep. And honestly, I'm not even just talking about the map. I think the series is in a lot of trouble.
I mean, the series is certainly not looking likely.
Oh, we're going into a DZ map and D+ can't attack.
I know
they're screwed.
That was really well played from Kobe, giving him his well-deserved highlights there in the way that he was just not panicked by the situation. It's very easy when you're kind of seeing a lot of bodies coming at you all at once to feel overwhelmed, to start running around. But he holds his position at the stairs. He knows that, yes, they're all here. Yes, I can convey that information to my teammates, but I can also play off of that myself. And he gets a couple of kills and does well for the individual confidence. But for DarkZero now, I mean, it's 4 rounds in a row. Far too dominant. And D+ don't have the answers at all.
I think that passage of play there from Kobilax, as great as it was, very much exposes the weaknesses that we've seen throughout this half compound for D+. Not establishing proper crossfires, allowing that position to come forward. Blitz having 0 impact again. starting to get very, very nervous for them.
Well, I don't think anyone's necessarily had impact though for D+. That's kind of the issue as a whole when you kind of look and run by the numbers. Coded 3-8, no entries. Woogie 3-6, no entries. Those are the two players that really need to be firing for this particular team. I mean, I hate to say it, but you know, D+ is the kind of team that's pretty reliant on individuals, which is never really a good thing. You don't want to be ever overly reliant on 1 to 2 players, maybe sometimes even 3, but all of these top teams when it comes to the major and it comes to these top international events, they can play as a core 5. They can all play off of each other as a synergized team. D+ don't have that. It's quite literally, can Woogieman just go frag out? And can maybe Coded be he's Robin to the Batman of Woogieman? And that's not happening, and clearly the scoreline reflects that. DarkZero heading then over to Club is going to be a nightmare task for D+.
So then, can D+ formulate a response and keep this first map, their selection of Lair, alive? We have set the expectation that a victory here for DarkZero, especially in this fashion, does not bode particularly well for the South Korean roster going forward. D+ may be able to find comfort now back on the primary side up above on top floor. Maybe this is one they feel a little bit more comfortable in breaking down perhaps, but equally on the flip side for DarkZero, it's also one that is a little bit more default defensively on a map that is still being established in the meta. Decent work early on in terms of hard bridge at range, and Vitaly can do that from the safety of the roof. And speaking of the roof, we're also going to see those Roteros propelled forward from the Flores in an attempt to counter the Azami. We need to see value here from JLT, especially through ops, but the Mute making that a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, nothing's really working at all for D+, even some of the more basic fundamentals.
Well, they're going to set up for the butt clear from down below to contest.
That even almost didn't work.
Yeah. The fundamentals look okay here, positionally from D+, but execution falling a little bit short of the mark, and DarkZero having a good read.
You just know Fabian's watching this and wondering how PSG Talon didn't get out of Korea.
Oh. Hey, they did finish with more SI points than G2.
They did. Well done, bud. 90 seconds remaining, and still no real contact made between either of the two teams. 5v5. I like this position for Kobe on main stairs with a shotgun. That eye's good. Good entry position away from D+. Good info for DZ to have in terms of main stairs being watched and locked down. Meaning that for D+, there's less avenues to try and push into the site. Easier for DarkZero to hold these angles. 3 gas babes still available for Nath. I mean, in terms of the utility for DZ, they're still in a really good position. You still got Kiba barriers. Nitrocell available, still up for Kobe as well when he eventually swings away from main. Just so stagnant at the moment for D+ Kia. They're almost just hoping that DarkZero will make a mistake and offer them an entry into the site.
40 seconds then on the clock. NJR needs to be cleared, or D+ will find themselves in a world of hurt. Smoke Babe as well to stall things out. Last Pendala utilized. Position down below. At least that's shut down.
They deal with Kobe. 20 seconds remaining, and the push up from NJR, and he gets aggressive, gets the headshot. Another one to follow. Envy Taylor just caught as NJR gets aggressive, but he's lost his teammates. Bolo's down as well. It's a 1v2. NJR does get one of the two, and the second to follow.
Let's go!
So clean from DarkZero as they get the result they oh so required on Lair to kickstart this elimination best of 3, 7-3. And a wonderful performance considering the slow start. D+ got out to a little 3-2 lead, and then from there the rest was history as DarkZero cleaned it all up. And they ended up winning 7 of the last 8 rounds.
Well, if you're a D+ fan, you were probably preying on my downfall. I called it there, right? NJR, perfect position. He could farm this round. That's exactly what happened. Prior to that, I said that if this goes the way of DarkZero in a dominant fashion, it does not bode well at all for D+ in the context of this particular series. We are now going to go across to a DarkZero map, and a map at that where fundamentals are absolutely key. And unfortunately for D+, fundamentals completely unraveled as that match progressed. For DarkZero, they had a couple of iffy moments at the beginning of this match, but they were able to stabilize. They were able to mount enough rounds to give themselves a defendable position, and then heading into that second half, they made very few mistakes and made D+ look second rate.
I mean, that's the broken horse I was kind of beating in the first start of this of this match simply because we got to see DZ yesterday make so many mistakes, and it really was the thorn in their own side. They were their own issue against Elevate. They were the reason they lost to Elevate. I know that's taking a little bit away from their opponents, and I'm not trying to necessarily do that, but looking to paint the picture that for DarkZero, it's like, if you can just fix your own fundamentals, you will find the results, and that quite literally happened in this match. So the first couple of rounds, yeah, those mistakes were still there. And then you pick that up, you clean that up, and you give yourself more time. You know, you're only 3-2 down rather than 6-1 down before you start to fix things. And they really got going, and then the momentum was just far too good, and it was almost like a wave, and D+ just could never catch the wave. And in the end for DarkZero, just winning clutch after clutch. They were getting opening kill after opening kill. So every facet of this match, they were able to just control it, win it. Big result from both Nath and NJR in that match as well in terms of double digits. And in the end for D+, not a lot to take away from it going into the second map. Like you've been saying for DarkZero and Clubhouse, they're going to be very difficult to take down. And this really does set us up for a 2-0 and maybe even a swift one too.
I think you mentioned this at one point during the cast. D+ and their attacking win rate being very, very poor.
Right.
Do I need to continue my thought process here? I think the timeline there speaks for itself, right?
No, absolutely. And, you know, again, it was 27% coming into this game from 11 rounds, only 3 successful attacking rounds. And it was, again, a struggle for them in that second half, not finding any, to be exact. And in the first half, you know, I did also mention that, you know, for DarkZero's defense, the lowest at the major, 27%, or 25% actually, which is even worse. Then you go into the second half, and they were super clean. Super clean on defense, and a map that we haven't really seen from them in terms of Lair really does bode well for them. Then going into Clubhouse, and then even, well, maybe beyond this series, going into the further elimination matches. If DarkZero is switched on, they're going to be a very difficult team, a very difficult prospect, not one that you will want to face in the further elimination matches. I know there's, of course, still more to play out in this series. We will go to a break, and when we do come back, we will play said Clubhouse, and we'll see if D+ can maybe dive deep into that strat book.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
They delivered beautifully on Lair to kickstart this elimination best of 3, winning 7 of the last 8 rounds, guys, to totally decimate their opponents in D+ here. A 7-3 victory, leading then now into Clubhouse to follow, has set them up perfectly to try and progress forward here in Phase 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for D+, I'm finding it very difficult to find a road forward for them. And this is coming from one of the biggest APAC shills that you will probably find here on the A stream. So I go in with very tempered expectations for D+. Unfortunately, yeah, back on Lair, their map selection, their attacks were very, very poor. It didn't leave me with a lot of confidence for them here on a map where fundamentals are going to be absolutely key. It is the absolute classic of Clubhouse that we head into now. Fortunately for D+, they will be kicking things off on defense. So spoiler alert before the bans pop up. There it is right now. Maybe they can find some comfort, give themselves a buffer, but it needs to be one hell of a buffer, Jake, because their attacking win rate is the worst at the event.
Yeah, that's the fortunate. The unfortunate aspect is the fact that DarkZero are undefeated this stage, 3-0 on Clubhouse. The even more unfortunate aspect for D+ is they haven't won on this map in this stage, 0-2. Most recently actually playing it against BDS, and I mean, that speaks for itself. One team's 3-0, the other team's 0-2. It really doesn't speak highly enough of the fact that DarkZero are heavily favored. The one good thing, like you mentioned, of course, D+ defense to begin on Club, but I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor whatsoever in a matchup like this. For DarkZero, they had some really good form built up on Lair. It's all about now bringing it over to Club.
I don't love completely outruling a team before the map begins, but...
Well, it's all about setting expectations.
It has, for me, it has to be a case.
That's our job, is to set the expectations, and then it's up to the teams to subvert those.
For me, it's a case of when, not if, DarkZero win this series. And for me, I'm looking at the realm of a 7-2.
Yeah, I think 7-2, 7-3 is probably the territory I'm looking at. I think for D+ starting on defense, there's your maybe 3 to 4 rounds if you want to be super kind to them. But I just cannot envision them being capable on the attack of breaking down a DZ defense on Clubhouse. That for me is going to be the win con on a series like this. So, I mean, first half, first up means that for D+, you probably need 3 to 4 rounds, minimum 3. 4, ideally. 5 would actually be amazing and would change my stance and my tune of this match. So, curious to see how this first half is going to play out. All the momentum with DarkZero coming out of Lair, 7-3 victory.
So, your scoreline prediction is?
7-3 DZ, matching Lair.
Are you just saying that to be different to me?
No.
Okay.
No. 7-3 to DZ.
Okay. It also rhymes.
It does.
It is interesting that we say DZ and not DZ. That just popped into my mind for some reason.
I mean, going back to the first map in terms of where things went wrong as well for D+, coded 3-10, Woogie 4-8, touched on it briefly in the opening map. They're going to have to play a lot better here on Clubhouse. You need your top performers. We certainly got that from DarkZero. NJR and Nath were sensational. They also dominated on entry battles as well for DarkZero. So another aspect that D+ could be looking at. When we kind of threw to the break, we saw them with the strat book in hand, and it's not so much just going over to Club and looking at the strat book, but it's also those fundamentals that you need to look at. You're losing entry battles. You're not quite winning the battle of map control either. And can you get your top players performing? So all of those need to be worked on first and foremost before even strategy is talked about.
Yeah, some slight strategic differentiation will get you so far on Clubhouse, but only so far. Ultimately, it tends to 99% of the time boil down to fundamentals and execution, and executing a plan with mistake minimization. Of course, I guess that can be said to some extent for every single map, but really it is exacerbated on one that's as worked out as Club. Bolo gets the first.
It's more of the same, isn't it then, right? Bolo opening kill. I mean, Woogie's going for an intriguing roam over towards CCTV where he'll just play lurk and hope for the best. Maybe someone from DarkZero doesn't clear out his position. either a missed drone or just no drone at all, and then no info, but he's already caught. Now you got one pushing, top red, one in cash. Good swing though, and Pampa wasn't quite ready for it. Thought he would potentially stay behind the server rack. They do eventually flush him out from that position, and DarkZero still maintain a player advantage as Bolo has found a second kill. You're playing basement club defense, and you've got a lurk roamer in towards CCTV. It doesn't always work out. And in this case, certainly does not. Despite the one kill, you then get traded. You're still down a player. 50 seconds for DarkZero to turn their attention towards the site. They haven't dealt with hatches towards Moto and Kitchen. Those are still reinforced. And Taylor looking to try and get the Kaid Claw to keep this locked down, and I think that's successful. It will be. Good timing, but then immediately blind peeks over towards bot main. He loses the hatch. Moto opened up. They can still play triple at Church. And there's not a lot of time remaining for DarkZero. This is where they're going to be super clean as they make the entry in towards site.
20 seconds then on the clock here for DarkZero. Coded falls.
Don't just triple drop this. This could... Well, I mean, the flashes go out. That's going to keep them wide at the backside, and there is no Warden up or in play. Nave to try and stick the plant out. JLT doing at least something with one kill. Plant onto the floor. Stick it. Nave, you've got no time. Nave, stick the plant. Nave, stick the plant. Nave, stick the plant. Nave, stick the plant.
There was a nitro.
I mean, I know there's a nitro, but what's the other option? Don't stick it.
I would probably say that the two players up above trying to hold Vert was maybe not the best of plays.
Well, I guess they could have certainly done a lot more as well, but DarkZero just capitulating at the end of that round. They had the numbers, they had position. And in the end, yes, Nave's in that default position, but the others then need to kind of play off of that. If there is a nitro in play, go deal with it. Push out.
Yeah, keeping two.
But he also still has to stick to play because your time's going to just run out anyway. You got no other option.
It didn't matter. I think he was trying to bait a pick, which, given two players were sitting up above, he kind of had to. It was...
Well, we'll watch it back here on the replays. Firstly, over towards Wookieman. The fact he even gets one there with two bearing down on his position is at least decent. Yeah, that nitro's very late, by the way. So there was like 10 seconds left on the clock. When they went to drop that hatch, kitchen hatch, they had 3 players in there. And it was certainly a numbers advantage with DarkZero. They could have played that way, way, way better.
It's more than fine to retain one up above for the retake, but doubling down is rather unusual. So just some small potential mistakes, I suppose, creeping in here for DarkZero in the opening round, and it's these kinds of opportunities, which is why I predicted perhaps something on the lines of a 7-2 scoreline, such as the nature of attack. Those mistakes can creep in.
I mean, was there enough in that round, though, from D+'s perspective, if you want to kind of look at what they did in that round to get the win, or do you kind of pin it more down to not so much errors from DarkZero, but not quite capitalizing on the advantage that they had? And that's the thing, they had an advantage. They did a lot right in that round, but they couldn't subsequently get the round win. Is that more on DZ? Did D+ do enough? I think we need to see a couple more rounds, but at the very least for D+, it's a nice early round win. You're on the board, relieves a little bit of pressure. And all you can do is deal with what's in front of you. And the fact that they were still in a position with the nitro at the end of that round to deal with the default plan is something. Good positioning, good late round presence from D+. I still wasn't quite sure about the Woogie play towards CCTV, but he did get a kill. He got one. I mean, you can't complain in that situation. One and done. Rafters control for Nave on the extension of his gym bedroom site towards Cash and CCTV. Selmas will be uncontested. It is 3 players. Your eyes are not deceiving you. 3 players coming out of Cash.
Yeah, critically for DarkZero, that was all relayed. And so they know that this half of the map is now cleared. Gives the team the ability now to push forward and claim this map control. Drones as well positioned down below for any potential flank or a nitro on Vert. DarkZero also getting to work on the opposing side of the map as well, over towards Jacuzzi, the Maverick in play to help facilitate that. Pre-place down below from Envy Taylor. Pinged out, so the rest of the team can coordinate around that. JRT in response will play behind the desk with Logi. So that could be a rather successful win con for the defense. Envy Taylor, though, after placing that Nitro, has now found himself isolated over towards Strip. With the Deimos in play, this is high risk.
Guys, there's no time left. This feels like the 2-minute point of a round. There's 30 seconds. What is going on?
I think he's just going to hold the cross. The rest of the team will hit.
Opening kill.
Oh.
Did come from NJR. Envy Taylor wins the battle over towards Strip. Now he can push and play from down below. He can actually deny any kind of vault over in towards Jim. Guys, there's 10 seconds remaining. The drop from NJR does get the kill on to Envy Taylor. Good nitro from Woogie over towards, waits for Nave to get the plant down. Castle barricade now against you, Yunsang. No time remaining. The plant will be successful. Good cover from NJR to help out Nave and JLT in a 1v2. Despite the fact that there was very little time remaining in the round, DarkZero have made it work. Certainly not super clean siege from either of the two teams, but a win nevertheless, and DarkZero tie it up 1-1.
Yeah. I really don't think that was overall that poor from DarkZero, and I wasn't sitting here too concerned in terms of the time remaining in that particular round. The cutoff was good. Envy Taylor got pretty fortunate to win this fight down below. Really shouldn't be, especially on land, but did fall. The castle then used against the defense, and the retake was very difficult, or at least Plantanar was very challenging, and then the retake difficulty did compound. And DarkZero pretty clinical in identifying quickly and being able to shut down those win cons that were still available for D+ with limited time remaining. So I think that was generally a pretty decently well-played round from them.
I do find it kind of ironic that the castle barricade went against them in the end. They've set that one up. And these are the little fundamentals that we've kind of been speaking out through this series that for D+ that's gone against them. And it cost them in that round. If that castle barricade had been prepped or, you know, easily removable, then they could have actually denied that plan from going down, and then there was no time left. So that could have been a very winnable round for D+ here. 1-1, though. DarkZero on the board with an attacking round. NJR and Nave have certainly led the way in this series for DarkZero. The D+ key are running out of chances here at the Montreal Major, round by round. Cash and CCTV, tertiary site. They do not repeat gym bedroom. Swift entry into that site I just mentioned for DarkZero. Rather normal hold though for D+ in this third round on the defense. JLT will play Rafter's position on the Wamai with the Wamai discs. Not looking to change too much up though. But it is very much a heavy stack outside of the fact that Coded's playing stop. Everyone else is hard into sight.
I like the implementation there of the gridlock here in terms of the attack comp from DZ. That mainstairs position can be a difficult threat to shut down. With gridlock getting a couple of buffs as of recent. Those stingers do pack a little bit of a punch, tricky to clear, and will absorb utility. Speaking of utility, Con now under pressure, but Yunsang up close and trick the wall. And escape.
He's done well in that situation. Good delay. DarkZero still have answers though to get this con wall opened up. Forcing D+ more deeper into CCTV rather than Cash. Envy Taylor still in great position. Top red. Mirror window. Woogie thinking about a potential swing. D+ got anything to try and get in on the backside. There are no flanks going over towards main. It's very much a sight hold defense for D+, so DarkZero aren't going to get caught by anything, at least right now.
Well, there is still double nitro available for Woogie and Yunsang. So keep an eye on that utility in terms of denying plant rotation to come through from NJR, main wall, exothermic to breach that, uncontested. Candela's now cooking for DZ.
JLT has still got that Rafters position inside a garage as Woogie somehow wins the battle against Pampas, who's very low on HP. He does find 2 kills at a very difficult position inside the CCTV. He eventually did get dealt with. 2 up at the moment for DarkZero, but they've got 3 on the other side. Down to just Bolo in a 1v3, but as soon as he goes crouching on into sight, he loses his life. D+ will find another defensive round here on Clubhouse. I believe that's from the B stream game.
Well, my prediction's under threat. D+ have already reached 2 rounds.
I've still got space for one. I mean, I will say in terms of that attack from DarkZero, was it a little bit too one-dimensional? Right, it's just the con-side push. You got no pressure over towards Garage. You never cleared out Rafters. Very late on the Kennel's wall being opened up as well to put pressure into CCTV. You had no lounge to top red.
I mean, I think it really...
It's con only.
I don't know if the attack pattern was that bad. It's like this moment here. Yeah. Hammer losing that is insane, and then NJR got caught with flash in hand. I'm just penciling that down as a bit of bad luck and some decent forward positioning from D+. I don't think it's much deeper than that.
I'm not going too deep into it. D+ will happily take any kind of luck that they can get. Don't mind me at all. We go to basement, 4th round. After what was a calamity on Lair. And remember as well, back on Lair, D+ started strong. They had a 3-2 lead. They were looking okay. It was a competitive game. And then DarkZero just got on a massive roll. And I wouldn't be surprised if that somewhat is replicated, especially going into the second half when DarkZero go onto defense. Now, last time out, when we did see this particular site, it was a strange old solo roam from Wookieman towards CCTV. Did get 1 kill. Last then losing his life. Early use of the Boogie Auto breaches on the ramp from Bolo, opening up the kitchen hallway, floorboards. And a different take here on the church wall being held to try and keep that mirror window more available longer into the round. Kali employed as well from NJR, so real change up in this round, along with the Osa for DarkZero in terms of the operator lineup.
Yeah, the Osa, to me, typically telegraphs that we'll see the attack push down main through Ashwall. That's where I've seen it most commonly used. I mean, there could be another attacking pattern that DZ will look to employ. At the moment, though, just groundwork being established, hatches to be opened up. Kali lands from NJR, and Taylor will think about contesting, but this time around, unable to juggle that claw, and so Moto will be opened up. Contest towards triple. Woogieman has that information, has that read, but won't swing. That's the play to make. Vertical control from Kobe. Catches the heels of Coded, but he's able to escape. So at this point in time, still a rather even round with a minute on the clock. For me, it's all eyes on Nafe. He has that diffuser in hand. The Osa is expected to be a big win con here for DarkZero. How do they look to try and shape around this?
Yeah. I'll say one thing that as well has been quite common in this half of DarkZero is the time management. They are letting these rounds really get late before they hit site. Nafe does get a nice pick onto Coded, continuing to struggle in this elimination matchup. 1 and 3 now on Clubhouse. 30 seconds remaining.
Oh no!
But nade will not quite hit the mark. Talon Shield in hand as JLT takes down Kobe Lax. The drop is successful from Nafe, and he can stick the plant behind the shield, of which he will very much stick the plant this time. Does not get off it. No, Nitrocell thrown in his location despite one being available. That was Woogie. He did lose his life. Tried to contest up above into the hallway. And MV Taylor will now have to try and push up above through main stairs and clear kitchen if they're going to have any chance of a retake. But he loses his partner in crime of JLT. In a 1v3 now in favor for DarkZero. They will easily clear main stairs. They got the plant down. All is right for DarkZero.
Yeah, you compare that attack to their previous attempt on basement, stark contrast. It was, again, a kitchen hatch job as opposed to maybe push the ash wall, which I was perhaps anticipating. Talon Shield offered coverage from Armory, and then we saw the Vert play short and up above as well to protect long and maybe any potential Nitrocell lob as well. A well-protected plant, and then the pressure from up above was able to shut down any retake attempt. So good work there from DZ. Clean opening pick from Nave for the plant to follow. D+ not really offering a whole lot in that previous round. And so with it, the scoreline's now drawn to a piece. And again, maybe a bit more back and forth still to come in this first half, but D+ need to establish a buffer. Their attacks at this event, I cannot understate, have been really, really poor. The stats do not lie. And with that, a 4-2 scoreline for me is pretty much bare minimum. So the next two from them need to be really, really clean. We transition over towards Gym Bedroom for this 5th round. Mirror in play for D+. The Bandit will persist as well. We've seen a little bit of that as well. We saw Warden as well in that previous round, I believe. No, we actually didn't, according to... Oh, no, we did, sorry, in round number 4. We didn't see it really have much value into the utility that was presented by DZ with the Ying in play this time. However, that could change the complexion of the round a little bit if Coded can have impact. Unfortunately, though, for him, only the 1 kill so far.
And we were in a somewhat similar position on Lair at this point, and then this is when DarkZero just went bang, 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 and 7 of 8 rounds, and then game over. So it's really important and pivotal for D+ that they can just kind of keep pace with DarkZero. Final 2 rounds of the half. Nitrocell goes through nicely and will get the kill onto Nafe. Really good lineup from MP Taylor, executed there to deal with the Maverick, which the wall has not been opened up. This is going to become a very difficult round now for DarkZero. They need to find a way to pivot and find a different avenue of attack. This is a really good opportunity in the 5th round for D+ Kia to get a 3rd round on the board.
It may be the case of a Logi job with the Ying Blitz combination. Or NJR will split it and maybe play the bulk and look to vault in and apply pressure that way through Jim. Either way, though, I think there's quite a bit of pressure on Bolo this round to get good value from Blitz. Oh, Woogie gets caught. So 4 versus 4, minute 20 on the clock. And the kills will flow the way of D+, however. Bolo not even given a chance to get his feet inside of the building. Eventually will, though, as Pamber is good for 1. Bolo trying to follow up over towards his 90 position is good for 1. And just like that, it's him all alone. 27 HP, default dealt with. JRT and Coded should be able to win this one out.
Probably doesn't feel like he can really slow it down, but he does have a minute remaining. Low on health, though. You're playing the Blitz. You kind of want to keep that pace, go fast, 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 but there's a Warden up as well. So that's going to be very difficult to deal with. The glasses to deny the flash. He'll go grab the kit over towards top main. 45 seconds, again, can still play that time as Coded slips in towards Jim. Will Bolo be aware of this, though? The way he's moving around the map suggests he wasn't quite aware. Took further damage, and Coded will put an end to Bolo's escapades up above. D+ will find a 3rd round.
Yeah,
so far, it's just 1 for 1 between these two. They're going back and forth here on Clubhouse.
1 for 1 though still is it's not good enough for D+.
No, it's better for DarkZero.
Yeah, if their tracking history is anything to go by, it's not going to be good enough.
But if they can find one here in the 6th round, deny the 1 for 1s, go up 4-2. I mean, that's
something.
That's something. Something to build off, a good platform that they can take into the 2nd half going into their attack, which I know that's going to be, well, difficult for them. It started with that Nitrocell, of course, onto the Maverick of Nafe. And while it did get a little bit dicey, they were always in best position to win out that round because of that initial kill on the hard breacher. Credit to D+, they've been, I would say, more competitive than I thought here in this matchup. Maybe that's just a symptom of beginning on defense.
All I'll say is your 7-3 prediction is very much alive and you have a knack for getting them right. So I wouldn't be shocked if DZ win 5 straight. I'm very, very confident that D+ defensively are going to be difficult for D+ to break down. Time will tell though, catch CCTV then for the final round of the half. Once again, we're going to see DZ and Bolo specifically leaning into the gridlock, so anticipating a map sweep across, and there's track stingers to be used for main stairs. You can see the drone positions again here from DarkZero and JR to Flick, very similar to what we saw previously to help facilitate a push on this side of the map. And I think that doubling down on this game plan for this push is the right decision for DarkZero. Last time out, I stand by my call that it was a little bit unlucky the way in which they did lose this round out, with Pamber going deep and losing the fight, and then NJR main breach also losing a fight with flash in hand. Both of those arguably should have gone their way, and if they did, the round flips. So D+ need to do a better job here, in my eyes, in contesting this con breach and being able to withstand the pressure of the final push. The Ying is not in play.
Yeah.
So that's a big differentiating factor from DZ.
Well, they bring the Buck, so I wonder if there's going to be more emphasis on Vert down below.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah,
in stock.
So this is where this is where the change up's going to come from for DarkZero in terms of adding a little bit more of a different element to the attack this time around on Cash and CCTV rather than that more one-dimensional push in through Con. You can now get pressure stock and lounge, maybe even then sweeping across towards red later in the round. Oh, that's not going to be it though from Bolo. I think he wanted to try and throw some track stingers into the side. Well, almost a quick response from Pambasu, but the round is starting to look a little bit more shaky for DarkZero. Fortunately, NJR and Nave continue to perform at a very high level in this series. They find two back-to-back. They deal with Woogieman and JLT, and with that final minute remaining of the half, they've got themselves a 4-3 advantage.
Yeah, the pivot onto the Buck here, serving DarkZero pretty well and applying pressure vertically.
2 nitros.
2 gas fades. So they have the tools, but do they have the manpower? DarkZero could overwhelm. 40 seconds on the clock. Yunsang in an awkward position now. CCTV alongside Coded.
NJR has just dropped down, but he can play the CC window if he wants later in the round, further across and sight lights in towards the site. 30 seconds remaining, but as we know, DarkZero like to play this way. Slower, methodical, final gas pave from MB Taylor. Lineup from Yunsang with one of the 2 nitro cells, the other one with Coded. NJR's gone all around the top of the building into the final push to come now for DarkZero. MB Taylor still expecting maybe a push from Lounge down below in towards red. One of the nitro cells thrown and exploded as Yunsang losing his life. Full white, they're on to MB Taylor, and despite the clock ticking down, it is still DarkZero that take the final round of the opening half, all tied up 3-3 as we were on Lair.
던지고 바로 에임 돼야지. 아니 그 쟤네 가지 빠져나 던지고 에임 박아야지.
Yeah, a much better attack there from DarkZero. I like the implementation there of the Buck. And again, even though time was waning a little bit and NJR was forced to reposition, they still had that flash util available, positioned it well, able to go for a potential deep plant position and then force D+ off their heels. Not entirely sure what Bolo was looking to achieve there at the beginning of the round, and it did put his team at a disadvantage, but the recovery effort was clean. And with that, a good platform heading into the second half. D+ unable to reach that critical 4-round threshold that we believe they need at bare minimum. D+, their attacks have fallen short of the mark time and time again here in Montreal. And with their spot at the tournament on the line, now they need to find that gear.
27% coming into today, ranked the lowest at the major for D+. And of course the contrast to that, as I mentioned before, in terms of defense for DarkZero, 25% coming into today. I would imagine that their defense should prevail against D+'s attack, especially on this map. And especially considering what we saw in the opening map on Lair. It's looking very likely that DarkZero are going to progress forward here at Montreal, and we will be saying goodbye to D+, but still some water under the bridge that's necessary. D+ with backs up against the wall will have to pull off a miraculous second half here if they can keep this series alive.
Still, though, it has been our most competitive elimination game of the day, off the back of the G2-14.
Well, 2 elimination games today. The other one was not a contest at all, and this one has been, yeah, as you said, slightly more. I agree. Poking fun at G2 there, guys. How awful of you. The one thing I will say as well with DarkZero in terms of their clock management, like, yes, they let the round get very late, but they do it almost on purpose. And they're very much ready and understanding that, hey, we're only going to have like 15 seconds here left in the round, but we're going to do everything very concise and very quickly. Whereas for D+, and at times a lot of the APAC teams, that clock management isn't like, hey, we only need the 15 seconds. It's like, oh shit, there's only 15 seconds. And now we don't know what to do. And that's going to be, I think, the telling factor in this second half. Moto hatch about to be worked on by Woogieman on the Maverick. Yeah, there's not going to be much time here, and then D+, they're going to probably just drop kitchen hatch. They'll die.
So pessimistic.
I feel like I've seen this just far too often, though.
There's still 2 Zotos.
Like, you've got
left,
Zoto canisters. Like, you've got Gas Babes. Kaid Claw. Like, guys, just... There's 40 seconds left. You're getting stalled out by utility. Kobilax is in dirt as well, so you can deny any kind of dirt rotate, which means maybe a blue push if they're very quick on the rotate. They could come through with that, and it's going to be a Moto drop. Double stack in from D+ through Moto, making their way in towards Church. They've lost though both of those players, and it is just far too easy for DarkZero. The last two now in towards Moto. But this one is very much wrapped up and done. They do not even have the diffuser. Some nice shots for Woogieman and MV Taylor individually. Great for the stat pad, not great for the round. DarkZero go 4-3 up. That was not a good attack.
We'll do Jim default now. Jim default. I shot it. Jim defaults. That's warning shotgun. Shield top red. One my. I'm gonna hide the Cade, okay? Kobe, you're bandit. You're bandit barbed wire.
You're gonna hide the Cade.
Yes, one shotgun. I'm 2.
It's always awkward as a caster. Do we talk over this to help hide their strats, or do we shut up and let them leak?
Focus on top. I'm gonna try and keep ladder shot.
All I will say is there is a reason we quite confidently called the result of this match at the halfway point. That first round from D+ illustrates some of the problems that they are having. Struggling to tick off the checklist of fundamentals on a basement defense does not instill much more confidence at all. In fact, it probably deflates it even further for round number 8 and what's to follow. I'm not even deliberately trying to be negative, but it is so difficult to look at that round and find a single positive for Team Plus. That's just the reality. And at the end of the day, 40 seconds left, still 2 Zotos in pocket. They're still trying to open kitchen hatch. They've got no point of pressure anywhere else on the map to dissuade the defense at all. Like, it doesn't get much more one-sided than that.
I mean, also, I think credit to DarkZero there that they understood that it's very likely D+ are not going to have the best time management. Why don't we just go play the tuber out, sit back, deny these hatches, and like they're going to just fluff. It's a main stairs peak from Kobe, as Yun saying, is dead, no Grim. But this is looking very grim right now for D+ Kia, as the major lifeline is starting to really shorten. DarkZero, not that many more rounds required for them to progress forward into tomorrow for what will be another best of 3. Another elimination best of 3. And of course, we'll need to require 2 more best of 3 victories to try and make main stage. Maybe North America rising from the ashes of yesterday. Of course, with Sonics winning earlier in their elimination match, DarkZero about to do the same very likely. Could they go on a run?
I should also state, in terms of the context around 6th Invitational as well, DarkZero, they're qualified, they're chill at the moment in terms of points to make the top 16. D+ sit at 21st. And so a loss here, again, much like G2, means that they will need to make a run through the APAC LCQ, which will, once again, be very ultra competitive when you consider how many teams in that region
that's going to be stacked.
Are going to be in the same position.
2 players up in this 8th round as Woogie will follow to the grave after Yun sang earlier on at the hands of Kobe. And a flash over towards top red, Coda down below, flashed himself. And they've got the pinch with MV Taylor up above. Bolo will fall. In the end, just kind of left on an island all by himself, top red, and outnumbered, outgunned. And the push through now from JLT into Con. Does he just go for a try peek in towards site? He's not getting pressured at the moment in through Con. MV Taylor out in the balcony, exterior of site. Jacuzzi hasn't really been opened up. I mean, this is actually pretty aggressive from JLT, just trying to play off of the fact that there's no real information, so sensing that they're just sitting back, and he can actually try and get this plant down. Nitrocell 1 available. Bambasu will get the one and only Nitro to land. Had it not, it could have been a very intriguing round, but it did, and with that, DarkZero then had a 3-1 player advantage. No chance really then for D+, and all too easy so far on the defense for DarkZero. Timeout called by Woogieman. Sorry to say, but I think it might be too little too late.
I felt that sigh. I felt that sigh as he began that
We've all
sentence.
had that sigh before.
We've all played a ranked game where you lose a round and somebody starts sighing. It's not a good sign. Definitely a much better day, though, to be an NA fan.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, it's like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Wow. They are still in the elimination zone, both DZ and Sonic.
Well, rising. They haven't quite, hit the peak yet. Maybe main stage is the peak.
They're evolving.
They're evolving.
I do hope we see at least a few NA teams at the NA major at the final phase. Not too many, but...
That's interesting there. Of course, Nafe just kind of touching on the pacing there of D+. It's very widely known that, especially for a lot of these Korean teams, they can be very, very slow. And again, it's not quite the same pacing that we see from DarkZero, right? If you kind of look at both of them side by side in terms of just the timer, you'd be like, well, they're both slow. But DarkZero's slowness is far more meticulous versus D+, where it's more just down to bad time management, and then they're left with very little time remaining, and they haven't actually done the things that need to do. DarkZero do the things they need to do, it's like DarkZero almost playing like a 20-second meta style, whereas D+ is just playing like, oh, we don't know what the clock is. Very, very different. Despite on paper looking rather similar. Fortunately, the contest does very much feel over. Has kind of felt that way maybe since the demolition on Lair, where DarkZero won 7 of 8 rounds. We're seeing something now similar kind of developing on Clubhouse as well, heading into the 9th round. They've won 4 of the last 5. It's that same momentum shift that we saw on Lair happening once again here on Clubhouse. Yunsang wanting to try and get aggressive, does find Kobe Lax. A little bit lax inside of Jim. Does end up winning the battle, but then swiftly traded. The Martyrdom from Yunsang. Throws the nade, and it will collect the kill after his life was already forfeited.
Did you say the Martyrdom? Isn't it Martyrdom?
Martyrdom? Martyrdom?
Castle, same thing.
Accent diff.
Yeah, Australia.
I mean, how much of another level can DarkZero go to, do you feel, moving forward into tomorrow?
I think using Sonics as a benchmark, I think that's pretty fair to do.
Yep.
The skill ceiling, in my eyes, is slightly higher with Sonics comparative to DZ. Simply based on what we've seen so far, through regional leagues in Montreal. That could shift, though. I wouldn't be shocked. I think both teams still have quite a bit to prove. Tubarao finding value once more here, though, for the defense, leaning heavy into the stall game that has served them well so far.
Good contest from Woogieman to get the kill on to Bambasu. Leaves Bolo up into rafters by himself. And a rather split defense now for DarkZero's. D+ maybe have one last final stand to gain some momentum back in this match. Nitrocell available for all 3 remaining defenders. That one just missing Envy Taylor, but so much pressure on Bolo. Can he withstand the heat? So far, he's able to at least avoid it and go prone. They may feel like this is a position that is potentially cleared. The flash is coming his way. He'll have to stay prone. Can he get some help? Coming on over. Nape will fall and Bolo too. That was actually quite decent from D+, as they do a pretty decent job clearing up above. They win the tertiary site, and this one's not over just yet.
And our predictions are in the mud.
Oh, that's right. I said 7-3. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well.
I mean, DC still win, though, right?
Wow.
Surely.
Wow. It would be quite a dramatic turn of events if they lose the momentum, shifts over to the side of D+, they bring this back, and then the mental starts getting talked about. So close to that finish line in this series. This was a very intriguing little battle. Display over towards Jim.
There's a bit more energy and purpose in that attack compared to what we've seen previously.
Yeah, and that's where you've got to be a little bit careful now if you're DarkZero. You start to give them a couple of rounds, they start to get excited, you hear the cheers, they start to build the confidence, they maybe get more confident inside of the server and start to make more impactful plays on the attack. But that, to me, is also cache and CCTV, and in the APAC region is the site that usually attacking teams can be far more successful. Skopos in play.
Yeah, roam game in play as well, and we're going to see the repick leaning heavily into centering the attack around Deimos and the Blitz. Pretty intrigued to see how this is going to play out. It's a big shake-up, right, from DZ, who for the most part have been playing two-brow. Let's stall them out and bunker down. This time, let's expand our reach across the map.
This is a spotted Skopos inside a strip. Good drone work from D+ Kia to spot that out. Of course, Kobylax can look to transfer back to the other shell. If he does take some damage and finds the space to do the transfer, he'll be fine. Still inside a strip, and D+ need to put all of their eggs in this basket right now and looking to shut down that Skopos as quickly as possible. With so much information, all this yellow ping intel from the drone, they've got to look to play this off as quick as they can before the Skopos transfers out. Yeah, and he's just spotted the drone.
They knew exactly where he was and didn't get value off the info.
Here's the push coming through now on the Bandit from Yunsang, who's, well, far and away lower than Kobylax, who finds the kill onto JLT. This clear has been so unsuccessful. Kobe, easy double, easy transfer, and that could be an easy round for DarkZero. So well played from Kobylax. Say it, guys. Let it out.
No, this isn't a therapy session. There's no one supporting the Blitz. I know Blitz is good, but some support, please. Work as a team. Kobylax did a phenomenal job. Don't get me wrong, but there is no counter pinch or pressure.
Very difficult prospect now for the remaining 3 players left alive of D+ Kia with a minute remaining. It's an easy 5-man hold on site for DZ from here. You still have your hard breaches to finish opening those hatches, which they have, except for Kitchen. Kitchen hatch is still reinforced as the blue stairs lurk from Boogeyman comes to fruition, and maybe hope he can catch someone off guard. And the push up main, and someone was caught off guard. It was coded though, and DarkZero on the verge of match and series point coming their way at the conclusion of this 10th round. They're 5-2 up in terms of player advantage. Boogeyman has almost slipped deep into blue, but Envy Taylor has lost the kit. On the other side of Church Wall, it's flawless. It's DarkZero now 1 round away from sending D+ out of the Montreal Major.
Yeah, it was a cool strat from DZ, going for that roam game, reinforcement strips, and the Skopos into that position. D+ Kia got stalled out again. They had a read exactly where Kobe was for a long time, didn't use it properly to set up, sent in the Blitz solo. The follow-up was late, the counter pinch as well, not on offer from the likes of the Deimos. Kobe could escape with a shell. DZ fortifies site, and a pretty easy round in the end.
When does Bolo play? Tomorrow?
Bolo didn't really have to play much in that last round.
Yeah, I think he must play tomorrow. I think it's going to be in a best-of-3 elimination game. Another one. Who will they play, though? We don't know yet. We'll find out soon. not too long to go now, actually. We're actually nearing the end of the day. Much shorter than yesterday.
Marginally shorter, yeah.
Marginally.
I'm pretty shocked that neither, well, again, speaking in advance a little bit here, but pretty surprised neither of the Elim games went to a third map.
No. Well, the promo games on the B stream, well, the first one, FaZe Clan, of course, into phase 3 after taking down Falcons. W7M and Liquid battling on that B stream right now. W7M did win the opening map. Liquid right now fighting back and have the lead on the second map, so that one might go to a third. Of course, it's Stats and Ace, so overtime, there's a chew.
Is this one going to OT?
I don't think so. Gym Bedroom for the match point round, the 11th round. While they're holding Red Stairs on the extension with Pampazoo inside a cache, or rather default. Kobilax maybe looking to deny Jacuzzi with the Shockwire batteries, but slips back in towards Bathroom as Jacuzzi will get opened up. That's at least a mini win for D+ Kia. We'll also go entry position on the other side of the map too if they want it. Not sure where that Rotero was really aiming to go. He only got one left as well for Wookie Man.
Yeah.
And he's just playing this blindly? Well, they're gone. No more Roteros for the Flores. Aggressive angle from Kobilax.
I think he's going to have to be a stand-up player for the defense again here, Kobe. In dismissing the push through Jacuzzi. Oh, it's Nafe though elsewhere. Rotated down main and Koda gets caught. Kobe does eventually step up to the mark as JRT looks to push through. And I think this series may officially be over in a moment's time.
Well, unfortunately for D+ Kia, the time of the Montreal Major is out of time. As they have now fallen in this round, they will fall in the map and the series as a whole. G2, save these guys a seat on the plane home, will you? Because they're coming to the airport right now at the hands of DarkZero. It's 2-0. And they move forward to tomorrow, where they will, of course, fight in yet another elimination game. It's a long journey, it's a long gauntlet, but they've started off in a good fashion.
Yeah, pretty rock solid across this series from DZ. Back on Lair, I think they had some problems that can probably be remedied with a little bit more playtime, but here on Clubhouse fundamentally they looked strong and really played heavily into the problems that D+ had on attack. They stalled them out quite nicely and threw a couple of different things into the mix as well to try and keep them on their toes. So looking forward to see how DZ go over the course of the rest of this event, how long and how deep their run may be. But back to my point previously, again, not too bad of a day to be a North American fan.
No, much better than yesterday, absolutely. And credit to DarkZero as they get the win. Commiserations for D+. It's unfortunate. It's tough in these elimination matches. Their time at the Montreal Major, rather short considering for D+ being a phase 2 team. They go 0-3. They do not find any success here at the Major, and further question marks when it comes to the Korean region as a whole. Just once again unable to find any success at the top level yet. Despite them, we're seeing Scars have had some wins, Chiefs have had some wins, Elevate's had some wins. D+, they fall short, well and truly short of the mark, and credit to DarkZero as they stepped it up today. How far can they go, though, for DarkZero? Do you think they can do the entire run? That's 1 down, 2 to go in terms of elimination matches.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough. We talked a little bit before about how they're comparing to Sonics just based on the performance today. And I think it's difficult to make a case that DarkZero look better, but it's difficult at this point in time to be too definitive in that call. I think for DarkZero, much like the team itself, from an outsider's perspective, is just looking at their performance game by game and seeing how they are able to perform. I like some of the stuff that I saw inside the server today, and so I wouldn't rule them out from being able to make a run, certainly not. So excited to see how they do going forward. And then on the other side of the coin, again, to reiterate, for D+, they will find themselves well and truly outside the top 16 for points at SI. So the LCQ, their final path forward, and it's going to be ultra ruthless for them.
7-3 on Lair, 7-4 on Clubhouse. A rather comfortable result in the end for DarkZero, outside of maybe some self-made errors at various points within the two maps. They were rather clean, and in the end, it really was like the Nathan NJR show for large portions of the series. If you were to kind of look at it holistically, you would kind of give those two almost like a shared MVP. And I'm not just saying that to be nice. 20-9 KD for Nave, 21-9 for NJR, both +2 and +3 on entries, 76% cost to Nave, 71% to NJR. They were as even as they possibly could be. Same survival rate as well across the series. Honestly, I can't split them for me. NJR and Nave, a shared MVP duo in this series.
Yeah, and unfortunately there on the flip side, as evident in the numbers, nobody from D+ able to crack a 100 EPS, the expected score. So a bit of a rough day at the office for the entire team. And if you're being led by Envy Taylor in that department, there's some deep-seated issues in that roster.
Yeah, and like, look, you kind of look at then the numbers for D+, 7-18 for Coded. Yun Sang had a poor performance. Woogieman, honestly, not really anything close to what we would expect from him as well. So Envy Taylor, I don't want to necessarily give too much praise because there was a lot of stat padding from Envy Taylor, especially on Lair. So some of those numbers don't quite tell the full story. They just lacked in so many departments, especially the entry battle. It's just red across the board for D+, whereas it's all green for DarkZero. They lacked in survival. I mean, yeah, and also to sort of highlight the survival time numbers that are quite startling. Envy Taylor had 38%. No one else was 20% or higher. So he really did just try and keep himself alive a little bit to mitigate that KD. Envy Taylor. Hey, he's 32. We give him a break.
Yeah, he gets the seniors discount when it comes to the numbers, right? But it's back to my point that if he is leading the way, stat pad or not, it's just unacceptable.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to find success overseas when that's the case.
Do we see D+ at 6 Invitational?
No.
No. Really?
I would be utterly startled, depending on how the rest of the standings shake up, if they're able to make it through that LCQ, because it should be ultra competitive. Teams are going to be at their heels. They're, you know, like the Bleeds of the world, GG, for instance, as well. If they don't make the cut, absolutely going to beat D+.
Obviously, we know DarkZero, they move forward into the bracket. Again, some of the teams that lost today in their best of ones. Space Station lost, Elevate lost, Black Dragons lost, and Scars lost. And as we know, of course, Sonics ended up winning that elimination match against G2. I mean, out of that lineup that I mentioned in terms of names, a lot of those you could consider potentially winnable. That's us done, but we're going to go over to Anne for a final interview.
Yes, we are, guys. Thank you very much. I'm standing here with Kobe from DarkZero after this game. Is this a feeling of relief, or were you confident all along?
I was confident all along. I mean, all my teammates are experienced. They've been here before. I'm confident we're going to bring it back. We just get one game at a time.
It's worked out for you today here. And when we spoke to Bolo prior to the game, he said this is the first time you're going to play Lair. Are you happy with the way you played Lair today?
I mean, yeah, it's a map that we haven't scrimmed a lot. I don't think we ever played it on a game day, honestly. And we played it fine, in my opinion. I'm happy why we played it.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's exactly what he said as well. Now let's talk about you as well. You said, my teammates have been here before. You haven't. You started playing in August, only 4 months of Tier 1 experience. You're already playing at a major. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I'm just here having fun. Obviously wanting to win, but most importantly, I'm just having fun. I've been wanting this, like, since I started playing Siege. Just playing out a major, you know? But yeah, I mean, it's fun. Especially to bring it back 0-2, 2-3-2. I mean, I can ask for any better than that. Just got to keep on playing one game at a time.
Awesome. Love to hear that. You were great in today's game as well. Definitely on the entries. I think on that second map, the play you did with the Scopus as well in one of those final rounds. What's going on in your mind?
I mean, I don't know. I've been playing that spot a couple times. I've been chased by a blitz and scrims. I was just ready, to be honest. I was expecting it. Especially an APAC team, they're known for going blitz. I was ready for that.
Awesome. You definitely were. I mean, that flick was amazing. I don't think they saw that coming. Is there any team you really want to play against after this?
I want to play FaZe.
And why?
I mean, this is a team I've been watching since before I went pro. And, like, it'll be fun playing against them in a comp match. I'm ready for that.
Awesome. I think it'd be great to play against them. Well, best of luck with the preparation for the other games. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, a lovely interview as well for Kovalex's first ever major. He's only been playing competitive for 4 months in Tier 1, so what a performance to already make it so far here and to keep his team alive in this run as well. That was our last elimination game on the A stream. I was going to talk about the qualification games because we have one of those still going on the B stream. As you can see at the very top of this bracket, we already qualified FaZe earlier today, and there is still a match going on between Liquid and W7M. Another Brazilian team will make it to that main stage. It's looking like we might need a third map between those two, so stay tuned for that. We'll bring you over to that one after the stream has ended here. And then for tomorrow, of course, we have these games ready. We don't exactly know yet who is going to play who, so as soon as we know that, you'll find out on our social media channels. That is it for the A stream for today, though. My name is Anne. I was your host on today. A big thank you to all of the casters, to production, and to you for watching as well. After a bit of a break, we'll send you over to the B stream to keep on the action of our qualification game.
Goes, of course, through the verticals. 7M again, just preventing Liquid from doing exactly what they want, forcing them off meta, off plan, forcing them to do something different.
Hello, A-Stream. Welcome to the show. As you can see, Liquid maybe are about to close this one out. Maya finding at least one back over. But it's in a 4 versus 4 and 40 seconds to play. That's a lot of time here for Liquid to work with. Plant now going down. Look at this, Reset stepping in wide. C4 finds 2. Couldn't react in time. That's always going to be the battle of having a one-shot semi-automatic. And not a rifle that can just spray anything at your feet. 2 kills come back the other way. Palu doing a lot of work. Volts and Dash, can they hold on here? They've still got one smoke in back pocket, but no C4s.
Yeah, Dash is just looking to hold on from above. He finds his man, puts the diffuser down on the ground, manages to pick up the second, and W7M, well, we're going to overtime, Des.
As if they've managed to claw that back. Just when it looked like Liquid was so in control, they were up 5-2, they were dominating the game. And we thought this one's definitely going to Clubhouse for our third and final map, but no. W7M refused to lie down or roll over and just give it to Liquid. They fought their way back in and could still yet close this out in 2-Tim. And again, we were pretty resigned towards the Clubhouse, but it just goes to show 2 halves to a game of Siege can never really write things off.
As I've said, we know Liquid are a good Clubhouse team, and maybe W7M are looking at this and thinking, you know what, we want no part of that.
Nope.
Let's just try and get it locked down now in 2 maps so that we don't have to go through that decider. As it stands, W7M start on the defense, which is perfect for them. They've just won 4 rounds on the defense. It gives them a little bit of an advantage here. Liquid, I know the A-Stream have just joined us. You won't have seen the first map on there necessarily. Liquid really struggled on the attack there. That was their problem. They didn't bring enough variety. They didn't have enough options, enough plans to surprise W7M to make it difficult for them. We saw them struggle to rotate and adapt a couple of times and fail to get rounds done in time. And so
it was the same story here.
It's continued a little bit here. Exactly what I was going to say. Liquid just haven't been able to break down W7M. W7M just kind of toying with them on the defense, burning away time, stretching themselves over the entire map and giving Liquid a lot to do. We can see Lagonis is back on that shield this time.
Yeah. I mean, they changed away from it in the last round, but I was going to say, every time we've seen them attack on the downstairs, it has been the same attack, realistically. Shield or not, it's kind of beside the point. They tried to get a bit more aggressive guns up in the previous round and paid the prices. We saw it didn't work out for them, even with Paolo getting a pretty good 2K inside of Exo to bring things down to a 2 versus 2. So it feels like momentum sits with W7M. You'd expect with how things are now going, they'll close this map out, they'll take the 2-0, and they'll be one of our first teams qualifying into our live finals on Friday.
Droning will continue for the time being for Liquid. They need to make sure that they don't get too hung up on it, though. As I've said, time has been a factor. You can't always understand absolutely everything going on inside. There comes a point where you have to move. They're okay for the time being, and they're opening up those breaches. They've managed to get at least one in the external connector wall, but for the time being, the RT wall hangs on in there.
Well, let's not forget last time we were on this site, it was Lagonis getting picked off in Aqua for free, really. It was I think a bit of a lapse of judgment on his side or a lack of assessment of the situation to get swung on. Probably also asking, why wasn't no one watching Fish Store to be able to swing and capitalise if someone does that? So Liquid, even for half a second, just let their guard down and pay the price. A 1v1 now ready to ensue here as well. Reset's pushing in nice and tight, and he's ready to go for a very aggressive swing. I worry, though, that Dodes is aiming a little bit too high. He's looking more than Kano, looking down now, ready. Here we go. The step-in comes through, and it's Reset's coming out on top. Finds the entry in this round. A second coming in for Maya.
Yeah, I think Dodes just got caught out a little bit there, checking the wrong sort of, I don't know whether he was worried about a drone or something, but he was certainly concerned about that floor level, and it lost him the fight. 4 versus 3, as one is clawed back at least, but the breaching has been done. It's not the end of the world at this point to lose the ace. Liquid, 45 seconds left to go. Time, I think, is going to play a much bigger factor potentially than manpower inside of this round. They've got the shield working on him of Lagonis. It's time now to start making sure you've got a plant spot lined up. Where are you going with this? How are you going to get that diffuser down on the ground? Don't waste too much time setting this up.
Bolts has got the only C4 left as well for Zanarl if so required. He's found out Palu here as well, and there we go. Maya steps forward and finds his man through the soft wall to close out the round. And they win and attacked him. That's the most critical part. Now look at go on the defense where they had the 4-2 half. And all of a sudden, just off the back of winning a single attack, maybe now we're leaning towards Liquid taking this map.
Just a much, much better attack at the end there from Liquid. I said time was the factor for them. They needed to make sure that they didn't, get hung up on where things are going. They got in there. They got the kills. They had 30 seconds left to spare. They knew that the moment and the opportunity had presented itself, and they took it, and that's not something that they've necessarily consistently done. So, 7-6. They have themselves an advantage. Can Liquid close it out? We've seen them have great defenses down here in the basement. They're likely to play off and around the map. They made it very difficult for W7M to close them down before they even got anywhere near site. W7M had lost multiple players, and Liquid are going to be looking for a repeat of that, I'm sure.
All right, does it all end here? Does it carry on to that third map, or do W7M battle their way in and demand a round 15 to decide how things close out? I can't imagine we'll find them going back upstairs if we come back to this again where they're on the defense in the next round. I imagine they go downstairs, but they've seen pretty good success. In fact, over the last 3 times they've played it, I believe they've won 2 of them, so why not stick to what has worked so well for you so far? That, of course, demands that they win this round first, though, on the attack. And naturally, Liquid are dug in deep. 2 Architects on side of the Mirror and the Castle, and also got the Electro Bros in Kaid and Bandit to make sure these walls stay firmly locked up.
Maya just opening up those angles inside of storage as well, which is an interesting one. As the castle, of course, it is an easy location to potentially challenge onto for W7M as attackers. Just going to hold himself back a little bit deeper in there. There's potentially fights that he's going to have to win because that vertical prevents them going in through the breach basically at all whilst Maya is up there above. So it's something that W7M need to be aware of, and if they want to play from the breach, they need to deal with.
You just start to demand the question of what are they going to do about this, because Resets has been an absolute demon on the bandit trick so far throughout this map. Earlier on, danced his way around. EMPs, a double hard breach, and managed to get rid of both Selmas on both sides of the breach and keep it firmly locked up, which is why you've now got that cover from Maya up inside of storage, so they can't get above the bandit and deny him playing on that wall, thus making it easy to open up. Still, it's Maya to fall here on that castle. He was the cover inside of storage, and Kyle, don't forget, with him now offline, a little bit of a stinger, because that may well mean that Resets is now exposed down below.
As I said, that really starts opening things up, because effectively, yeah, it's a book that's going to go into storage, but they don't even need to do any vertical. They don't need to announce their presence. That's the big thing. They can just go in there and use the verticals that Liquid had already set up. So I would expect the breach to be getting opened up for sure, should they be choosing to do so. Liquid now, they're getting bullied inside, they're getting pushed back, they're getting forced deeper, and that's going to create room for the plant when W7M get that breach open and decide it's time to go. Despite being further back inside a site, can still be challenged on the verticals as well, and we can see it happening now. As I say it, Lobin is up there using the skeleton key, just trying to get every bit of advantage they can from that vertical superiority.
Tis but a scratch, 9 HP taken away, not the end of the world, but still enough to scare him away. That one, more than a scratch, that one's a flesh wound, all taken down, and away goes Nesk. A 2v5 with 50 seconds to play. W7M have no reason and no excuse for losing this round.
No, none whatsoever. Resets does manage to find Lobin with a nitro. That at least gives a little bit of hope for Liquid, but Resets takes a lot of damage now, down to 18 HP. 30 seconds left to go. W7M with plenty of time to work with. Thinking about getting the diffuser down. No, you think I'm just going to kill Resets instead, then I'll go back to what I was doing, 3 versus 1. But Lagon is surely going to be shut out of having any impact on the plant here as the cover comes in. But no, he finds him. 1v4 becomes 1v2, taken down by Dots. And W7M get themselves another round and a round 15 to come.
Lagonis has hit some really nice shots this game. And it's funny because I swear I was talking smack about him earlier, saying there's a reason he plays on the Monty.
I've said it before.
He's not quite the sharpest shot in the world. That was a really weird one to say. Even throughout stage 2, we saw exactly the same. He isn't that guy on this team whose job is to go out there and get kills. He's the IGL, he's that captain in the back line. He's doing a wonderful job of it as well. Today, though, I've been impressed.
I've said it before, you know, he does a very specific job in this game that doesn't lend him towards being that big gunner, going in and getting all those kills. But having played with him against other pros,
will you drop that you play with him once?
Against
Invitational.
Against other pros, though, you just make, you know, I make a broken call out in Portuguese, and 2 seconds later, bang, we'll go on a skill. And genuinely, the point I'm making is the ability is there, the skill is there, we see it from him, he does hit the shots, but it is difficult when you're playing on those operators. You're cold for a lot of the game. You know, if you're playing genuine thermite roles where you are not taking gunfights, you can sit without a gunfight for 4, 5, 6 rounds sometimes. If your team are finding all the kills, that's 30 minutes without taking a shot at people. And that can be tough when you then do come all of a sudden bang into that situation, right, you need to get 3 kills. And you're against people who have been hitting those shots all game. It can be a tough one, and I think he does do a good job of it.
Well, we spoke about this about 3 minutes ago. I did want to see W7M come downstairs. They've had good success against Liquid so far. Sure got surprised back in round 7. We're like, oh God, 4 players, an Exo, and there's a shield there. What the hell do we do? They panicked a little bit. But I feel the last couple of times we've been here, they've had the answer, they've had the solution. Liquid, frankly, to have looked a little bit lost in what to do. They had a couple of execute attempts coming on through, but they've had no real opportunity to get the diffuser stuck or any real ability to find kills in the closing parts of the round. So here, all attention is on Liquid. They're the ones who can afford to make no mistakes. W7M, as I say so often, only have to be right once. Liquid have to be right all the time.
Lagonis just getting in there with the drones again, trying to get that picture. Out comes the Deimos scan. It's again not something that they've had as much success with here today as they have had previously. Not sure how much joy they're going to be getting from it, but Naya does manage to pick up Dash. Great start for Liquid. That's exactly what they needed. 5 versus 4.
When Maya's flying high, he's so hard to stop, and he was a little bit absent on the last map. We touched on this back then, that it's all good seeing one player step up in Palu, who's 8-2, and you said, where's that second player that's going to step up and join him? There wasn't a player on that map, whereas at least here, Maya's the one catching the numbers. And I will kind of say, every player in the game has been making a big contribution. It's not been a one-man army on either side. Sure, you've got your more spiky players like Maya and Dots who are doing really well, but everyone is getting involved. That was an interesting miss.
Hatch will be
I don't
open.
think it meant to go there.
No, I'm not sure it did, but the hatch does get open, so the job is done, and they can start putting a little bit of pressure onto Animus as well. W7M have actually got themselves upstairs here, but I think that Liquid might be aware of it. Flashbang just gets thrown out to prevent that push coming through Lounge. However, Volps is just going to hold his position for the time being. Liquid are going to need to make sure that they're covering that flank.
Oh,
look at this, Tordes is just waiting his moment. It's a little bit of trigger discipline. He knows that they're in there. That's what he wants. Swings around the corner, takes the head off Maya. Dots with a nitro onto Ness. Is it happening? 3 versus 3. This could go anywhere, Des.
They're still with 30 seconds to play out as well. That is acres of time to work with. W7M. A single C4 left in back pocket.
They don't
But
know.
the attackers are now starting to push on through. Has Dots commandeered this? No, he is not. Lagonis has put so much praise on his name throughout this map that he holds on tight.
He's thinking about getting the diffuser down. He tickles it and he goes back to it. Surely he's going to hold it now. Is the cover there though? Dodes manages to find resets. Lagonis has to come off. It's all falling apart for Liquid as the kills rain in for W7M, and they will qualify through to the last stage of the Montreal Major.
Dodes with a huge 4K to close. What more can you ask? And he was playing literally in the face of fire, stood in the doorway, ready to swing, and you just saw Liquid's trepidation, their nerves building the longer they hung around trying to get that diffuser down. He ends on 15 and 12, Maya the same, but ultimately it's W7M who come away the map and series winner.
Fantastic performance from them to hold on at the end. Liquid were really putting them under pressure. I think Liquid have got to hold their heads high there. They've played their part in that game. Yes, it's been 2-0 to W7M. Yes, Liquid could sharpen up, particularly I think on the attacks this round that maybe they could have won. But overall, they've played pretty well. They've just come up against somebody better. Will Liquid qualify for the next stage tomorrow, the day after? I think there's a good chance of that still.
I do. They're still playing fantastic. It just kind of, again, drives that concern of, FaZe have been great, W7M have been great, Liquid have been great. Are we already staring down the barrel of a Brazilian major here? It feels like we are.
I mean, we know a thing or two about them, Des. We've seen a few over the last few years, and as you say, this certainly starting to lean towards looking like it could be another. You look elsewhere for who the contenders could be, and it really is difficult to pick out teams that would beat any of these on their day at the moment. We can see our series summary coming in there, Dor.
Where he is, and Shoko's found one, Guto into another, but look at that, suddenly out of nowhere, it's 4 kills to BDS in the space of about 3 seconds, and they get the round over the line.
Beautiful from BDS.
Another team kill? Well, now rounding out towards red, 11 HP to his name, but finds his man, falls with a quad in the round. He's got to hold on, J9, no! He's not going to get it! Joystick finding all of the final 4, and Virtus Pro bring the square of 5 apiece.
I think that face does it. Oh, that is a multiple dump of nades thrown in. Round win. Ambi, though, is just going to push straight in. Loira had no idea, was looking to get in towards backstore, and Ambi's just walked straight on in for them. Their time here is surely done. Indeed, it is.
Let's go!
Not going to have a lot of help in sticking this plant. Can Coded find a way to get involved? Nave's pushing forward. This would be for the ace clutch. There's 4, there's 5, there's Nave! On the bandit from Yunsang, who's, well, far and away lower than Kobe. Actually finds the kill onto JLT. This clear has been so unsuccessful. Kobe, easy double. Let it out.
This isn't a therapy session.